Motion, considered to be an intermediary between bodies and time, was inevitably taken to be motion in one of the four categories of accidents. On the other hand, all of them accepted the theory of the ninefold celestial sphere as axiomatic, and they related the appearance of time to the circular rotation of the highest firmament. This point is also presented in some places by Sadr al-Mutalahin. Regarding these principles and points, questions may be raised about the famous definitions of time, among the most important of which are the following. 1. There is no doubt that time is extended and divisible, and hence is considered to be a kind of quantity or to possess a kind of quantity. But why should it be considered as a quantity of motion? The simple answer which is given to this question is that time is flowing and not fixed, such that not even two moments of it coexist, and necessarily one part of it must pass before the following part may come into existence. This sort of quantity can only be related to something which is inherently flowing and not fixed, and that would be nothing other than motion. As was indicated, this answer depends on the fact that gradualness, flux, and instability are particular to motion, a motion which is presumed to be specified to the four categories of accidents, and for this reason they denied a possibility that time could be a quantity for corporeal substance. But is this doctrine correct? If it is supposed that there were no accidental motion in the world, would there then be no room for the concept of motion? Motion is an intermediary between bodies and time. But what kind of intermediary is it? Is it a fixed intermediary wasita darthu, but one from which it could be concluded that bodies themselves really possess time by means of motion? Or is it an accidental intermediary wasita dar yurid, such that bodies themselves never really possess time? In other words, is the attribution of corporeal substance to time an accidental characterization? It is saf bil arad. Perhaps the answer which must be given on the basis of the principles of the mentioned philosophers to this question is to accept the second alternative. But is it correct to accept that bodies themselves do not possess time, regardless of their continuous and gradual changes? If we suppose that all changes are instantaneous but successive, will there be no precedence and posteriority among them? Let us assume that they consider motion to be a fixed intermediary and that the true attribution of possessing time by bodies is considered to be posterior to the occurrence of motion. This assumption implies that bodies essentially have the capacity for the attribution of this quantity which results from motion, although prior to the occurrence of motion bodies do not have this attribution actually. Before it takes the form of a ball or cube, wax has such a capability, for it possesses extension and volume. However, the ancient philosophers did not see any way for the influence of flux and motion in the essences of bodies. So how could they accept the attribution to such existence of an attribute which is flux and instability itself? This is just like the case in which we want to relate line, surface, and volume, even if by means of a cause, to an abstract existent which lacks extension, in a way that these qualities will really be attributed to it. 3. Another question is, what kind of relation is that between motion and time? Is motion the cause for the appearance of time, as so many of the philosophers seem to hold, or is it merely that which serves as the subject of the accidental attribution of time? In any case, in what category should motion itself be included? How is its attribution to time to be determined? It was previously indicated that some of the philosophers, such as Sheikh al-Ishraq, considered motion to be an independent category of accidents. Others considered motion to be two-sided. They considered the side related to its agent, i.e. the mover, to be in the category of that which acts, and they considered the side related to its object, the moved, to be in the category of that which is acted upon. Other philosophers have given no clear explanation. In any case, the answer to this part of the question requires greater precision. However, the application of cause and effect to motion and time may be considered a kind of development of the terminology of causality, similar to what was indicated in Lesson 37. Another question which can be raised is that if the standard for relating time to motion is its essential instability, this is found in all motions. So why do the philosophers relate time to the rotation of the sphere at Atlas, the highest of the celestial spheres of traditional cosmology? And if there were no sphere of Atlas, or it had no motion, would the other phenomena of the cosmos not possess temporal priority or posteriority? And basically, How can an accident which depends on its own subject or consider the realm for other things and phenomena? To this question an answer may be given in the following form. The time whose appearance is related by philosophers to the highest sphere is continuous and perpetual, or in other words, absolute time. This does not contradict the claim that every specific phenomenon has its own limited and specific time. What is meant by saying that the time associated with the celestial spheres is a realm for the occurrences of other events is nothing more than that the temporal extension of each of the events corresponds to a part of the temporal extension of the motion of the celestial sphere. We know that this house is ruined from its very foundations, for the hypothesis of the celestial spheres has been falsified and has lost its credibility. With the raising of these questions and the attempts to answer them, it has become clear that the problem of time cannot be solved as easily as was first imagined, and the theory popular amongst the philosophers is not convincing. Now the time has come to explain the discovery of Sadr al-Mutalahin in this regard. The theory of Sadr al-Mutalahin, with the acceptance of the positive points previously made pertaining to time, Sadr al-Mutalahin removed the weak points and compensated for the deficiencies and shortcomings in the theories of the ancient philosophers. In conclusion, he presents a new view that solves the problem of time and the problem of substantial motion simultaneously. Truly, this must be considered one of his most valuable innovations in philosophy. The positive points he accepted from the ancient philosophers are the following. 1. Time is extended and divisible, and in one sense is a quantity. 2. Time and motion have a close and inseparable relation, and no motion occurs without time, as, likewise, the occurrence of time without the existence of a sort of continuous gradual motion and alteration is impossible. This is because the passage of the successive parts of time is itself a kind of gradual alteration motion for the time-bound thing. The weak points he found in the views of the ancient philosophers which he tried to compensate for are the following. 1. The ancient philosophers considered time and motion to be accidents external to things, whereas in Sadr al-Mutalahin's view they are analytic accidents awari tali, and it is not the case that they may be considered to have existences removed from that of their subjects, but, rather, it is only in the realm of mental analysis that attribute and object of attribution, accident and its object are separable from each other. Otherwise, in the objective realm there is no more than one existence. The philosophers confine motion to accidents, and for this reason they denied that there is an immediate relation of time to bodies, while the most basic motion must be considered motion in substances. For it is impossible that something whose whatness is without a transient extension should be characterized by a transient quantity by means of something else, as will be explained in the discussion of motion. Hence, time must be directly related to the things themselves, and it will be counted as their fourth dimension. 2. It follows that according to the theory of Sadr al-Mutalahin, time is a transient extended dimension of every corporeal existent, which is to be added to the non-transient spatial dimensions length, width, and depth. His answer to the first of the four questions mentioned above is that time is combined with substantial motion, which is the very existence of bodies, and it is not confined to accidental motion. His answer to the second question would be that time and motion do not have a double existence, so that one can be considered the cause of the appearance of the other, and so that we may imagine that bodies are related to time by means of motion external to their essences, and so that there may be room for a question regarding the quality of this mediation. In their whatness and substances, bodies have both a true attribution of motion and transformation and a true attribution of time and transience. Just as spatial extension is an aspect of their existence, temporal extension is another aspect of their existence as well. His answer to the question about the category to which motion belongs is that motion is not a whattish concept or category, but it is an intellectual concept which is abstracted from the nature of material existence, as the concept of stability is derived from the nature of the existence of immaterial things. Just as stability is not something which is objectively an accident of immaterial and stable things, neither is motion an objective accident of material existence. It is the human mind which analyzes existence into essence and attribute, accident, and its object. Likewise, his answer to the question about the quality time has of being a realm for events is clear, for time is not an independent realm for things and phenomena, so that it has a separate existence and temporal things are contained in it. Rather, like the volume of a body, it is an essential and internal characteristic of body, and naturally, every phenomenon will possess a specific time for itself which is considered to be an aspect of its existence. At the most, to determine precedent and posteriority of things in relation to each other, a longer temporal extension must be taken into consideration, and the temporal position of each of them is to be determined through a comparison with other times. If the celestial spheres exist, whose temporal extension is greater than that of any other existent, and then they would be able to play this role. If they do not exist, as in fact they do not, the very temporal extension of the entire corporeal world will be the standard for determining the temporal positions of particular phenomena, as the volume of the entire world is the standard for determining the spatial positions of particular phenomena. The similarity and harmony of time and space become clearer with this explanation, along with the profundity of the interpretation given for space. An explanation of some points. The expression instant, and which is employed in ordinary language for a tiny part of time, in philosophical terminology means the extremity of a fragment of time, similar to a point in relation to a line. A line is infinitely divisible, and each part of it also will have extension, even if our minds cannot imagine extremely short extensions. So just as a point is never reached by dividing a line, each part of time, no matter how small it is assumed to be, will have an extension, and an instant will never be reached by dividing time. Therefore, the composition of time by successive instants is no more than an illusion. The expression Ian Dar, which in ordinary language has the meaning of a long time, in philosophy means something like a container for immaterial things, as opposed to time zaman, which is taken to be a container for material things. In reality, eon in the sense of perpetuity indicates the lack of temporal extension of immaterial things. Likewise, the expression eternity sarmet is specific to the divine station, which indicates the transcendence of the sacred divine existence over the attributes of all created things. Likewise, these two expressions, dar and sarmet, are used in contrast to the relation of Warmata, and for this reason it is said that the relation of immaterial to material things is the eon dar, and the relation of divine station to created things is eternity sarmet. It is also said that God the Exalted has an eternal priority to kadam sarmati to all creatures, and that the immaterial things have a perpetual priority to kadam dari over material things. 3. The ancient philosophers, who considered time to be an implication of motion and accidents, took the substances of bodies, and even more certainly the substances of the celestial spheres, to be beyond the scope of time, although they believed in their perpetuity coextensive with time. However, regarding substantial motion and the influence of time and its passage on the essences of material existence, these material existence must be considered without exception to be temporal. Temporal priority and posteriority are particular to events which exist in time. They themselves will also have temporal extension. However, existents which are beyond the scope of time and which possess an existential permanence are unchanging and non-transient, and will not have a temporal priority or posteriority with relation to temporal things. Rather, in reality, their existence encompasses temporal things, and past, present, and future are equal in relation to them. For the same reason, it is said that events are scattered over the surface of time, and are collected in the container of perpetuity dar. Separate things in the container of time zanon are collected in the container of perpetuity dar. A fixed intermediary is one which is applied or fixed directly to an object, as opposed to an accidental intermediary which is applied indirectly to an object because of some accidental feature or association of the object with something else. Motion is a fixed intermediary between time and bodies if the body in motion is in direct relation to time. Otherwise, motion is an accidental intermediary and the relation of body to time is indirect and accidental. It must be noted that the fourth dimension in philosophical terminology is different from its meaning in the physics of Einstein's theory. Lesson 44. Kinds of substances. Theories about the kinds of substances. There are differences of opinion among philosophers about the kinds of material and immaterial substances. The Peripatetics divided substances into 5 types. 1. Intellectual substances are completely immaterial, and in addition to having no spatial or temporal dimensions by nature, they are not attached to any material or corporeal existence. It must be noted that the application of intellect to such existence is unrelated to intellect in the sense of the power which perceives universal concepts, and the employment of the term intellect regarding completely immaterial substances is a sort of homonymity, as is the employment of intellect by scholars of ethics in yet a third sense. The psychic substances are essentially immaterial, but are attached to bodies' corporeal existence, and without a body they have no possibility of coming about, although it is possible that after coming about their attachment to a body may be cut off, and after the death of the body they may persist. 3. Corporeal substances have spatial and temporal dimensions, and we sense their appearances in the form of accidents of color and shape, while we prove their existences by reason. The Peripatetics considered every corporeal substance to be composed of 2 other substances by the name of matter and form. Though matter or heila is also an indefinite substance without actuality according to the Peripatetics. It exists in all bodies, including the celestial spheres and the elements. However, the matter of each celestial sphere takes its own specific form, and for this reason, as they speculated, generation and corruption and tearing and mending are impossible for them. However, elemental matter takes different kinds of forms except for that of the celestial spheres, and in this regard the world of elements is the world of alterations and transformations, of generation and corruption. Form is the aspect of actuality for every corporeal existent and is the source of the particular effects of every kind of matter. There are various kinds of forms, and among them is the form of corporeality which exists in all corporeal substances and is inseparable from heila. There are other forms which also occur successively concomitant with the form of corporeality in the different types of corporeal things and are capable of change, transformation, generation, and corruption, such as the elemental forms, mineral forms, vegetable forms, and animal forms. On the other hand, Sheikh al-Ishraq denied the existence of heila as a substance without actuality as a part of corporeal substance. He took the form of corporeality to be the corporeal substance itself, and he accepted other elemental, mineral, and vegetable forms as accidents of corporeal substance. Of the 5 kinds of substances posited by the Peripatetics, he accepted only 3: intellectual substance, psychic substance, and corporeal substance. But he also attested to another kind of existence as an intermediary between the completely immaterial and the purely material by the name of immaterial phantoms, ashba mujarrada, or suspended formed suwar malako, which he later introduced in the terminology of more recent philosophers as imaginal mithali or intermediary barzakhi substance. Earlier it was mentioned that Berkeley denied the existence of corporeal substances and consequently matter and material forms. He believed that what we perceive as material things are really forms which God the Exalted has brought into existence in our psychic world, and that their realities are psychic realities, and that there exists no material world beyond the soul. It was also mentioned that Hume also considered psychic substance to be doubtful and announced that we can only decisively prove psychic phenomena accidents, for these are the only things which can be directly experienced. Corporeal substances. In Lesson 23 we proved the existence of a material reality, and it was explained that it is incorrect to imagine that the material world exists only in the psychic world and in the realm of man's perception. For by means of presentational knowledge man finds that he does not bring sensible forms into existence himself. Hence, there is no other alternative but that they are brought about by a cause external to him which somehow influences his sensory perceptions. The hypothesis that God the Exalted made these perceptual forms to appear in our souls without intermediary as was held by Berkeley is also an incorrect assumption, because the relations between an immaterial agent and all souls and all times and places are equal. Hence, the appearance of specific phenomena at a definite time without the mediation of preparatory agents and specific temporal and spatial conditions cannot take place. Although the entire world of being is the creation of God the Exalted, and He is the only one who gives being to existence, as will be explained in the proper place. Moreover, with the denial of the existence of matter, no room remains for the soul as a substance attached to matter, and it would have to be considered an intellectual substance and a completely immaterial thing, while completely immaterial things cannot be the objects of accidents or of alterations. It is to be concluded that the belief in a material world, in addition to being spontaneous urticazi and in a sense innate fitri, is also necessitated by rational proof. In this regard, some Western thinkers have proclaimed that what is provable about the material world is only those accidents which may be the objects of sense experience, and that corporeal substance is not provable. For example, when an apple is the object of sense perception, by means of the eyes we see its color and shape, we smell its fragrance, by touching it we perceive its smoothness, and by eating it, its taste. But there is no sense by which we perceive that there is something called the substance of apple, the locus of its accidents, in addition to the color, shape, smell, taste, and things like that. In retort to them it must be said that although we do not have a sense for perceiving substance, by reason itself we understand that objective existence are either accidents or substances, whereby accident is meant a state or attribute for something else, something that needs a subject to which the attribute applies, while a substance is something which does not need an objective subject of attribution. Hence, if that which relates to sense perceptions is an accident, inevitably it will be in need of a substantial subject, and if it does not need a subject, then it itself will be a substance. In any case, there is no rational alternative to accepting the existence of material substance. However, it is another matter to identify objective substances and accidents which we presently have no intention to investigate. Psychic substances. In Lesson 13 we mentioned that presentational knowledge of the soul is the same as the existence of the soul itself, and that every human being possesses this knowledge to a greater or lesser extent. But this knowledge has degrees, and at the beginning a weak level occurs which correlates with the weakness of the existence of the soul. For this reason, it is not an object of awareness. Gradually, a weak awareness of it appears, but not to the extent that a clear mental interpretation of it may be formed. For this reason, it is confused with the body. The more the existence of the soul is perfected, and the level of its immateriality is raised, the more its awareness of itself will be increased until it reaches the point that it becomes clear that it is an immaterial substance which is independent of the body. However, such knowledge will be obtained by none but those who advance through levels of spiritual perfection. Therefore, the majority of people are in need of proof to obtain conscious knowledge of the immateriality of the soul. There are various ways to prove the immateriality of the soul, the examination of which merits an independent book of its own. Among them there are reasons given from dreams, the summoning of spirits, hypnotism, and likewise from the works of yogis, miracles of the friends of God Aulia, and such things. Some of their premises are established by reports for those who do not have direct information of such things, and in truth these sorts of reports are corroborated way beyond what is required for credibility. Another group of reasons makes use of premises which must be proven in the empirical sciences, especially psychology and biology, such as the premise that all organs and cells of the body are gradually replaced, and even the cells of the brain are altered as a result of dissolution and nourishment with fresh material, while the soul has a fixed individual existence which survives through dozens of years, and every man is aware of his own individual identity. Purely philosophical arguments for the immateriality of the soul are also divided into two groups. One group of arguments are those which are obtained by the analysis of ordinary knowledge by presence. The other group of arguments first establish the immateriality of psychic phenomena such as perception, will, and affection. Then they prove the immateriality of their subject, the soul. Since we will discuss the immateriality of the qualities of the soul in the future, especially the immateriality of knowledge and perception, Here we will content ourselves with some arguments which directly establish the immateriality of the soul. 2 proofs for the immateriality of the soul. What? Ibn Sina, in his Isharat, presents an argument for the immateriality of the soul that may be summarized as follows. If one is placed in an environment in which his attention is not distracted by external things, and the condition of his body is such that he does not notice it, that is, he does not suffer from hunger, thirst, cold, heat, pain or any other discomfort, and even the weather is completely still so that the blowing of the wind does not attract his attention, and in the words of Ibn Sina, there is balmy weather. In such a situation, if one focuses one's attention on oneself, that is, on the eye, the perceiver, so that one has no attention on anything corporal, he will find his soul, while he will not find any of his bodily organs. What he finds is different from what he does not find, and hence the soul is other than the material body. This argument, as we have considered it, is an aid to enable the mind to have a correct interpretation of presentational knowledge of the soul. The conditions mentioned by Ibn Sina are really a guide for the common man to be able to focus his attention so that material factors do not attract his attention to the body and things related to it. It was previously indicated that those who are advanced in the stages of spiritual perfection are able to turn their own attention completely toward the soul and to observe the reality of it. But the common man must observe such conditions in order to divert his attention from material things to some extent. Another argument for the immateriality of the soul is that when we pay precise attention to our own existence, the eye, the perceiver, we see that the existence of I is a simple indivisible thing. For example, it cannot be divided into 2 half-eyes, while the most fundamental characteristic of body is divisibility, as was explained in Lesson 41. However, such a characteristic cannot be found in the soul, and it is not subject to the body in being divisible. So, there is no other alternative but its immateriality. The most that can be said is that the soul is attached to the body and has a special existential relation to it, so that it influences the body as the body moves with the will of the soul, and it is affected by the body as it suffers hunger and thirst and is influenced by and influences the body in many other ways that must be taken up in discussions of the mind-body problem. Lesson 45. Continuation of the discussion of the kinds of substance. Intellectual substance. The ancient philosophers took quite tortuous routes to establish the existence of intellectual substance. For example, they all resorted to the principle of the unit, i.e. the unity of the effect given the unity of its direct cause in order to prove the existence of the first intellect, which is the most simple and most perfect of the contingent existence. On the other hand, they introduced the active intellect as the proximate agent of the elemental world, i.e. the sublunary world, and they also presented it as that which emanates the intellectual concepts to man and to his treasury of intelligibles, and they mention various different ways to prove its existence. Also, to prove the existence of the tenfold vertical intellect, they sought the assistance of the hypothesis of 9 celestial spheres. They imagined that the 9 intellects were to be obtained as the proximate causes for the 9 celestial spheres, and they also imagined these intellects to be ends of the motions subject to the volitions of the souls of the seers. These 9 intellects together with the active intellect were taken to compose the 10 intellects. Likewise, the philosophers, in order to establish the existence of the world of the intellects, and especially the illuminationists, Ishraqiyan, in order to establish the existence of the horizontal intellects, i.e. the Platonic forms, relied upon the doctrine of the nobler contingent, and they formulated various reasons for the validity of this doctrine. But this is not the occasion for a review and criticism of their explanations and arguments. However, by focusing on the fundamentality of existence, the graduated levels of existence, and the reality of the causal relation, which are established in the philosophy of Sadr al-Mutalhin, there emerges a simpler and at the same time more certain way to prove that there is a world of intellects which can be considered to be a new explanation of the doctrine of the nobler contingent. Hence, first we will explain something about the above-mentioned doctrine, and then we shall describe the conclusions for the present discussion which may be drawn from it. The doctrine of the nobler contingent. The purport of this doctrine is that if we consider 2 contingent existence, one of which is nobler than the other, the nobler one must occur at a level prior to that of the less noble one, and the nobler must be the cause of the less noble. So, if the nobler is not known to us, we can discover it by means of the existence of the less noble. The way this doctrine is used in the present discussion is as follows. Intellectual substance is nobler than other substances. So, according to this doctrine, it must occur at a level prior to that of the others, so that there will be a means for their existences. Hence, the existence of other substances is a means to discover the existence of that which is at a prior level to them. This doctrine came to be especially favored since the time of Sheikh al-Ishraq, and the following proof was used to establish it. If the nobler existent does not exist at a prior level to the less noble, then it must be at the same level, a lower level, or not existing at all. If it existed at the same level as, for example, if intellectual substance together with corporeal substance were produced by the first cause, then the principle of the unit would be violated. If the nobler existed at a posterior level as, for example, if intellectual substance came into existence after corporeal substance, and corporeal substance were a means for the production of intellectual substance, this would imply that the existence of the cause were baser than the existence of its effect. If it never came into existence at all, this would mean that something which has the capability to cause the nobler has no existence, that is, that the first cause would also lack the capability to create it. So, the only correct assumption is that the nobler existent exists at a level prior to the less noble and is a means for its production. Later, this argument, which rests on the doctrine of the unit, was challenged and criticized by some, and defended by others, such as Mir Damad, who offered other arguments in its defense as well, the review of which is not appropriate here. As we indicated, however, this doctrine may be more firmly established on the basis of the principles of the philosophy of Sadr al-Mutalihin, as follows. The causal relation between a cause and its effect is an essential and unalterable relation, that is, the existence of the effect is essentially dependent on the existence of the efficient cause, and it is impossible that the positions of cause and effect should be changed so that the existence of the cause should be dependent on the existence of the effect. So, it is impossible that an effect should be produced by something on which it is not dependent. The causal relation is also a necessary relation, and it is impossible for the existential dependency of the effect on the cause to vanish, so that the effect could occur without the cause. Hence, the possibility of being an effect is equal to its necessity. In other words, the causal relation between two existents can never be considered to be merely possible and can cause the negation of the necessity of the terms of the relation, so that it is possible for one of the two existents both to be and not to be an effect of the other with neither of them being necessary. So, if it is not impossible for one thing to be the effect of another, it will be necessary for it to be the effect of the other, and without the other it would not come into existence. On the other hand, in the discussions of cause and effect, it was established that the criterion for being an effect is weakness of existence. Therefore, this supposition will be necessary wherever a more perfect and more powerful existent can be supposed, so that the weaker existent may be considered to radiate from its existence, not being independent of it. By attending to these two premises, the above-mentioned doctrine may be obtained as follows. If we suppose that there are a number of existents each of which is more powerful than another, so that the former may be considered the cause of the existence of the latter, in other words, if a special gradation is posited among them, then each of the more powerful existents will be at a prior level to the weaker existence, and necessarily will be the cause in relation to them, until one arrives at an existent for which it is impossible to suppose a more perfect one, and which cannot possibly be the effect of any of the other existents. According to this doctrine, the existence of intellectual substance, which is more perfect than other substances and can be the cause for their existences, is established. This will be an intermediary between the level of infinite intensity of existence, i.e., God, the exalted, and the lower levels of existence. On this basis, the existence of horizontal intellects may also be established. That is, one can suppose a number of intellectual substances, none of which is the cause of another of them, but each of which is the cause for a species of lower existence and merely possesses the perfection of that very species in a more perfect and simpler form. Several points must be observed. One is that horizontal intellects will be the effects of one or several intellects more perfect than they, for an intellect may be supposed which possesses the perfections of all of them, and which stands in the chain of their causes. Earlier it was mentioned that the possibility of being a cause is equal to its necessity. The second point is that none of the horizontal intellects will have a whatness common with the species of existence from which it is produced, for the abstraction of a whatness of a single species from different levels of existence is impossible. Even two intellectual substances which are taken to be vertically related so that one is the cause of the other will not have a single whatness. The third point is that this doctrine is not capable of establishing the number of intellects, and there is no way to prove how many intermediaries exist between the first intellect and the horizontal intellects, since the hypothesis of there being 10 intellects is based on the hypothesis of there being 9 celestial spheres. With the invalidity of the latter, the former also becomes invalid. Imaginal substance. As was mentioned in the previous lesson, the Illuminationists proved the existence of another world called the world of immaterial phantoms Ashba Mujarrada, or of suspended forms Suwar Malaka, which is an intermediary between the intellectual world and the corporeal world, and in this regard, in the language of the later philosophers, this was called the world of the Isthmus Barzakh, or the imaginal world Alami Mithil. Probably the Illuminationists either were inspired to use this term by the mystics Urafa, or they themselves found it through mystical disclosures. In religious texts some topics may be found, especially about the world of the Isthmus in the questions of Nakir and Munkar 1 and the like, which can be explained by means of the imaginal world. It is necessary to note that Sheikh al-Ishraq does not use the term Isthmus Barzakh for the imaginal world of forms, but applies this term to the material world. It is also to be mentioned that the expression mythal image or form is used for this world in a sense different from the Platonic forms, for the latter are completely immaterial and a kind of intellectual substance, while imaginal substances are another kind of existence unlike intellectual substances, which are completely lacking in corporeal attributes and limits, and are unlike corporeal substances, which are divisible and possess location. Rather, they are of the kind of imaginal forms which are drawn in the minds of men. For example, in order to have them in the imagination, one must bring into existence 2 smaller forms in the mind. Not that a larger form is to be divided into 2 halves. Likewise, it must be kept in mind that expressions such as phantoms regarding this world are not used in the sense that the entities of this world are faint forms of corporeal existence, nor that they are weaker in the level of their existence than bodies. Rather, this expression shows that there exist fixed and unchangeable forms in that world, which are not only no less weak than material entities, but are considered to be more powerful than them. Sheikh al-Ishraq considered the forms which are seen in a mirror to be sorts of abstract phantoms, and he also related jinnis and the forms which are seen in dreams to this world. Furthermore, he held that sensory perception is also the observation of imaginal forms which exist in this world. However, Sadr al-Mutalihin held that sensory perception is related to the imaginal plane of the soul, as will be explained in the appropriate place. As for the forms which are seen in a mirror, they are brought into existence by the reflection of light and have no relation to the imaginal world. Likewise, according to the exoteric meaning of the Quran and Sunnah, the jinnis are subtle corporeal existence, which in the words of the noble Quran are created of fire and have corporeal characteristics and are even like man in having responsibilities, rewards and punishments, although because of their subtlety, ordinary people cannot sense them. In any case, the existence of immaterial phantoms is undeniable, and in the sacred traditions one comes across expressions like phantoms Ashba and shadows Adal, which are comparable to immaterial phantoms. There are few people who have taken a few steps down the road of spiritual wayfaring who have not observed these sorts of existence. However, it is not very easy to establish their existence by means of rational proof. Some philosophers have attempted to prove the existence of this world by employing the doctrine of the noble contingent, while Sadr al-Mutalihin took advantage of another doctrine, which he himself founded, called the doctrine of the Baser contingent Imkani Akas. However, The difficulty here is that one cannot definitively prove that there is a specific gradation from intellectual substance to imaginal substance to corporeal substance, so that one may consider the corporeal world to radiate from the imaginal world and the latter to be an intermediary for the creation of the material world. At the most, one may say that immaterial substance may be considered as the source for the sensory and imaginary forms which occur in the souls of men. That is, the immaterial substances may emanate these forms while they lack intellectual levels. In this way, on the basis of the doctrine of the nobler contingent, their existence is established. It may be concluded that the most plausible way to establish the existence of imaginal substance is through mystical disclosures and the words of the infallibles. Peace and salutations to all of them. At the end of these discussions, it is to be noted that the division of existence into the material and immaterial is a rational division which is comprehensive and exclusive. However, the confinement of the immaterial worlds to the intellectual, psychic, and imaginal is not a rational, comprehensive, and exclusive division. The addition of the imaginal world of the illuminationists to the other worlds shows that it is not rational to suppose that one or more other worlds exist of whose characteristics we are unaware. What? Nakir and Munkar are the names of the two angels who interrogate a person immediately following his death and burial about his religious beliefs. Lesson 46. Matter and form. Views of the philosophers on matter and form. We have thus far taken up the discussion of 3 kinds of immaterial substance and 1 kind of material substance, and we have established their existence. However, we previously reported that the Aristotelians held that corporeal substances are composed of 2 other substances called matter and form, the former being the aspect of the potentiality of bodies and the latter being the aspect of the actuality of bodies. We shall now review this theory. Before anything, we must bear in mind that matter, in the sense of the ground for the appearance of a new existence and that which receives its actuality, is accepted by nearly all philosophers as, for example, water is said to be the matter for steam, soil for plants and animals, and grains and pits for their plants. An existent which is the matter for other existence but which does not itself appear from some prior matter, in technical terms, is said to possess original existence wuja ibe and to be without need of a material cause, and it is called the matter of matters madat al-mawad or prime matter hayla ula. The difference of opinion between the Aristotelians and others is over whether prime matter is a substance possessing actuality which can be considered a kind of corporeal substance, or is a pure potentiality without any kind of actuality whose only property is the ability to accept corporeal forms. The opinion of the Aristotelians is the latter, and this was also accepted by most of the great Islamic philosophers, including Farabi, Ibn Sina, and Mir Damad. In many instances, Sadr al-Mu'tazili had followed the same line, but in some cases, he called Hayla a privative thing Amr Adami, and in some cases, he referred to it as a shadow which the intellect considers for corporeal existence, but which does not have true existence, as the concept of shadow is abstracted from weak luminescence and have no existence beyond that of light. 1. There are also some scholars who consider it incorrect to attribute the above-mentioned position to Aristotle. 2. On the assumption of the existence of prime matter as a substance lacking actuality, it would seem inappropriate to consider matter and form alongside bodies all equivalently as kinds of substances. Perhaps it would be better if matter and form were considered to be 2 kinds of material substances, with the explanation that prime matter is inseparable from corporeal form, and that the combination of them is called body. The main problem is that the existence of a substance which essentially lacks any kind of actuality cannot be established, and it seems that, with regard to this problem, the correct position is that of Sheikh al-Ishraq, Al-Amatusi, and other philosophers who have denied the existence of this sort of substance. With the denial of prime matter as a substance lacking any sort of actuality, no room remains for establishing the existence of another sort of substance which is the first form for prime matter and that which grants it actuality. For according to this view, which is attributed to the Platonists, the first matter is a substance possessing actuality, but which is not composed of matter and form. However, new forms occur in it either alternatively or simultaneously, such that a specific elemental form appears in it, and with its removal, it is replaced by another elemental form. However, the elemental form comes into existence simultaneously with the mineral form or vegetable form, and altogether they are incarnated in the substance of the body, that is, their parts correspond precisely to one another. However, through all these alterations, the body always remains as a substance which possesses actuality, despite the denials by some philosophers that the new forms are substances. These philosophers only accept them as accidents for the body, given the denial of matter without actuality, and the acceptance of the forms of species as kinds of substance. Corporeal substances may be divided into two general kinds. One is that of a substance which does not need a location at which to be incarnated, and this is the same as body. The other is a substance which needs another substance to be incarnated in it and impressed in it, and this substance is the form of a species, such as the elemental, mineral, and vegetable forms. However, with the denial that these sorts of forms are substances, the corporeal and material substances will be confined to bodies. This seems to indicate the difference between primary and secondary substances in Aristotle. The primary substances are not incarnated. Only the secondary ones are. An argument for the Aristotelian theory. The Aristotelians, who believe in prime matter as substance devoid of actuality, have offered for their position two arguments which were originally close to one another. One of these is called the proof from potentiality and actuality, and the other is called the proof from union and separation. They may be summarized as follows. There are transformations in bodies which are unions and separations, as well as substantial and accidental changes. For example, a continuous unified body may be transformed into two separate bodies. Water changes into steam. The seed of a tree changes into a tree. Without a doubt, these various changes do not take place in such a way that the first substance is completely obliterated and one or more other existents are brought into existence from pure nothingness. Rather, certainly something from the prior existent remains in the later existent. However, that which remains is not the form and actuality of the prior existent. Hence, there is no other alternative but that another substance exists in them which preserve the existential relation between them. This in itself essentially and necessarily must have no actuality, and for this reason, it accepts various sorts of actuality. In this way, it is established that there is a substance which has no actuality, and which is characterized by the acceptance of forms, and, in philosophical terms, it is called perpotentiality. In other words, every corporeal existent possesses two aspects. One is the aspect of actuality and the possession of properties, and the other is the aspect of potentiality and privation in relation to future actualities. These two aspects are different from each other, and so every corporeal existent is composed of two different objective things. And since it is not possible for the existence of a substance to be composed of two accidents or of a substance and an accident, there is no other choice but that they must be composed of two substantial parts, one which is the aspect of actuality, and the other the aspect of potentiality. This argument can also be put in the following form, or the following may be considered as another argument. It is possible for all bodies to change into another kind of body, such as the change of one element into another or the transformation of one or more elements into minerals, vegetables, or animals, potentiality and actuality. Likewise, all bodies have the possibility to be changed into two or several other bodies of the same kind, union and separation. This possibility for change and transformation is a kind of quality which is called the quality of preparedness, kayfiyat istidadi, or possibility of preparedness in kan istidadi. This is capable of intensity and weakness, perfection and deficiency, at the preparedness of a fetus to change into an existence which possesses a spirit is greater than that of a zygote. This accident needs a substantial subject which cannot be considered to be a substance possessing actuality, since this substance has to have the possibility for the appearance of this quality, and the supposed possibility will be another quality dependent on a third possibility, and likewise to infinity. This implies that in order for any existent to be transformed into another, and for the appearance of every new substance or accident, infinity of accidents must occur, each of which has temporal priority to another. Hence, it is inevitable that these accidents must be borne by a substance which is the potentiality, possibility, and preparedness itself, and which has no sort of actuality at all. The mentioned arguments are not firm enough, and all of them are more or less controversial. However, since the pivotal concept in all of them is the concept of change, we would do well to provide a brief explanation of it, although a more detailed discussion will come under the topics of change and motion. 3. Change and transformation may be imagined in a number of forms. Of those relevant to this topic, the following are the most important. Accidental change, such as the change of the color of an apple from green to yellow and from yellow to red. It must be noted that according to philosophers such as Sheikh al-Ishraq, changes of species are of this sort, for they considered specific forms to be accidents. Likewise, according to modern physicists, the change of water into steam and vice versa are sorts of gathering together and separating of molecules, not a sort of substantial change. 2. The appearance of a new substantial form in matter, such as the appearance of vegetable form in soil, according to the position of the Aristotelians who consider specific forms to be substances. 3. The obliteration of a temporally contingent substantial form from matter, such as the change from vegetable to soil, according to the Aristotelians. 4. The obliteration of a previous substantial form and the appearance of another substantial form, such as the change of an element into another element, according to the Aristotelians. 5. The substantial attachment of an immaterial thing to matter without being incarnated in it, for incarnation is characteristic of matter, such as the attachment of spirit to body. 6. The cutting off of the above-mentioned attachment, such as the death of an animal or man. By attending to the above classification, the weakness of the first argument becomes clear, for if change is related to accidents of the body, corporeal substance will be preserved with its actuality, and there will be no need for the assumption of a substance without actuality. Likewise, if there is a sort of attachment of the soul to the body, or its detachment, the fifth or sixth cases, the substance of the body with its own actuality remains. Also in the second and third cases, in which a new substantial form is incarnated in a body or is separated from it, the previous substance is preserved. It is only in the fourth case that it is conceivable that with the obliteration of the previous form, a substance possessing actuality does not remain. Hence, the thing which is in common between them is a substance which lacks actuality. But we must remember that according to the philosophers, the corporeal form is never corrupted or obliterated, and if the existence of prime matter were also established, it would persist along with the corporeal form regardless of substantial motion, which will be discussed in its own place. With regard to this point, a question that may be posed is, what rational objections would arise if body is considered a simple substance, i.e. not composed of matter and form in which another form is incarnated or from which another form is detached? Perhaps the second explanation may be considered as the answer to this question, that is, body with its own actuality cannot take a new form, but it must possess another part whose essential property is receptivity and essentially requires no actuality. The second explanation is based on the notion that the aspects of potentiality and actuality are two identified aspects, each of which has specific objective instances. Since the existence of a body cannot be considered to be composed of two accidents or one substance and one accident, there is no other choice but that they must be considered to be composed of two substances instead of these two aspects. This notion is debatable, for the concepts of actuality and potentiality, like other fundamental philosophical concepts, are secondary philosophical intelligibles which are abstracted by the intellect with a specific attention. 4. In other words, when we take two corporeal things into consideration, one of which lacks the other as the seed of a tree lacks the fruit of the tree, but which can come to possess it, then the concept of potentiality or receptivity is related to the first existent, and when it comes to possess the other, the concept of actuality is abstracted from it. Hence, these concepts are abstracted concepts which are attained by the comparison of two things, and they do not have identified instances. There is no reason to consider the aspects of potentiality or receptivity to be identified things on the basis of which the existence of a substance or even an accident may be established, the whatness of which is the whatness of potentiality and receptivity. Likewise, the establishment of the causal relation among existents does not require that there be an existent whose whatness is being a cause or being an effect. This is another example of how first and second intelligibles are confused. It is to be concluded that when a corporeal substance is compared to another substance or to an accident which is capable of being incarnated in it, it is called potential bilqua in relation to this incarnation, but this does not mean that it possesses an objective part called potentiality. Secondly, the second premise may be disputed, for it is possible that one may consider the objective existence of a body not its whatness to be composed of substance and a number of accidents, especially according to the position of those who consider accidents to be aspects and levels of the existence of substance. Hence, supposing that each of the two aspects of potentiality and actuality possess objective instances, one can consider the instance of the aspect of actuality to be corporeal substance and the instance of the aspect of potentiality to be one of its accidents. The third explanation also has two basic premises. One is that the possibility of preparedness is a kind of objective accident and is a whatish concept. The other is that the characterization unit of this accident requires potentiality and a prior possibility. And hence, in order to avoid an infinite regress, a substance should be posited which itself is the very potentiality, possibility, and preparedness. This explanation is also flawed, for, first of all, preparedness is an abstracted concept which cannot have identified instances. For example, to say that the seed of a tree has the preparedness to turn into a tree means that the seed of the tree has the preparedness for turning into a tree, and if water and warmth and the other necessary conditions obtain, gradually it will develop and roots, leaves and branches will appear. So that which is identified is the seed, water, warmth, etc., but there is no additional identified existent by the name of preparedness, and consequently, preparedness cannot be considered a kind of objective accident. Secondly, on the assumption that preparedness is an identified quality, one may consider the first preparedness to be the effect of corporeal substance. In this way, infinite regress may be avoided without need for positing a substantial potentiality matter lacking actuality. There is another problem with this position, which will not be mentioned in order to avoid prolonging the discussion. We merely indicate that being an existent corresponds to being actual, and moreover, they are in truth the same. Hence, basically, the supposition that an existent lacks actuality seems to be incorrect. The assumption that matter obtains actuality only in the shadow of the form is not coherent with the essential property attributed to matter of lacking actuality and being pure potentiality. Perhaps it will be said that the pure potentiality of matter is like the essential possibility of every whatness which is inseparable from it. At the same time, in the shadow of causality, it becomes necessary by another. However, it must be noted that the essential possibility of a whatness is a purely intellectual attribute which has no objective instances, as whatness itself is a respectival concept. But in the case of matter, it is assumed that this is an objective substance whose existence is pure potentiality. Perhaps it is for this reason that Sadr al-Mutalihin called prime matter an intellectual and privative thing amra akli wa adami. Take note. What? Thaf Asfar Dhal 5 p. 146 and Mab the Wa Mad p. 265. Thaf Abu al-Bayrakat Mutabar Vol 3 p. 203. Thaf Lesson 51. Thor Thaf Lesson 52. Lesson 47. Accidents. Views of philosophers about accidents. As was previously indicated, it is well known among philosophers that substance is a highest genus, and it is a specific category which has various species. However, accident is not a specific category, but is a general concept abstracted from 9 categories, and the predication of it to each of them is accidental, not essential. In contrast to this position, three other positions may be indicated. One is the position of Mir Damad, who considered accident, like substance, to be a category and a highest genus, and those which others take to be accidental categories he considered to be species of accidents. Another position is that the categories are substance, quantity, quality, and relation, and other accidental categories, according to this position, are considered to be kinds of relations. Finally, the position of Sheikh al-Ishraq Suhrawardi is that the categories consist of the forementioned above in addition to motion. 1. It seems that, first of all, substance and accident are types of secondary philosophical intelligibles, none of which can be considered a highest genus and whattish category. Secondly, as has been proclaimed by Sadr al-Mutalahin, motion is an ontological concept and is neither itself a category, nor is it included in any whattish category. Thirdly, many things which are called objective accidents and are taken to be categories or types of categories, including all of the 7 relational categories, are abstracted concepts, and none of them are objective accidents to be considered as independent whattish categories or types of categories. It is clear that the presentation, criticism, and review of all of these positions require more detailed discussion, which is not very useful. For this reason, a short discussion will suffice for this topic. Quantity. The category of quantity may be defined in this way. It is an accident which is essentially capable of being divided, and the modifier essentially is used in order to exclude from the definition divisions of other categories, because their divisions are obtained subordinate to the divisions of quantity. Quantity may be generally divided into 2 kinds: continuous, i.e. geometrical quantity, and discrete, i.e. number, each of which includes different kinds which are discussed in the 2 sciences of geometry and arithmetic. It should be noted that the philosophers consider the first number to be 2, which is divisible into 2 units. 1 is considered to be the source of the numbers, although it is not held to be a kind of number. It seems that it can easily be accepted that number is not a whattish concept, and that in the external world there is nothing by the name of number, but only things which have the attributes of being unities or pluralities numbered. For example, when an individual person is located somewhere, nothing is brought into existence called unity over and above his own existence. However, attending to the fact that there is no one beside him, the concept of a unit will be abstracted from him. Likewise, when another individual is located beside him, the second individual is also a unit, but we consider them together and relate the concept of 2 to them, although there is no objective accident between them by the name of the number 2. By the way, how can a single accident, the number 2, subsist in 2 subjects? Take note. And also, when a third individual sits beside the other 2, the number 3 is abstracted from the set of them. However, it is not the case that an identified accident called 2 has been destroyed and that another one called 3 has been brought into existence. In this very same situation, we can consider the first 2 individuals and relate the number 2 to them, as we can consider one of them along with the newly entered individual and call them 2 persons. Further evidence that the concept of number is respectival at Bari is that it is an accident of the numbers themselves, their fractions, and sets, and if number were something identified, an infinite number would occur in limited subjects. Likewise, number is equally related to immaterial and material things, to the real and to the fictitious. Are we to consider number to be an immaterial accident when related to immaterial things and a material accident when related to material things? Are we to consider number to be real when it is related to real things, and consider it respectival when the same number is predicated to a respectival thing? Or are we to allow that something respectival have a real identified attribute, an accident? Regarding continuous quantities, as was made clear in the discussions of time and space, they are aspects of the existence of bodies, and they have no existence apart from the existence of bodies. In technical terms, composite making, jaltalafi, and independent creation do not apply to them, even if the mind is able to consider them as independent whatnesses. Considering this point, There is a sense in which they can be taken to be accidents of bodies, but accidents whose existence is the very existence of the body, and all of their whatnesses exist by one existence. In other words, the existence of these kinds of accidents is an aspect of the existence of substances. Relational categories. Among the 10 categories, there are 7 each of which is regarded as possessing some kind of relation, and for this reason they are called the relational categories, and some philosophers have taken them to be species of the category of relation Misbah or Idhafa. The relational categories are as follows. 1. The category of relation Idhafa, which is obtained from the occurrence of a relation between two existents and is divided into those which have similar terms and those which have opposite terms. The former kind is like the relation being the brother of which holds between two brothers, or the relation of simultaneity between two things which exist at one time. The latter kind is like the relation of a father to his child, or the relation of priority and posteriority between two parts of time, or two phenomena which come into existence at two times. 2. The category of Wa'ain, which is obtained from the relation between a material thing and its location. 3. The category of Wanmata, which is obtained from the relation between a material existent and its time. 4. The category of position Wad, which is obtained from the relation among the parts of a thing to each other, considering their directions, such as the condition of standing, a posture in which the parts of the body are located over one another so that the head is on top, or the condition of reclining, which is abstracted from the location of the parts of the body next to one another in a horizontal form. 5. The category of possession Jidda or milk, which is obtained from the relation of one thing to another which more or less encompasses it, like the condition of the body being covered by its clothes, or the head being covered by a hat. The category of activity in Yaful, which describes the gradual influence of a material agent on the matter acted upon, such as the sun which gradually warms water. The category of passivity in Yanfil, which describes passive matter which is gradually affected by a material agent, such as water which is gradually warmed by the sun. It should be noted that all of these categories, except for that of relation, are specific to material things, since they possess time and place, and the relations between parts and considerations of direction are conceivable only for bodies. Likewise, the encompassing of clothing and the like is also peculiar to material existence. Also, gradual affecting and being affected by occur only among material things. However, the category of relation is common between material and immaterial things. Examples of it can be found among material things, such as the relation of above and below between two stories of a building, and relation can be found to hold between immaterial things, such as the divine eternal priority to Kadam Sarmati to other immaterial things, and the temporal simultaneity among the intellects. Likewise, one can consider one term of a relation to be an immaterial existent and the other term to be immaterial existent, such as the ontological priority of an immaterial cause to its material effect. It seems that none of these are primary intelligible whatish concepts. The best reason for this is that relating one existent to another depends on one who relates them, who compares them with one another, and a concept dependent on comparing and relating cannot describe a thing which is entified and independent of mental respects. For example, the relation between two brothers, or the relation between a father and his children, is not an entified thing which exists between the related terms. Rather, by considering two individuals who have come into existence by means of one father and mother, and who share this respect, the mind abstracts a relation with similar terms called brotherhood. Considering that the father is the preparatory cause for the appearance of his child and not the reverse, the mind abstracts a relation with opposite terms called fatherhood. It is not the case that with the birth of a child another entified thing comes about called the relation of fatherhood, and that after the birth of a second child yet another objective thing called brotherhood appears between the two children. Likewise, the concepts of greater and smaller, closer and farther, equality and simultaneity, etc. are all concepts which are obtained by comparison, and none of them has a entified instance, although each of them has a specific source of abstraction, and one cannot attribute relational concepts in an arbitrary manner. Among the evidence for the respectival nature of relation is that, on the one hand, it is applied to the relation between God Almighty and His creatures, while on the other hand, it can hold between two non-identified things, between an existent and a non-existent, and even between two impossible objects. It is clear that God Almighty cannot be the subject of any accident, and likewise, a non-identified thing and a non-existent cannot be characterized by identified objective properties. By examining other relational categories, it becomes clear that, except for the two terms of the relation, which are the source of abstraction for these concepts, there is no other identified object in existence by the name of the objective relation, let alone that a certain configuration should appear in the subject due to the influence of the relation. The attribution idisaf of these concepts to objective things is no reason for their existence as identified objects, as is the case with regard to all secondary philosophical intelligibles. 1. Dref Suravardi Talwahat P. 11. Lesson 48. Quality. The category of quality. Every human being finds various mental states within himself through knowledge by presence, such as the states of joy and sorrow, fear and hope, pleasure and pain, attraction and repulsion, love and enmity, etc. Likewise, he perceives some corporeal attributes through his own external senses, which are often changeable, such as colors, tastes, smells, sounds, etc. Philosophers have included all of these psychic and corporeal states and attributes in a universal concept and have called it quality, which they have taken as a genus for all of them, and defined as follows. Quality is an accident which is essentially incapable of division and does not include the meaning of relation. In actuality, they have introduced it as the negation of the features of quantity and relational categories. It appears that, disregarding disputes which generally occur about the Aristotelian system of genus and difference, quality must not be taken to be a part of the whatnesses of these various material and immaterial accidents. Rather, they should be considered general abstracted concepts, such as state, configuration hayat, and accident, which are applied in the form of accidental predication to a number of things which in reality differ. In any case, among the categories of accidents, those which may be considered definitely and certainly to be objective accidents which possess identified objects are in the category of quality, some of whose instances are perceived through infallible knowledge by presence. On a basis of induction, philosophers have divided quality into four types: psychic qualities, sensory qualities, qualities specific to quantity, and dispositional qualities. Psychic qualities. A psychic quality kaif nafsai is an immaterial accident which only applies to psychic substances jawhir nafsani. Until now, no precise and complete table of its kind has been obtained. Philosophers consider knowledge, power, will, aversion, pleasure, pain, passive states, and mental habits and proficiencies to be among the psychic qualities. They have had discussions about them which have been related for the most part to philosophical psychology, the science of the soul ilm al-nafs. As has been indicated, the most certain of all the kinds of qualities are psychic qualities with which one becomes acquainted through knowledge by presence and inner experience. Even the likes of Hume, who has raised doubts about many certainties, has considered the existence of this group of qualities to be certain and undeniable. Among the types of psychic quality, that which has the greatest relevance to philosophical discussions is knowledge, and for this reason there will be an independent discussion of this. After knowledge, will, power, and freedom are considered, which were discussed in Lesson 38, and more explanations pertaining to them will be found in the discussions of the attributes of God Almighty. Sensible qualities. By sensible qualities are meant those material qualities which are perceived through the external senses and sensory organs, on the basis of a view which was accepted in ancient natural science, according to which the external senses are of 5 kinds. Philosophers have divided the sensory qualities into 5 groups: color and light as visible qualities, sounds as audible qualities, tastes as gustatory qualities, smells as olfactory qualities, and cold, hot, rough, and soft as tactile qualities. But in modern psychology, It has been proven that there are other senses in addition to the 5 well-known senses which must be taken into consideration when classifying the sensory qualities. The proof of the existence of sensible qualities outside the realm of perception is not as easy as proving psychic qualities, for knowledge by presence does not apply to them. The question may be raised as to whether what we perceive as states of material things exist in the same way in the context of the external world, or whether the soul is capable of perceiving these things within itself as a result of a chain of physical, chemical, and physiological actions and reactions, while they themselves cannot be proven to exist in the material world. In order to provide a correct answer to this question, one must make use of arguments whose premises are drawn from the empirical sciences. The definitive establishment of these sorts of premises depends on the progress of the relevant sciences. For example, the whatness of energy and the relation between matter and energy are not yet known with certainty, and for this reason a definitive philosophical analysis cannot be provided for them. The ancient philosophers did not hold that light and heat had any reality apart from the states and accidents which are perceived by the sensory organs, and in this respect they considered them to be essentially simple and unanalyzable. However, on the basis of some views in modern physics, they must be considered to be material substances, and however much they are called energy as opposed to matter in the terminology of physics, since it is believed that matter comes into existence through the concentration of energy and turns into energy through decomposition and radiation, from a philosophical perspective, energy must be considered a kind of body. It is impossible for a body to be composed of something other than bodies or to change through decomposition into something other than extended substance, i.e. body. The issue is not settled with this, and with further attention it becomes clear that what is perceived directly is not the substance of light and heat, but an attribute of luminosity and heat. Here the previous question may be repeated as to whether the sensible qualities exist in the external world in the same way that they are reflected in the realm of perception. Qualities specific to quantities. Philosophers have also named another group of qualities as qualities specific to quantities. One group of them, such as oddness and evenness, are attributes of number. Another group, such as straightness and curvature, are attributes of geometrical subjects. Apparently, the reason these qualities are considered to be an independent group and not sensible qualities is that they are not perceived directly by the senses. The attributes of numbers cannot be considered to be real things and objective accidents, given that number itself is respectively a bari and lacks an object in the external world. However, the attributes of geometrical subjects, such as the straightness and curvature of a line, or the flatness, concavity, and convexity of a plane are abstracted concepts, abstracted from the mode of existence of bodies by several intermediaries. This is especially so, given that line and plane themselves are negative limits adami of bodies without any real existence of their own, which the human mind loosely considers to be whatnesses existing in the external world. Therefore, it is difficult to consider this group of qualities as objective accidents possessing identified objects. At most, they may be considered to be analytic accidents. Dispositional qualities. The fourth type of quality which philosophers have taken to be in the category of quality is that of dispositional quality and istidad, lit preparedness, which they have defined as follows: a quality by means of which the appearance of a specific phenomenon gains preponderance in a subject. Sometimes it is called dispositional contingency, opposed to other kinds of contingency, such as essential contingency in Kandati and occurrent contingency in Kanwukwi 1, because other meanings of contingency are secondary philosophical intelligibles and non-whattish concepts, contrary to dispositional contingency, which is taken to be a whatness belonging to the category of quality. The reason given for the identifiedness of dispositional qualities is that they have existential attributes such as proximity and remoteness and intensity and weakness. For example, the preparedness of a zygote to acquire a soul is remoter and weaker than the preparedness of a complete fetus. The preparedness of the seed of a tree to turn into a tree is more proximate and stronger than the preparedness of the soil. Its dispositional contingencies were also intellectual concepts. Like the other expressions involving contingency, they would not be subject to such attributions. In order to evaluate this reasoning, it is necessary to refer to the character of the acquaintance of the mind with the concept of disposition or preparedness and to relate it to some objective existence which have this attribute. With experience of changes in objective things, man acquires knowledge that the appearance of every identified phenomenon depends on the occurrence of specific conditions and the removal of certain obstacles, which usually takes place gradually. For example, the transformation of water into steam is conditional on a specific temperature which is gradually reached. The growth of a plant in a salty field is conditional on the removal of harmful minerals and the provision of useful minerals and the necessary water and heat, which do not appear all at once, noting the causal relation and the necessity for the occurrence of conditions requiring existence and non-existence. When we consider matter, i.e. the material cause of a phenomenon in relation to its given actuality, if all the necessary conditions are provided and all the obstacles are removed, then it will be completely prepared and ready for the reception of the new actuality. If even a few of the existential conditions do not obtain, or some of the obstacles are not removed, then the preparedness will be remote and weak. If only some of the conditions exist, or if most of the obstacles remain, then the preparedness of the matter will be very remote and weak. In conclusion, in a material thing which possesses the preparedness for taking on a new actuality, other than the occurrence of conditions and the removal of obstacles, no other identified thing by the name of preparedness obtains. Rather, preparedness or disposition is a rational concept which is abstracted from the occurrence of conditions and the removal of obstacles. Evidence for this is that this concept will not be abstracted until one compares the previous and present situations. In the case of dispositions, the application of expressions such as proximate and remote, intense and weak, perfect and imperfect and the like, is figurative and indicates the abundance and paucity of conditions and obstacles. What is interesting is that Sadr al-Mutalihin, despite following the views of other philosophers about substance, accident, and some other topics, and considering dispositional possibility as a type belonging to the category of quality, has at times confessed to the fact that the concept of preparedness is abstracted from the removal of obstacles and impediments. Among these is his statement in the Asfar where he says, "Dispositional possibility depends on the removal of obstacles and impediments, so that if they are all removed it will be called approximate potentiality qua qarib, and if they are imperfectly removed it will be called a remote potentiality qua bad. Likewise, in his Mabwa Mad 3 he is almost explicit that disposition is an abstracted concept and a secondary intelligible, and what is meant by saying that it has an objective existence is that it is attributed to objective things. Conclusions. From the discussions about substance and accident, the following conclusions have been reached. 1. The concepts of substance and accident are secondary philosophical intelligibles, not primary intelligibles or whatish concepts. Therefore, they should not be considered as genera of whatnesses or as whatnesses in themselves. 2. Immaterial substances include complete immaterial existence, i.e. vertical and horizontal intellects, psychic substances, and imaginal substances. Material substance is the same as corporeal substance, and if specific forms be considered substances, material substances will be divisible into two subdivisions, body and specific forms. 3. Among the concepts which are called accidental categories are psychic qualities and sensory qualities, which can be considered whatish concepts possessing identified objectivity. Continuous quantity, which includes geometrical quantities and time, must be considered an analytic accident which refers to dimensions of the existence of bodies. Also, qualities specific to quantity can be taken as analytic accidents. However, other types of accidents are intellectual and abstracted concepts which have no objective existence themselves as independent types of accidents, though they possess an objective source in external reality from which they are abstracted. 4. Of the 9 categories of accidents, 6 of them are specific to material things, were ein, when mata, position wad, possession jita, activity in yafil, and passivity in yamfil, and likewise continuous quantity and qualities specific to it, and sensible qualities. Discrete quantities, numbers, and relations are common between material and immaterial things. Psychic qualities are specific to immaterial psychic substances. Concepts common to material and immaterial things, discrete quantity and relation, are respectively body and abstracted things, and this very commonality between immaterial and material things is a sign of their not being unified. For a unitary whatness cannot be material at some times and immaterial at other times. Quantity is not a unitary whatness. Rather, it is a general concept which is applied to several whatnesses with different realities, some of which are specific to material things and others specific to immaterial things. Analytic abstractions such as continuous quantities and their qualities have no existence other than that of their subjects. These kinds of accidents must be considered as mere aspects of the existence of substance, which with their own subjects correspond to a simple positjal basis. Objective accidents, such as psychic qualities, have a special accidental existence, and the posit of them is composite jal talafi. Numbers and relational categories and dispositional qualities are intellectual concepts, and they have no real posits. Meanwhile, it has become known that if a concept has one of these signs, it will not be whattish, a being predicated of immaterial and material things equally, such as numbers. B being predicated of the concept itself, like the number 2, this may be predicated to 2 number 2s. C commonality between the necessary existent and contingent existence, such as relations. D inclusion of the meaning of relation, such as all relational categories. E changing with respect without an external change, such as above and below. What? Essential possibility imkandati is an intellectual characteristic for a whatness insofar as it essentially does not have a preponderance for existence or non-existence, and neither of these is necessary for it. Occurrent possibility imkan wukwi is another intellectual characteristic for a whatness insofar as its existence, in addition to being not essentially impossible, also does not imply any other impossibility. Dior, thef, as far, val, su, p. 376. 3. Malasadra, mabda, wa, ma'ad, p. 318-319. Lesson 49. The reality of knowledge. Introduction. Many issues, most of which have to do with epistemology, can be raised regarding knowledge, and in this book, as well. The most important of them were mentioned in the part on epistemology. However, other discussions of knowledge are also possible from an ontological perspective, and philosophers have mentioned these in various places in their philosophical discussions. Sadr al-Mutalihin has set discussions about knowledge as an independent topic. Among these discussions is that of the immateriality of knowledge and the knower, which is appropriate to discussion of the immaterial and material. And for this reason we mention it in this section, and following this, we take up the problem of the unity of the knower and the known. Regarding the ontology of knowledge, several questions may be raised, such as, what is the reality of knowledge, and whether all types of knowledge have a single whatness, or at the very least, whether they all belong to a single specific category, and whether all types of knowledge are immaterial or whether they are all material. Or are some of them immaterial and others material? In order to answer such questions, it is first necessary to take a glance at the types of knowledge, which were discussed to some extent in the part on epistemology. A review of the types of knowledge. Awareness of an existent is either obtained without the intermediary of a form or concept, in which case it is called presentational knowledge, or it occurs through the intermediary of a sensory or imaginary form, or through a rational or prehensive wami concept, in which case it is called acquired knowledge and is specific to souls attached to matter. A level of the existence of the soul called mind dihin is considered to be like a receptacle for acquired knowledge, and mind is said to have various levels and aspects. Some of its levels oversee others, so that the lower levels obtain judgments concerning external reality in relation to the mind, and another knowledge corresponding to this is then obtained, as discussed in Lesson 19. Human awareness of a single real state of affairs, nafs al-amr, is reflected in the mind in the form of a proposition, the simplest form of which is a predicative proposition, which in turn may be divided into simple existential propositions, halia basida, compound propositions, halia murakaba, and other sorts of propositions. In a predicative proposition, there are at least two mental concepts, one of which is the subject and the other the predicate, and man takes into consideration the relation between them and makes a judgment of establishment theou. But for affirmative propositions, kad mujaba, or of absence of establishment for negative propositions, although there are differences of opinion in this field which were indicated in Lesson 14. Judgment or assertion in technical terms is obtained when a person believes in the purport of the proposition, even if the belief is mere opinion. The belief of a person does not always correspond to reality, and sometimes one may have beliefs about which one is convinced and definite but which are contrary to reality, cases of which are called compound ignorance. Considering these points, acquired knowledge may be investigated along various lines, and each case may be discussed separately, but that which is usually taken up as a topic of discussion is the immateriality of perception, especially rational perception. The reality of knowledge by presence. In presentational knowledge, the essence of the known is present to the knower, and the knower perceives an identified existence, and this perceiving is not something external to the essence of the knower, but rather is an aspect of his existence, and is similar to the analytical accidents of a body which are considered to be aspects of its existence. In other words, just as extension is not something separate from the existence of a body, but is a concept which the mind obtains through its own analysis, so too, knowledge by presence does not have an existence separate from the existence of the knower. The concepts of knowledge and knower are obtained through mental analysis of the existence of the knower. An instance of it in the case of God Almighty is His sacred essence, which is neither substance nor accident, and in the case of creatures is their rational or spiritual substance itself. Naturally, such knowledge will be neither an accident nor a quality. Knowledge by presence may be divided into kinds, about some of which all of the Islamic philosophers are in agreement, and there is disagreement about others. To explain, the known in presentational knowledge is sometimes the essence of the knower himself, such as self-knowledge in the case of souls and complete immaterial existence. In these cases, the knower and the known do not have numerically different existences, and the difference between being the knower and being the known is respectival idebari and will depend on mental respect. This is the kind of knowledge by presence about which there is general agreement among philosophers, including the Peripatetics and the Illuminationists. Sometimes the knower and known have numerically distinct existences, but not in the sense that one of them is completely separate and independent of the other, but is the very dependence and relation to the other, such as the knowledge of the existence giving cause for its effect and vice versa. In this way, two other kinds of presentational knowledge are obtained. One is the knowledge of the emanating cause for its effect, and the other is the knowledge of the effect for the cause. These two kinds are accepted by the Illuminationists and by Sadr al-Mutalahin and his followers. All of them agree that the effect's presentational knowledge of its cause is specific to immaterial effects, for material existence is diffusion itself in the realm of space and time, and has no presence by which to perceive the essence of its cause. However, with regard to the cause's presentational knowledge of its effect, Sadr al-Mutalahin and some of his followers believed that in this case as well, the effect must be immaterial, and that basically knowledge about material existence insofar as it is material is not obtained, for particulars diffused in time and space have no presence that the essence of the knower might perceive. However, others, such as Muhakkik Sadzavari, do not accept this condition for this kind of knowledge. They hold that the absence of material particulars from one another is not incompatible with their having a presence in relation to an existent which existentially encompasses them, as the diffusion of temporal existence in the realm of time is not incompatible with their collection in relation to the realm of perpetuity dar in the existence encompassing time, and this is the correct position. A fourth kind of knowledge by presence is also imaginable, and this is the knowledge of one another of two immaterial effects at the same level. But to establish that there is such a kind of knowledge by proof is difficult. It is to be concluded that in all the kinds of knowledge by presence, knowledge is the essence of the knower himself and is immaterial. And naturally it is not a kind of psychic accident or quality, although it is possible for the known to be a substance or an accident, and according to the endorsed position, will be either immaterial or material. The nature of acquired knowledge. Without a doubt, Knowledge in the sense of definite belief, as opposed to opinion and doubt, is nevertheless similar to opinion and doubt in that it is a mental state or quality, and like other types of mental qualities, it is devoid of matter, for it does not make sense to suppose that a material accident occurs in an immaterial subject. However, judgment about knowledge in the sense of logical propositions and their parts requires further attention, for as was indicated, a proposition is composed of different parts which generally cannot all be considered psychic qualities. Perhaps the reason for differences of opinion among some philosophers is that in some cases they consider one part of a proposition and in other cases another. In any case, the pillars of a predicative proposition, which are its subject and predicate, are two independent concepts, each of which is separately conceivable and without need of conceiving something else. But the case is different regarding relation and judgment, for they cannot occur without conceiving the subject and predicate, and their concepts have propositional and relative meanings. On the other hand, the concept of subject and predicate refer to substances and accidents, essences and objective attributes and states of affairs nafs al-amr. However, relation is something related to the one who relates, and does not refer to an objective instance. Likewise, judgment is the activity of the one who judges, and can only refer to a kind of unity or union between the instance of the subject and the instance of the predicate, but it itself does not have an instance in the external world. Take note. For this reason it may be said that relating something to another thing is a mental activity, and the soul is the creative agent of the relation. Likewise, the judgment upon which the strength of a proposition rests, and by means of which an assertive proposition becomes distinct from a mere collection of ideas, is the action of the soul. However, the idea of the subject or of the predicate does not depend on the action of the soul, and it is possible that it may appear in the mind involuntarily, although it requires a kind of attention of the soul. It may be concluded that the dependence of relation and judgment on the soul is a productive dependence qiyam sujuri. However, the dependence of the idea of the subject and predicate may be considered a dissolving dependence qiyam huliyulai, and their existence can be interpreted as a kind of impression in the mind. However, it must be noted that this impression and engraving is not like the drawing of a picture on paper or some other material subject. Rather, it is a quality of the soul, and is immaterial. For material accidents have a relation of position to their subjects, are ostensible by the senses, and are divisible subordinate to their subjects, while such things are not possible for the soul and things pertaining to it. The productive dependence of relation and judgment on the soul, though by itself not a reason for their being immaterial, nevertheless, observing that existence is parasitic on the existence of the subject and predicate, their immateriality is also established. In addition to this, their indivisibility is the best reason for their being immaterial. The immateriality of perception, reviewing the types of knowledge and observing the unity of knowledge by presence with the essence of the immaterial knower, and that knowledge, in the sense of belief and mental forms and concepts, is a psychic quality, and observing that relation and judgment play the role of intermediaries among them, the immateriality of all the types of knowledge becomes clear. In reality, their immateriality is proven by way of the immateriality of the knower. However, there are also other ways of proving the immateriality of knowledge and perception, some of which will be mentioned. But first, we should point out that the terms knowledge and perception in these discussions are used as synonyms and include sensation, imagination, and reasoning. What? The first argument for the immateriality of perception, namely, the argument of the impossibility of impressing the larger in the smaller, is famous, and one version of it is the following. Sensory vision is the lowest kind of perception which is imagined to be material, and materialists have interpreted it as physiochemical and physiological actions and reactions. However, by paying precise attention to this very kind of perception, it becomes clear that the perception itself cannot be considered to be material, and the material actions and reactions can be accepted only as preparatory conditions, for we see large forms which cover an area of dozens of square meters which are several times larger than the area of our entire bodies, let alone the visual organs or the brain. If these perceptual forms were material and projected in the organs of vision or other organs of the body, these forms could never be larger than the size of their locations, for material projection and impression without correspondence to a location is impossible. Observing that we see these perceptual forms within ourselves, we cannot but accept that they are related to a plane of the soul, martaba imithalia nafs, the imaginal plane of the soul, and in this way, both their own immateriality and that of the soul are proven. Some materialists have replied that what we see are little pictures like microfilms which come into existence in the nervous system, and that with the help of context and making relative comparisons we find out their real sizes. But this nostrum will not solve the problem, for, first of all, knowing the size of that which is represented by a form is different from seeing a large form, and secondly, assuming that the visible form is very little, and that we enlarge it with scales obtained from experience and through the use of context and by making relative comparisons, as if they were put under a magnifying glass of the mind. Finally, we still find the enlarged form in the mind, and the above-mentioned reason would be exactly repeated regarding this mental or imaginary form. 2. Another argument is that if sensory perception were a kind of material action and reaction, it would always occur whenever the material conditions were satisfied, while most of the time, despite the satisfaction of the material conditions, the perception does not occur because of the attention of the soul to another matter. Hence, it may be concluded that having perceptions depends on the attention of the soul and cannot be considered a kind of material action and reaction, even though these actions and reactions play an introductory role for the occurrence of perception, and as a result of the attachment of the soul to the body, the soul is in need of material grounds and preparatory conditions. 3. The third argument is that we can perceive two visible forms together and compare them with each other, so as to find, for example, that they are distinct, similar or identical to each other, or that one is larger than the other, assuming that each of them is impressed in a part of the body, and that their perception is that very impression. This implies that every part of the perceptual organ perceives that very form impressed in itself and is unaware of the other forms. So, what perceptual faculty perceives them together and compares them? If it is assumed that there is another material organ which perceives them together, the same problem will be repeated, for each material organ possesses parts, and if perception means the impression of forms in a material location, each part will perceive the form impressed in it, and in conclusion, no comparison will be performed. So, there is no other alternative but to accept that a simple perceptual faculty perceives both of them and finds both of them with its own unity and simplicity. Such a faculty can be neither a material substance nor a material accident. Therefore, perception will not be the impression of a form in a material location. With this argument, it is also proved that perception and the perceiver are both immaterial. 4. The fourth argument is that we sometimes perceive something and remember it after the passage of many years. If it is assumed that past perception is a special sort of material effect in one of the organs of the body, then after the passage of dozens of years it would have to be erased or changed, especially given the fact that the cells of the body change every so many years. Even if the cells remained, due to metabolism and the absorption of new nutrients, they will have changed, so how can we remember exactly that very form, or compare a new form with it, and perceive their similarities? It is possible that it will be said that every cell or every new material part inherits the effects of the previous parts and retains them. But even under this assumption, the question will remain as to what faculty perceives the unity or similarity of the previous and present forms. It is clear that without this comparison and perception, remembrance and recognition could not take place. This argument becomes clearer with attention to the doctrines of substantial motion and the continual passing away of material things, and in one respect is similar to the argument given in Lesson 44, where scientific and empirical premises were employed for the establishment of the immateriality of the soul. Lesson 50. The union of the knower and the known. Introduction. In his books, the Shifa 1 and the Isharat 2, Sheikh al-Rays Ibn Sina quotes several Greek philosophers to the effect that when a rational exists and apprehends something, it becomes united with it. He also reports that Porphyry has written an essay on the topic. However, he himself criticizes this theory and takes it to be impossible. On the other hand, in his Asfar and other works, Sadr al-Mutalihin confirms it and insists on the correctness of this theory, and he generalizes it to include all kinds of knowledge, even sensory perception. This strange disagreement between the two great philosophers on this topic naturally arouses one's curiosity and interest in solving the problem and deciding between the two sides of the conflict. For this reason, at the end of this section, we devote a lesson to this topic, the controversy. In the previous lesson, we learned that in presentational knowledge of the self, there is no numerical difference or distinction between the knower and the known. For this reason, it should be called the unity of knowledge, knower and known. It was indicated that this knowledge by presence is accepted by the Peripatetics, including Ibn Sina. Hence, there can be no disagreement about the union ittihad of the knower and the known concerning this case, especially as the expression union, as opposed to the expression unity wada, is used in places where there is a kind of numerical difference and duality, though in the knowledge of the self there is no sort of numerical difference whatsoever, except for conceptual respect itibar. Apparently, Ibn Sina holds that those who accept the union of knower and known confine the discussion to intellection, as opposed to imagination, takhayul, and sensation. At the most, it can be extended to knowledge by presence, for in the language of the philosophers, the term intellect, akal, and its respectivals are used repeatedly with regard to knowledge by presence. However, Sadr al-Mutalihin expanded the scope of the discussion to include knowledge and perception without qualification, including acquired as well as presential knowledge, and including reasoning, imagination, and sensation, and in all these cases he subscribed to the union of knower and known. Explanation of the topic. Before dealing with the core of the problem, the concept of union ittihad must be made clear. We must see precisely what is intended by those who accept the union of the rational agent, akal, with the intelligible makul, or the union of the knower with the known. Perhaps the correct perception of this meaning will provide considerable help in solving the problem. The union of two existence will be either a union with respect to their whatnesses, or with respect to their existences, or with respect to the existence of one and the whatness of the other. However, the union of two complete whatnesses implies a transformation in whatness, which is a contradiction. For the assumption of a complete whatness is the assumption of a specific conceptual mold which does not correspond to any other conceptual mold, and the union of two complete whatnesses would imply the correspondence of two distinct molds, such as the union of a circle and a triangle, to use an example of sensibles to illustrate the case regarding intelligibles. The union of a complete specific whatness with an incomplete whatness, genus and difference, according to Aristotle's apparatus of genus and difference, is unobjectionable and ubiquitous, but this has no relation to intellection and perception. In intellection, such union does not occur. In addition, sometimes man intellects a whatness completely distinct from the whatness of man and such that there is no shared whattish property between them. Therefore, if one were to believe that in perception the whatness of the perceiving existent becomes united with the whatness of the perceived existent, and, for example, that the whatness of man becomes one with the whatness of a tree or an animal, this would be contradictory and impossible. Likewise, the union of the existence of the perceiver with the whatness of the perceived and the reverse are also impossible, and even if the union between existence and whatness is in some sense correct, it is the union of the existence of a single existent with its own whatness, not with the whatness of another existent. Hence, the only hypothesis that can be maintained regarding the union of the subject and object of intellection is that of the union of their existences. Now we must see whether the union between two existences is possible or not. If it is possible, in how many ways can it occur? Types of union of existence. The union of two or more identified existences, in the sense of a kind of dependence or interdependence between them, is possible and may occur in several ways. The union of substance and accident, in view of the fact that an accident is dependent on a substance and cannot be independent of its subject. This union may be more firmly established on the basis, the position of those who hold that an accident is an aspect or level of the existence of the substance. The union of matter and form, for the form cannot be separated from its locus and continue independently with its own existence. This kind of union is sometimes generalized to body and soul, given that it is not possible for the soul to come about without a body, although it may survive independently. Say the union of several matters in the shadow of a unitary form to which they are attached, such as the union of the elements which compose a plant or animal. This kind of union is really an accidental union, and a true union would only be obtained with the union of each element with a form. The union of prime matter, assumed to lack any sort of actuality with the form which grants it actuality. Sometimes this kind of union is considered to be a real union. However, with the rejection of prime matter as an identified substance lacking actuality, there is no room left for this kind of union. Another kind of union can be held to occur between two effects of a single emanating cause, considering each of them to be united with the cause, such that separation between them is not possible, although calling such relations union is not without imprecision. The union between the existence-granting cause and its effect, which is the relation itself and dependence on it. There is a specific sort of gradation between such a cause and its effects. This sort of union, according to the fundamentality of existence and its gradation, is called the union of the real with the diluted idihadhakakawarakka. It must be noted that the union under discussion is a union obtained as a result of perception, and this is the union of the knower with the existence of the known in itself malam by al-dihat, that is, the very perceptual form which occurs in the mind, not union with an objective existence. Therefore, the union of matter and form, or objective substance and accident, is irrelevant to this problem, considering the kinds of union and those philosophers hold acquired knowledge to be a psychic quality. It is easy to accept the first kind of union, and, naturally, those like Ibn Sina would not deny this sort of union. However, Sadr al-Mutalihin did not like this kind of union, and he tried to prove another kind similar to the union of matter and form. That is, he considers the relation between the soul and perceptual forms to be like that of prime matter and its forms. Just as the actuality of prime matter is obtained in the shadow of its union with a form, actual intellection occurs for the soul in the shadow of union with intellectual forms. A review of the theory of Sadr al-Mutalihin. In order to make clear the theory of Sadr al-Mutalihin, an excerpt from his own words is presented here. The existence of the form which is actually intellected is the same as the existence of the intellecting faculty akliya for the soul, and in technical terms, its existence in itself is the same as its existence for the other. And if it is supposed that the perceptual form has another existence, and that the relation of it to the perceiving existent and only the relation of an object and its locus, then one would have to be able to posit that each of them has an existence independent of the other, while the intellected form does not have an existence apart from this very aspect of being intellected, an aspect which is its very essence itself, whether or not the one who intellects it is outside of this essence. Previously we said that correlatives, and among them the subject and object of intellection, are partners with respect to the degree of their existence. This judgment also holds for sensible forms. Others say, psychic substance has a passive state in relation to intellectual form, and that intellection is nothing other than this passivity. However, how can something essentially devoid of intellectual light perceive the intellectual form that essentially possesses the property of being intellected? Is it possible for a blind eye to see something? In reality, the actual intellecting the quality of the soul is like the actualization of prime matter by means of a corporeal form, and just as matter in and of itself is not determinate, the soul in and of itself does not intellect, and becomes an actual subject of intellection in shadow of union with the intellectual form. 3. There are several controversial points in this explanation. 1. Regarding his statement, if the relation between the perceptual form and the perceiver is a relation of an object and its locus, then it must be possible to consider separate existences for each of them. It may be asked what is meant by separate existences. If what is meant is that the perceptual form can exist without a location, this implication would be incorrect, because no accident or form which is in need of a location can occur without it. If what is meant is that the intellect can consider them separately, This is also possible in the case of perceptual forms. In addition to this, Sadr al-Mutalahin himself considers the existence of accidents to be aspects of the existence of substance, and he does not accept their independent existence. So, what would be wrong with considering knowledge a kind of accident and an aspect of the existence of the knower? Regarding his claim, being actually intellected is an essential property of intellectual forms. Whether or not there is an intellect outside of its essence, it must be said that the terms being known and being intellected are relational, and the supposition of one without the supposition of an existence which is knower is impossible. At most it may be said that these two terms may at times apply to a single existent, such as knowledge of the self, and sometimes the term knower corresponds to an existent outside of the essence of the known. The mere applicability of the term object of intellection makul to something is no reason to suppose that the term subject of intellection akil is also true of the whatness or existence of that very thing. In other words, the additional concept of object of intellection cannot be considered to be essential for something whether essential is understood in accordance with the isagoge or in accordance with the Kitab al-Bah and Aristotle's logic, so that with the help of the principle of the equality of correlatives the property of being subject of intellection may be established for its essence. Moreover, a requirement of the above-mentioned principle, as Sheikh al-Rays ibn Sina states in his Talakat, is equality in implication, not in the level of existence. For it may be concluded that the actuality of the property of being an object of intellection for a perceptual form does not require anything beyond that it possess an actual intellecting subject, whether in its own essence or outside of it. 3. As to the analogy between the passivity of the soul for perceptual forms and a blind eye, it must be said that, firstly, it is possible for a person to consider the soul the agent of the perceptual form, as in the cases of judgment and abstracted concepts and all logical and philosophical secondary intelligibles. Secondly, why not compare the soul with the seeing eye which obtains actual vision when faced with a visible object? As for the analogy between the soul and prime matter, according to the accepted theory, which denies prime matter that lacks actuality, there is no need for further explanation of it. Inquiry into a problem. Careful attention to the points mentioned makes clear that the relation between the knower and the known cannot be explained in one way for all cases. Rather, giving due consideration to the kinds of knowledge involved, each case must be reviewed separately to determine the relation. We now list the conclusions reached thus far. What? In the case of presentational knowledge of an essence, the knowledge, the knower, and the known have a single existence, and there is no sort of numerical difference to be found among them, except according to differences in rational respects. If the expression union ittihad is applied in such cases, it is because of the numerical differences among the respects suggested. Otherwise, we would have to use the expression unity wadat. And there is general agreement on the unity of the knower and the known in this case. What is meant by those who believe in the union of the knower and the known is not the union of the knower and the accidentally known malam by al-arad, but the union of the knower and the known by essence malam by al-dihat, i.e. the perceptual form. 3. Likewise, what they mean is not the union of the whatnesses of the knower and known, for this would require a change in whatness, a contradiction in terms. 4. The union of the existence of one thing with the whatness of another is also obviously incorrect. 5. In the knowledge by presence that the emanating cause has of its effect and vice versa, a union of the real with the diluted, or, in other words, a graded union of levels of existence is obtained. For the existence of one of them is the very relation and dependence on the other and is not independent in itself. The knowledge by presence that two immaterial effects have of one another, assuming that there is such knowledge, can be considered an accidental union between the knower and the known, for each of them has an essential union with its emanating cause. An acquired knowledge of the type which is considered to be the action of the soul, in which the soul is considered to be an agent by self-disclosure fil by al-tajali, an agent by agreement fil by al-ridha, or an agent by foreknowledge fil by al-inaya. The union here may also be taken to be a kind of graded union of levels of existence, as in the type of acquired knowledge which is considered to be a quality of the soul. the sort of union which holds between that which is known by essence as specific quality of the soul and the substance of the soul is one between a substance and accident. What? Tef al-Shifa, Tabiat, Fan 6, Makala 5, Bab 6, Tef, Isharat, Namat 7, Vuri, Tef, Asfar, Vol 3, pp. 313-320, Vol 6, pp. 165-168, Thor, Tef, Talakat, pp. 76, 91, 95, Part 6, The Immutable and the Changing, Lesson 51, The Immutable and the Changing, Lesson 52, The Potential and the Actual, Lesson 53, a continuation of the discussion of the potential and the actual, Lesson 54, Generation and Corruption, Lesson 55, Motion, Lesson 56, Properties of Motion, Lesson 57, Divisions of Motion, Lesson 58, Motion in Accidents, Lesson 59, Motion in Substance, Lesson 60, Further discussion of substantial motion. Lesson 51, The Immutable and the Changing. Introduction. Among the primary divisions which can be made for existence is that between the immutable and the changing. The immutable includes the necessary existent and completely immaterial beings. The changing includes all material existence and souls that are attached to matter. Changes may be divided into two kinds, sudden and gradual. The gradual is that which is called motion in philosophical terminology, and opposed to this is the concept of being stationary, which is its relative complement Adam Malika. That is, it is not the case that everything which lacks motion necessarily has the attribute of being stationary, but those things which have the capacity for motion but in actuality are not in a state of motion will be stationary. Therefore, completely immaterial existence cannot be called stationary. From this, the difference between the concept of being stationary and that of being immutable is clear. The former is the relative complement of motion, while the latter is the contradictory of change. In this part, we will first give an explanation of the immutable and the changing and the types of change and alteration, and then we will discuss motion, prove the existence of motion, and present the implications and kinds of motion. Along the way, we shall explain the concepts of potentiality and actuality, and the relation between these and change and motion. Finally, this part, which is the last part on first philosophy, will be brought to an end with a discussion of substantial motion, an explanation regarding change and immutability. In Arabic, the word for change, taghyir, is derived from the word for other, ghair, and means becoming another or becoming different. Change is a concept whose abstraction requires the consideration of two things or states, or two parts of one thing, one of which vanishes and is replaced by the other. Even the obliteration of something may be called a change since its existence changes to non-existence, that is, it becomes annihilated. Although non-existence has no reality and temporal coming into existence, Hudith also can be called change. For the previous non-existence is changed into existence. Alteration and change in state tahawul are also close to change, but since tahawul is derived from hal state, it is more suitable to confine its use to changes in state. From this it may be observed that the concept of change is not a whattish concept for which genus and difference may be given, and it is only with difficulty that a clearer intellectual concept may be found which could be used to explain it, and for this reason it must be considered a self-evident concept. Likewise, the concept of immutability, which is the contradictory of change, does not need any definition or explanation, and since it is abstracted from a single entified existence, it may be considered a positive concept and change a negative one. Perhaps for this sort of opposite abstracted concepts, either of them may be considered positive and the other negative. The existence of the changing is also self-evident, and at the very least every person finds changes within his own internal states by presentational knowledge. However, immutable existence, which is not the object of any sort of change or alteration, must be established by proof, and in the previous part we became acquainted with some such proofs. Types of change. Given the breadth of the concept of change, various kinds of change may be posited. 1. The appearance of a substantial existent without previous matter, and in technical terms, creation ibde. Instances of this posit is the first material existent, for those who accept the temporal beginning of the material universe. The complete destruction of a substantial existent and an instance of it is the last material existent, according to the position of those who believe that the material universe will have a temporal end. 3. The complete destruction of a substantial existent and the appearance of a new substantial existent in its place. The occurrences of this posit is considered impossible by most philosophers, and at the very least it may be said that among ordinary phenomena no instances of this sort of change are to be found. Though the appearance of a substantial existent as an actual part of another substantial existent. A clear instance of this is vegetable forms, according to the position of those who consider vegetable forms to be substantial, and their materials to be actual existence. The destruction of a part of a substantial existent without being replaced by another part, such as the death of a plant and its decomposition, according to the above-mentioned position. The destruction of an actual part of a substantial existent and the appearance of another part in place of it, a clear instance of which is generation and corruption, such as the transformation of one component into another. The destruction of a potential part of a substance and the appearance of another potential part in place of it. An instance of this posit is the substantial motion of bodies, which incessantly occurs with the destruction of one part and its replacement by another, parts which become existent by fluid existence and in which no actual part is to be found. In future lessons this will be further explained. The coming about of a new accident in a substantial subject, of which there are numerous instances. 9. The destruction of an accident without another accident taking its place, such as the fading of the color of a body and its becoming colorless. 10. The destruction of an accident and the appearance of a different accident in its place, an instance of which is the succession of contrary accidents, such as the colors black and white. 11. The destruction of an actual part of an accident. An instance of this is the reduction of the number of something, according to those who consider number to be a real accident possessing actual parts. 12. The addition of an actual part to an accident, such as the augmentation of the number of something according to the above-mentioned view. 13. The destruction of a potential part of an accident and the appearance of another potential part, such as all accidental motion. 14. The attachment of one substantial existence to another, such as the attachment of the soul to the body and its coming to life. 15. The detachment of one substantial existent from another, such as the death of an animal or human being. Observing the features of the above-mentioned types of change, it is clear that only the 7th and the 13th types are gradual and are examples of motion. The other types must be considered instantaneous changes, for between the prior and latter conditions there is a specific boundary, and there is no temporal gap between them, although it is possible for each of the above-mentioned conditions to possess a kind of gradualness. For example, a change in the temperature of water occurs gradually, although the transformation of water into steam occurs in a single moment, or a zygote gradually becomes complete, but a spirit becomes attached to it in a single moment. Given this point, changes can be divided into two general types, instantaneous and gradual. Another point is that for every kind of gradual change types, 7 and 13 three subtypes can be considered. One is that in which the earlier parts are like the later parts, such a motion at a constant speed without acceleration. The second subtype is that in which the later parts are more intense and stronger than the earlier parts, such as intensifying motion and speeding up. And the third subtype is that in which the later parts are weaker than the earlier parts, as in decelerating motion and slowing down. However, there is some controversy about this which will be indicated later. The positions of the philosophers regarding the types of change. A review of the statements of the philosophers regarding each of the mentioned types of change would take too long. However, 5 positions in this area may be indicated. 1. The well-known position of the philosophers who consider the appearance of every material phenomenon to be necessarily preceded by matter and time, and as for the material world, they hold that it does not have a temporal beginning nor end, and for this reason they deny the first 3 types of change. The position of those who hold that numbers are respectival is naturally that changes in number are not real changes, and this position was previously confirmed. Therefore, changes of types 11 and 12 must be considered respectively. 3. The position of those who do not consider motion to be gradual, and who imagine all changes to be instantaneous. Accordingly, they deny the 7th and 13th types. Since the concept of change is an abstract concept, and has no example other than prior and later existence and non-existence is pure nullity. For this reason they considered existence to be equal to immutability, such as some of the eletics of ancient Greece. Though the position of those who accept the existence of motion but would restrict it to accidents, and as a result they deny the 7th type of motion. The position of Sadr al-Mutalhin and others who believe in substantial motion. Given that which was stated in Lesson 47 about number, where it was proved that number is respectival, there is no further need for discussion of changes in number. However, regarding the other positions, several problems should be discussed. The first problem is that of whether material phenomena must necessarily originate in previously existing matter, so that it would follow that the chain of material events stretches from pre-eternity infinitely and without beginning, or whether they must originate in an existence which is at the head of a chain of material phenomena so that the chain of material events has a temporal beginning. The second problem is whether motion, as a continuous gradual thing, exists in the external world, or whether that which is called motion is a collection of fixed things which are brought about in succession and destroyed, so that the mind of man abstracts the concept of motion from their collection. In other words, are all changes instantaneous, or are there also gradual changes? The third problem, after establishing that there is motion, is whether gradual change occurs only in accidents, or whether there can also be motion, or motions, in substance itself. Lesson 52. The potential and the actual. Introduction. Man has always been a witness to changes and alterations in bodies and in souls attached to matter, so that it may be claimed that there is no material existent nor existent attached to matter which is not subject to some kind of change or alteration. In the appropriate place, the necessity of substantial motion will be proved for all material things, implying that changes in their accidents are subordinate to substantial motion. On the other hand, the scope of the alteration of an existent into another existence such that each of them possesses an independent whatness becomes so broad that it may be supposed that each material existent can change into another material existence. Hence, from the earliest times it has been held that there is a single principle for the world which changes into different things with the transformations which occur in this principle. Many philosophers have held that the only exceptions to this doctrine are the celestial bodies. In other words, the subjects to which this doctrine applies are limited to elemental bodies. Aside from the invalidity of the assumption of unchangeable celestial spheres of lack, by written proof, one cannot deny the possibility that there might be a kind of material existence in some unknown corner of the world which cannot be changed into another material existence. Although this possibility seems extremely weak and far-fetched. We know that in modern physics the commonly accepted theory is that matter and energy and even types of energy can change into one another. Despite the generality of alteration in relation to all material things and the breadth of the scope of changes, practical experience shows that not everything may be directly changed into anything else. Even if all material existence could be changed into one another, this could never be accomplished directly and without mediation. For example, a stone cannot directly change into a plant or an animal. In order to be transformed into a plant or animal, it must go through several stages, and alterations must take place until it is prepared for such transformations. Such thoughts have led philosophers to think that only an existent can change into another existent when it possesses the potentiality of the existence of the other. In this way, the term potential and actual appeared in philosophy, and change came to be interpreted as emergence from potentiality to actuality. If this occurs instantaneously without a temporal gap, it is called generation and corruption. If it occurs gradually and with temporal gaps, it is called motion. An explanation of the concepts of the potential and the actual. The word potential, whose literal meaning is power and ability, has various technical meanings in the sciences, and in philosophy it is used in several senses. The first is the potentiality of an agent, who is the source of the production of an action. It seems that this is the first sense which was noticed by philosophers and whose relation to action is clear. It was then imagined that just as prior to performing a deed the agent has the ability to accomplish it, matter must also possess ability, readiness for acceptance, and passivity in advance. In this way, a second meaning appeared for potential. This can be called passive potential qua in fiali, and in this discussion it is this sense which is intended. The third meaning of potential is resistance to an external factor, such as the resistance of the body to disease, and the opposite of this is called lack of potential qua, and these are two kinds of dispositional qualities. It should be noted that the use of potential by philosophers is more general than disposition istidad, for the term potential is also applicable to substance, contrary to disposition, which is a kind of accident. However, it was previously mentioned that substantial potential prime matter is not provable, and disposition is also an abstract concept, not an essential concept. Likewise, the concept of passive potential is abstracted by the comparison of two existents, prior and posterior, since the prior existent lacks the posterior existent and it is possible for the prior to possess the later. Therefore, at the very least, a part of the prior existent must remain and have a kind of composition and union with the posterior existent. Contrary to this, the expression actuality is used as a result of abstraction from occurrence of the posterior existent. Hence, potentiality and actuality are two abstracted concepts, neither of which is to be considered an essential concept. Sometimes the expression actual bil-fil is used in a broader sense to include even existents which have no previous potentiality, and it is in this sense that complete immaterial existents are called actual existence. We should remind the reader that in some philosophical discussions, the existence of something shared between the potential and actual existence is neglected, and, for example, the earlier parts of time and motion are called potential in relation to the later parts, and it seems that this usage is not free from imprecision. The division of existence into the actual and the potential. If the expression actual is taken in its general sense, which includes immaterial existence, then another primary division of existence may be considered between actual existence and potential existence. The potential existence are to be found among materials, while actual existence embraces immaterial existence and the actual aspects of material things. However, it must be observed that this division is similar in some respects to the division of existence into causes and effects or objective existence and mental existence, and not like the division of existence into the immaterial and the material. This is explained by the fact that sometimes a division is made by adding two or more absolute nafsi, i.e. not relative concepts, to that which is divided so that the subdivisions do not overlap, as in the division of existence into the immaterial and material. That is, a material existent can never in any way be considered an immaterial existent, and the immaterial can never be viewed as material. In other cases, a division is made through the use of relative concepts, and therefore it is possible for some things in one subdivision to be considered as being in the other, as in the division between cause and effect. That is, an existent may be considered a cause with respect to one thing and with respect to another an effect. The same is the case for mental concepts, which are called mental existence with regard to the standard of objectivity, but are considered objective existence in so far as they exist in the realm of the mind. The division of existence into the actual and the potential is of the same sort. For a potential existence in relation to an actuality which it can possess is called potential, even though with respect to the actuality which it possesses at present it will be an actual existent. Hence, the aspects of potentiality and actuality are not identified aspects, and their concepts are not to be considered absolute nafsi. Rather, they are relational concepts which refer to intellectual and comparative aspects. This is an important point which we indicated in our criticism of the proof of the Aristotelians for prime matter. Another issue is that there is a difference between the division of existence into cause and effect and the division into the mental and the objective. For in the division of cause and effect, a cause may be considered which is in no way any sort of an effect, such as the sacred divine essence, and one can also imagine an effect which is completely free of causal agency. However, other than these, existence will be causes in one respect and effects in another. This is contrary to the case for the division of existence into the objective and the mental, for no existent can be found which has no kind of objectivity whatsoever, but rather all mental existence, aside from the fact that they refer to other things, are objective existence. Now the question will be raised as to which of these two sorts of divisions is that between actual and potential existence. The answer is that the Aristotelians assumed that this division was like that between cause and effect, for they viewed complete immaterial existence to be actual without any potentiality, prime matter as potentiality without any actuality, and bodies as possessing aspects of both potentiality and actuality. However, those who do not accept a matter which lacks all actuality, as is required by the principle of the equivalence of actuality and existence, will therefore view the division as entirely similar to that between the mental and the objective, the relation between the potential and the actual. As we have learned, the concepts of potentiality and actuality are abstracted concepts, and aside from the sources from which they are abstracted, they have no other identified instances. Hence, the relation between the potential and the actual is really a relation between two existents which are the sources of the abstraction of these concepts. In other words, what should be considered is the relation between the potential and actual existence. This relation occurs in one of two forms. First, when a potential existent remains completely within the actual existent, and in this case, the actual existent will be more perfect than the potential one, as the plant is more perfect than the soil of which it is brought into existence. Second, when only a part of a potential existent remains within the actual existent, in which case it is possible that the destroyed part is replaced by another part which regarding its level of existence is equal to, less perfect than, or more perfect than the previous one, and as a result, in some changes, the actual existent will be less perfect or equal to the potential existent. To be more precise, a potential existent is really the same part that remains, and therefore, the actual existent is always more perfect than or equal to the part that is really the potential existent. Some have imagined that the potential existent is always less perfect than the actual existent, because the potential aspect is an aspect of lacking or absence, while the aspect of actuality is the aspect of possession and presence. When a potential existent is transformed into an actual existent, it comes to possess something existent which it previously lacked. On this basis, they have denied equivalent and declining motions. On the other hand, the return from actuality to potentiality has been considered impossible, because return is a kind of change, and all change is a transformation of earlier potential into later actuality, but not the reverse. From this it has been concluded that if a spirit obtains all its perfections, so that it is not potential with respect to any further perfection, it will leave the body, and in other words, natural death will occur, and the spirit will never return to the body, for the return of such a spirit to the body would be a return from actuality to potentiality. Given the explanation of the relation between the potential and the actual existent, it is clear that the aspects of potentiality and actuality are not two identified aspects between which a comparison can be made. However, the actual existent, that is, the collection of that which remains of the previous existent plus the actuality which is newly obtained, will be more perfect than the part which remains. But it is not necessary that the totality of the actual existent will always be more perfect than the totality of the potential existent, just as one cannot consider water or steam to be more perfect than the other, although they are alternatively transformed into each other. Regarding equivalent and declining motions, these will be discussed in the appropriate place. 1. Regarding the return of the spirit to the body, this has no relation to the return from actuality to potentiality, because the potential has temporal priority to the actual, and with the passage of time it too passes and does not return, regardless of whether the past existence was more perfect, less perfect, or equal to the later existence. In reality, body has the potentiality for the renewed acceptance of the spirit, and with attachment to it, it obtains a new actuality. Indeed, This mistake originates in the assumption that the aspect of potentiality is the whatness of or a level of the previous existence. For this reason, it is supposed that if the level of existence of the later existent were the same as the previous level, a return from actuality to potentiality would occur, while if the later level were weaker than the previous, a return from potentiality to potentiality would occur. In case the source of abstraction of potentiality is the previous existent itself, and not a kind or level of its existence, the previous existence itself passes with the passage of time and has no possibility for return at all, and the source of the abstraction of the actuality is the later existent itself, regardless of whether the level of its existence and its specific whatness is equal or equivalent to, more perfect than, or less perfect than that of the previous existence. What? Lesson 57. Lesson 53. A continuation of the discussion of the potential and the actual. The correspondence of potentiality and actuality in the case of change. Focusing on the concepts of potentiality and actuality, it is clear that three conditions are necessary for their abstraction. What? Two existences are to be compared with one another. Therefore, nothingness cannot be considered an instance of potentiality or actuality. One of the two existences must be temporally prior to the other in order for potentiality to be ascribed to it. Therefore, two simultaneous existents cannot be potential or actual with regard to each other. 3. The potential existent, or at least a part of it, must remain in the actual existent. For this reason, an existent which is completely destroyed cannot be considered to be potential in relation to a later existent. Given these points, it is clear that the first of the types of change mentioned in Lesson 52 is not a kind of transformation from potentiality to actuality, because the earlier condition is nothingness while the potential is to be abstracted from existence. Likewise, the second type of change is irrelevant to potentiality and actuality because the earlier condition is nothingness and actuality is not abstracted from nothingness. In the third type, although one existent replaces another, since there is no common factor between them, one cannot be considered potential with regard to the other. In the fourth type, the earlier existent is entirely potential with respect to the later existent and remains within it. Hence, the actual existent is more perfect than the potential existent. In the fifth type, the actual existent is less perfect than the potential existent, because only part of the earlier existent remains and nothing is added to it. In the sixth type, the superiority, inferiority, or equality in perfection of the actual existent in comparison to the potential existent depends upon whether the part which is substituted for the destroyed part is more, less, or equally perfect in its level of existence. However, in the seventh type, potentiality and actuality are the beginning and end of motion, and motion is this gradual progression from potentiality to actuality, and in the context of motion, actual parts do not exist so that some may be considered potential with respect to others. However, regarding the fact that motion is continuous, and whatever is continuous may be infinitely divided into parts, potential parts of it may be taken into consideration in the sense that if, for example, a single motion were divided into two halves in such a way that a specific midway point appeared, the amount of each of the two parts of the motion would be equal to 1/2 of the amount of the entire motion. Particular attention should be paid to the fact that this way of viewing potential existence for the parts of motion is other than the way the potentiality of an earlier part was viewed with respect to a later part. The same point applies to type 13 accidental motion, although normally the expressions actual and potential are applied to substantial existence. Even though potentiality as a dispositional quality caf istidati is considered to be a kind of accident. Types 8, 9, and 10 may be considered like types 1, 2, and 3, with the difference that in types 8, 9, and 10 substantial subjects may be considered to be potential with regard to the attribution of accidents. Likewise, types 11 and 12 as well as 14 and 15 may be considered analogous to types 4 and 5. It may be concluded that for all the types of change except for the first three, the changed thing may be considered potential and that into which it changes may be considered actual. Indeed, the basis of the position of those who deny the existence of these three types is that they consider change to be equal to a transfer from the potential to the actual. Therefore, it is necessary to investigate this problem to see whether instances can be found for the three above-mentioned posits. Infinite regresses of material events. In the language of philosophy, it is well known that every material phenomenon is preceded by matter and time. A general requirement of this principle is that the appearance of a material existent from pure nothingness is considered to be impossible. Accordingly, the first and third of the 15 types of change will be denied. Since prime matter is considered to possess infinite potentiality, an infinite regress of events extending into the future is considered to be possible, the occurrence of which is proven on the basis of absolute divine grace and the absence of stinginess in the higher sources mabadi aliyah, which imply the denial of the second type of change. On the other hand, the Mutakalimin and some of the philosophers, such as Mir Damad, hold that the material world has a temporal beginning. In order to refute the hypothesis of an infinite regress of events into the past, they rely on the claim that an infinite regress is invalid. Likewise, the above-mentioned claim is used to prove the temporal end of the material world. Accordingly, this problem is related to the problem of the temporal creation of the world, even though there is no implication between them, and it is possible that one might hold that the world has no temporal beginning while at the same time holding that it is not impossible for a material existent to appear without a pre-existent matter. It is also possible for one to hold that the material world will exist eternally, without considering it impossible for a material phenomenon to be destroyed entirely, positing the infinite series of events from pre-eternity to post-eternity on the basis of constant divine generosity. Here we will first investigate the principle of the necessity of the priority of matter for every material phenomenon, and then we will refer to the problem of the temporal eternity and creation of the world. The principle of the necessity of the priority of matter to material events. It was previously indicated that on the basis of innumerable observations, various transformations are always taking place in material things, and new phenomena replace the previous phenomena, so that the relation of potentiality and actuality occurs among them. However, complete induction with regard to all material events is not possible, for no human being has existed from the beginning of the world and no one has yet experienced the end of the world. One cannot discover the definite cause of the priority of matter from the cases which have been observed and consider this principle to be an empirical one. For this reason, philosophers have sought to establish this principle rationally, as with the following proof. Prior to becoming an existent, every material phenomenon has a possibility for existence. If there were not such a possibility, the assumed phenomenon would be either a necessary or an impossible existent. Since this possibility is not substantial, there must be substance to which the possibility is attributed, and this is what is called matter. So, the priority of matter for every material phenomenon is necessary. Several aspects of this explanation are debatable. What? In this explanation, it is assumed that for every material phenomenon there is a previous time for which the possibility of the existence of the assumed phenomenon is proved, while time is one of the dimensions of material existence and does not have an existence separate from that of material existence. If the series of events had a temporal beginning, there would be no time prior to it. With the denial that a material event can be a necessary or an impossible existent, its contingency is established, and this is an essential contingency which is abstracted from the whatness of a thing. It is not something entified which could be the subject of predication. 3. In Lesson 48 it was proved that dispositional possibility is also something abstracted from the availability of conditions of existence and non-existence prior to the occurrence of the phenomenon. However, for the first material phenomenon no prior conditions can be considered, and in the discussions of cause and effect it was shown that material causes and conditions can only be established through experience, and we do not have sufficient experience to establish the necessity of prior conditions for all phenomena. The temporal creation of the material world. The problem of the temporal creation of the material world is one of the most controversial problems of philosophy. which has always been a topic of conflict and debate. The Mutakallimin were especially insistent on proving it and considered it to be implied by the principle of causality. As was indicated in the discussions of cause and effect, they considered Nunus Hudeth to be the criterion for needing a cause. On the other hand, most of the philosophers believed in the temporal pre-eternity of the material world and have given reasons for their own views, including reliance on the above-mentioned principle whose inadequacy has become clear. Another reason given by them is based on the pre-eternity of divine grace and the absence of stinginess in the higher sources. However, this reason will be useful only in case the possibility of the pre-eternity of the world is proved and its occurrence dependent on divine grace. Hence, those who believe in the temporal creation of the world have tried to prove the impossibility of the pre-eternity of the world, and they have tried to reject the possibility of an infinite series of events extending into the past by means of the invalidity of infinite regresses. Philosophers accept the proofs for the impossibility of infinite regresses only in cases in which the links of the regresses exist simultaneously together and a true ordering exists among them. Therefore, they allow the infinity of successive events and exclude simultaneous events which are not truly ordered from the proofs of the impossibility of infinite regresses. With the acceptance of these two conditions, Mir Damad considered the collection of successive events in the metatemporal realm of perpetuity dar to be sufficient for an infinite regress proof. For this reason, he has denied the possibility of a series of events extending infinitely into the past. If the collection of the links of the regress in perpetuity is sufficient, then one can also deny a series of events extending infinitely into the future. But the main point is that there is controversy about proofs for the impossibility of infinite regresses produced with links other than true causes. But this is not the occasion to pursue the matter further. For this reason, it is extremely difficult to set up a proof either for the possibility or impossibility of an infinite regress of events, whether extending into the past or the future. It may be concluded that although divine effusion fade, grace does not require any sort of limitation. The bestowal of divine effusion hinges on the capability and possibility of receiving it. Perhaps the material world does not have the capability for receiving pre-eternal and post-eternal effusion. But just as philosophers have not considered limitations on the volume of the world to be incompatible with the extension of divine effusion, its temporal finitude must not be considered incompatible with the constancy of divine effusion. In truth, we have not found a rational proof neither for the temporal nor the spatial finitude of the world, nor have we found one for the absence of temporal or spatial finitude. For this reason, we place this problem in the court of probable possibility 1 until we see a definitive reason in favor of one side or the other. But an allusion to the advice of Ibn Sina at the end of his Isharat: beware that your smartness and detachment from the vulgar do not make you go on denying everything, for that is rashness and weakness. Your strong rejection of that whose clarity is not yet made evident to you is no less a mistake than your strong belief in that whose evidence does not lie in your hands. Rather, you must hold on to the line of suspending judgment even if you are disturbed by the denial of what your hearing recognizes as true as long as its impossibility is not demonstrable for you. Thus, it is appropriate that you relegate such a thing to the court of possibility, unless you have firm proof otherwise. Theft, Shams Inadi, Ibn Sina and Mysticism London, Keegan Paul International, 1996, p. 107. Lesson 54, Generation and Corruption. Introduction. Among the 15 kinds of change which we assumed, there were 3 of them, kinds 1 through 3, whose existence is doubtful. We were unable to offer a definite opinion about them. 2 other kinds, the 11th and 12th, depend on the increasing and decreasing of number, and these were considered to be respectival and not in need of any further discussion. Of the 10 remaining kinds, 2 of them, the 7th and the 13th, are gradual changes and must be taken up in the discussion of motion. However, the other 8 kinds are instantaneous changes in which the potential existent is transformed into the actual existent instantaneously, without any temporal gap. The expression generation and corruption is more or less used with regard to these changes. There is, however, some ambiguity about them which must must be explained. Therefore, this lesson is devoted to a discussion of these 8 kinds of instantaneous change and applicability of the term generation and corruption to them. The concepts of generation and corruption. The expression kawn in Arabic has the meaning of being, and in philosophical terminology it is used to mean coming about and is approximately synonymous to hudath newness, coming into existence in time. And the expression fasad corruption is used as its opposite, meaning the destruction of a phenomenon. In this way, the term generation is more specific than existence because it is not used for mutable existence. These 2 expressions are usually used together, and a clear example of it is the 6th of the mentioned kinds of change, that is, the destruction of a part of a substantial existent and appearance of another part. However, it can be generalized to some other types. If an instance can be found for the 3rd kind, the expressions generation and corruption may be applied there. Likewise, the succession of opposites, which is the 10th kind of change, can be considered generation and corruption in accidents, although this terminology is usually associated with substances. However, the 4th kind, that is, the addition of a substantial part without the destruction of another part, can be called generation without corruption, and the reverse may be said of the 5th type, that is, the destruction of a substantial part without the appearance of a part to replace it, can be called corruption without generation. Likewise, the 8th kind, the appearance of new accidents, can be considered generation without corruption, and the 9th kind, the destruction of accidents, can be considered corruption without generation. The attachment of the soul to the body can also be considered a kind of generation, in view of the fact that the attribute of life thereby appears in the body. The reverse, dying, can be considered a kind of corruption, in view of the fact that the life of the body is destroyed, though not in the sense that the spirit is destroyed, for the spirit is indestructible. Whether or not generation without corruption can be imagined in types 4 and 14, and corruption without generation in types 5 and 15, hinges on whether the presence of 2 forms in a single matter is considered permissible and on whether it is held that the prior form remains when a new substantial form appears, and in the case of the destruction of a higher form, whether the lower form existed together with the higher form and continues. If we hold that 2 forms cannot be present in a single thing, then we will be compelled to hold, in types 4 and 14, that the earlier form is destroyed, and in types 5 and 15 that a new form is freshly brought about. In this case, these types will also be considered types of generation and corruption, not as cases of mere generation and mere corruption. Therefore, the problem which must be investigated is whether the presence of 2 forms in a single thing is permitted so that the assumption of the occurrence of 2 actual substantial forms in a potential existence and the continuation of one of them in an actual existence is allowed in cases 5 and 15, and the presence of 2 substantial forms in an actual existence and the persistence of the earlier form in types 4 and 14 may be correct. The presence of 2 forms in a single matter. In types 4 and 14 of the assumed types of change, the whole potential existent remains in the actual existent, and another substance is added as a new part to it, and a kind of union between them obtains, with this difference that in type 4 the form is incarnated in the matter, and the matter is the locus of this form. But in type 14, the soul is attached to the body, and the body is not considered its locus. Now the question arises as to whether the form of the earlier existence vanishes and is corrupted, and in place of it a more perfect form is brought about which possesses the perfections of the previous form, or in the new circumstances there really exist 2 forms, one of which is above the other vertically, not that the earlier form is destroyed. For example, when a vegetable form comes into existence in a collection of elements, do these elements remain in the vegetable with their own actualities? Can it be said that in this plant oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, carbon, etc. actually exist, and that the vegetable form has become unified with the collection of them? Or should one say that the only form which exists in it is the vegetable form, and the mentioned elements exist only potentially? Can it be said that when an animal's soul attaches to specific materials, they preserve their specific existences and that they have actual existence within the animal existence? Or should it be said that what has actuality is the form soul of the animal and that its body exists potentially? Do the materials which compose the human human body and each of its millions of living cells have a specific form and actuality, and does the human soul attach to them as a higher form? Or is that which is actual and a living human only his spirit, and does his body only exist potentially? Likewise, in the case of the 5th and 15th types in which a part of the previous existent is destroyed or is separated from it, is it the case that from the beginning there were two substantial actualities and that later one of them leaves while the other remains with its previous actuality? Or is it the case that at the beginning there exists a complete form, and with its detachment a less perfect form appears? For example, when a plant withers and turns to dust, does the form of dust actually exist in the form of the plant and remain with that same actuality? Or in the earlier circumstances, was there only a complete vegetable form, and with its passing does the form of dust newly appear? Regarding the case of the detachment of the animal or human spirit from the animal or human body, do the materials actually exist previously, and after separation of the spirit do they remain with the same previous actuality? Or in the previous circumstances is actuality restricted to the spirit, and after its detachment new forms freshly appear? Therefore, that which these discussions pivot upon regarding these types of change is whether the presence of two forms in a single existent is allowed or not. That is, if the presence of two forms in the later existent is allowed, types 4 and 14 are considered to be a kind of generation without corruption, and if the presence of two forms in the earlier existent is allowed, then types 5 and 15 will be considered cases of corruption without generation. However, if the presence of two forms is impossible, all of these types will be cases of generation and corruption. Some philosophers do not allow the presence of two forms in a single thing and have reason that the form is the very actuality and thingness of a thing, and that the numerical identity of the form implies the numerical identity of the thing, while their unity is assumed. This reasoning is unsatisfactory, for, firstly, the unity of a composite existent, as was indicated in Lesson 29, is an accidental unity because of the unity of the higher form, and, in fact, the composite existent is the existents which are somehow united with each other, not that they are really a single existent. Secondly, the problem can be posed as follows: is the presence of two forms in a single matter permissible or not, as noted in the title of the discussion? It is obvious that the real issues here cannot be resolved on the basis of terminology and language. In any case, the question is whether the composing materials of vegetables, animals, and humans have an actual form other than vegetable form and animal and human souls, or do the earlier materials lose their own forms and actualities when the vegetable form comes into existence in the previous materials, or the animal or human soul attaches to a body, and in technical terms, are their forms corrupted and do new forms come about for the materials after the death of a plant, animal, or man, and its transformation into elemental materials? It seems that there should not be any doubt that the earlier forms remain, and that the new forms come about vertically and are somehow unified with them, and then after corruption or detachment the earlier actualities remain and no other new form appears for them. This is confirmed by the fact that many elemental particles and organic and mineral materials are separately visible by optical devices, and billions of living existents, including white and red blood cells, can be observed in man's body, and they can be removed from the body and preserved under certain conditions, and hence, not only minerals and organic materials exist with their own actualities and specific forms within the existence of the vegetable, animal, or human, but there also actually exist innumerable vegetable and animal existence within a higher animal or man. The animal and human spirit occurs as higher forms at a higher vertical level. Is it acceptable to say that the bodies of man and animals have no actual existence apart from the existence of the spirit, while the spirit is attached to the body, and that when the animal or man dies and the spirit is separated from its body, the body obtains an actual existence and a new form appears in it? Therefore, there should be no doubt about the possibility of coexistence of two or more vertical forms in a single matter, for, indeed, This occurs frequently. That which is not possible is the coexistence of two contrary forms in a single matter which are in a horizontal position with respect to one another. Here the question will be raised as to how one can distinguish vertical from horizontal forms. The answer is that vertical and horizontal forms can only be distinguished by means of experience. That is, any form which experience proves to be incapable of coexisting with another form is horizontal, and any form which is capable of coexisting with another will be vertical. Some examples of horizontal forms which are contrary to each other are the forms of water and steam and the forms of the various elements. However, the forms of the elements can coexist with vegetable, animal, or human forms, and therefore they are considered to be vertical forms. Likewise, the lower forms of life, such as cells and corpuscles, can coexist with higher forms, such as the forms of higher animals and humans. For this reason, the forms of higher animals and of man are in a vertical relation to other forms. Given this difference between forms, they can be divided into two groups: those forms which are successive, contrary to one another, and horizontal, and those which are superimposed or vertical. It is clear that this is a relative and relational division, and therefore it is possible for a form to be successive in relation to a certain form, but to be considered superimposing relative to another. The relation of generation and corruption to motion. It is clear that generation and corruption is specific to instantaneous changes and motion is a feature of gradual changes. Therefore, in this respect, one cannot include both of them in a single kind of change. However, the absence of coexistence between generation and corruption and motion does not mean that there is no room for generation and corruption anywhere that motion exists. Rather, it is possible for a moving thing to be characterized by generation or corruption from another angle. To explain, it is possible for an existent to possess motion which ends in a single instant, and at that very moment for another motion to appear in it. For example, the motion of an airplane which moves by the power of an engine is the effect of that power, and so, with the shutting down of that engine, the motion produced by it sooner or later comes to an end. And when a second engine starts working, another power is produced which causes a new motion for the plane. Now, if it is supposed that the second motion begins the very moment that the first motion ends, although the motion of the plane is not interrupted, there will actually be two motions, one of which is the effect of the power of the first engine and another which is the effect of the power of the second. Here, in addition to gradual change, there is also an instantaneous change, which is the ending of the first motion and its transformation into the second motion. This change can be called generation and corruption. Likewise, when two successive forms appear in a matter and one of them is corrupted and the other takes its place, the substantial motion of the earlier form ends, and at that very moment the substantial motion of the later form begins. This transformation of forms and succession of substantial motions also should be considered a kind of generation and corruption, for it is accomplished in one instant and without any temporal gap. Therefore, the assumption of the continuation of motion in a single existent is compatible with the occurrence of generation and corruption in it, because it is in fact possible for two alternating motions to have occurred in it which superficially are considered to be a single motion. The only case in which generation and corruption is incompatible with motion is under the assumption of a single real motion. If the material world possessed a single unitary existence and it were supposed that it had a single substantial motion, then there would be no room for generation or corruption. However, this assumption is not correct, as will be explained in the appropriate place. Lesson 55. Motion. The concept of motion. During the previous discussions, the concept of motion became clear, and a simple definition of it was obtained: gradual change. Other definitions of motion have been given, some of which were mentioned in the course of the preceding discussions, including the gradual emergence of a thing from potentiality to actuality, and another definition ascribed to Aristotle, that is, the first perfection of a potential existent qua potential, which was mentioned in Lesson 40 and which means that an existent which possesses the potentiality and capacity for a perfection but lacks it at present will advance toward it under certain conditions, and this advancing is preparatory to the achievement of the soft perfection. And the phrase qua potential is added in order to exclude the specific form of the moving existent, because every potential existent has a specific form anyway, which may be considered its first perfection, but this first perfection is with respect to its actuality rather than its potentiality and is irrelevant to motion. The perfection of motion for a body pertains to its potentiality, and its being first pertains to its priority for attaining its end. However, the first definition is to be preferred because it is more concise and conceptually clear, although none of them may be considered what in logical terminology is called a complete definition tam, because a complete definition is specific to whatnesses, which possess a genus and difference, while the concept of motion is a secondary philosophical intelligible abstracted from the manner of the moving existent, and in the external world there is no substance nor accident called motion. Rather, motion is the being gradual of the existence of a substance or accident and its flowing through the extension of time. Even according to Sheikh al-Ishraq, who considered motion to be of the category of accidents, a complete definition cannot be given for it because its category is a highest genus and does not possess genus and difference. Another point we should mention is that instantaneous changes are abstracted from two existences, or at the least from the existence and non-existence of a single thing, while motion is abstracted from a single existent and its extension through time. Numerical difference between something which changes and that into which it changes pertains only to its potential parts which continually become existent and non-existent, although none of them has actual existence. In other words, motion is not a collection of existents which come into existence one after the other. Rather, it is abstracted from the extension of a single existent and it is infinitely divisible, although the division of it in the external world involves the appearance of rest and the destruction of its unity. The existence of motion. In Lesson 51 it was mentioned that a group of ancient Greek philosophers, such as Parmenides and Zeno of Elea, denied that there was gradual change or motion. This position seems strange at first, and the question immediately arises in the mind of the reader or hearer as to whether they did not observe all these various motions? Did they not themselves move around? But by examining their words more carefully it becomes clear that the matter is not quite so simple. Even the positions of some of those who believe in motion and stubbornly defend it, such as some Marxists, originate with the Eleatics. The secret of the matter is that they consider the changes called motion to be a collection of successive instantaneous changes. For example, the motion of the body from one point to another was considered to be the successive resting of the body at the points between the two assumed points. In other words, they did not accept motion as something gradual and continuous, but rather as a collection of successive rests. Therefore, if someone else holds that motion has actual parts, in reality he has joined the ranks of those who deny motion. The truth is that the existence of motion as a single gradual thing is undeniable. Even some instances of it, such as the gradual changes of psychic qualities, can be perceived by infallible presentational knowledge. The source of the error of the Eleatics are doubts that run counter to consciousness and self-evidence, and no uncertainty remains once these doubts are dispelled. Problems raised by those who deny the existence of motion and their solution. Those who have denied the existence of motion in the external world and who have considered it to be a mental concept which refers to a succession of rests have resorted to dubious notions, the most important of which are the following two. What if motion exists as a single continuous thing in the external world? It must be considered as having parts, and since each of its parts possesses extension, each of these in turn will be divisible into other parts, and this division will continue infinitely. This implies that finite motion must be infinite. Aristotle responded to this difficulty by claiming that motion does not have actual parts which could be finite or infinite, but rather that it can be divided into two parts, for example, in which case there will be two motions, not a single motion. Likewise, each part may be divided into two or more parts, and with each division performed in the external world a number of actual existence will come about. These divisions may be continued without end, and hence the supposed motion itself will be finite, although its potential parts will be infinite. No contradiction exists between these two propositions, because one of the conditions for a contradiction is the unity of the actual and the potential, which does not obtain in this case, for being finite is the attribute of the motion as a whole, while being infinite is the attribute of its potential parts. But it's better to ask one who reasons in this way, what do you mean by finite motion being infinite? If what is meant by being infinite is the number of its parts, this number does not actually exist in any motion, and the appearance of any number, whether finite or infinite, in motion is due to its objective division, in which case a single motion will not exist. Likewise, everything which is divisible into two halves is presently a unit, but whenever it is divided, it becomes two units. But this divisibility does not imply that it is both 1 and 2. If what is meant is that the infinite divisibility of motion implies that the continuous amount in quantity rather than number is finite from one side and infinite from another, because every part of its infinite parts will have a quantity, and the collection of these amounts will be infinite. The answer to this is that even if every extension is divisible into an infinite number of parts, the amount of any extension will still be a fraction of the amount of the whole. Hence, the sum of the quantities of the infinite fractions of motion will be the finite amount of the motion itself. Once psi shen yen equals 1. It must be mentioned that this problem is not specific to motion, but covers all extensions, such as line and time. For this reason, those who raise these doubts consider every limited line to be composed of a limited number of extensionless points, and every limited portion of time to be composed of a determinate number of instants. They believe that although the points are not extended, a collection of several points could bring a line into existence. Though an instant has no length or extension, a set of several of them brings about a portion of time. Likewise, a collection of rests brings about motion. In reality, that which has objective existence are points, instants, and rests. Line, time, and motion are concepts abstracted from their collections. In other words, they believe in indivisible parts, juzlayata jeza, that is, every extension is capable of being divided into limited parts, and they believe that the last division leads to parts which are no longer divisible. This is a problem about which philosophers have spoken much, and they have given numerous reasons for the invalidity of the notion of indivisible parts, but this is not the place to review them. The other problem is that when a body moves from point A toward point C, for example, at the first instant it is at point A, and at the third instant it is at point C, so there is no other alternative but that at the second instant it must pass some point B which is between the other two. Otherwise, there could be no motion. Now, if it is assumed that the above-mentioned body is at point B at the second instant, this would imply that its motion is a collection of three rests. For rest is nothing but the residence of a body in a place, and if it did not reside there, this would imply that there was no motion. For motion without passing the second point is impossible. Therefore, motion implies a contradiction being and not being at an intermediate point. The answer is that in this example, three corresponding extensions are assumed: time, space, and motion. If we consider three extended parts for each of them, it can be said that in the first part of time, the moving body has been in the first part of the space and that the first part of its motion corresponds to them, and likewise for the second and third parts. However, the occurrence of every part of the motion in the corresponding parts of time and space does not mean that the body is ever at rest. However, if we take points and moments in their real meaning as lacking extension, it would have to be said that actual instants and points do not exist in time and space, and the assumption of an actual point in a line means its division into two line segments, such that the said point is the end of one segment and the beginning of another. It is the same for the assumption of an instant in time and the assumption of a rest in motion. What it means for a body to be at a certain instant at a point in space is that if the extensions of time, space, and motion were cut, their points of division would correspond to each other. This does not imply the existence of rest in the midst of motion, just as it does not imply the existence of points in a line or the existence of instants in time. In reality, the source of this problem is that, on the one hand, being is considered to be equivalent to fixation, rest, and residence, while on the other hand, time is assumed to be composed of instants and line composed of points. They attempted to present the extension of motion as a composition of atoms of rest by means of a comparison to the extensions of time and space. While being includes both fixed and flowing beings, moments and points are ends of extensions of time and line, and are not considered to be parts of them. Likewise, rest appears as the stopping of motion, not as something that exists in the midst of a single motion so as to be considered a part of it. Lesson 56. Properties of motion. The constituent factors of motion. Noting that which has already been discussed regarding motion, it becomes clear that the occurrence of motion hinges on three things which may be called the constituents of motion. 1. The unity of the source of abstraction of motion. Contrary to other types of change, motion is abstracted from a single existent. Hence, every motion is a single entity in which no actual parts are to be found. 2. The fluidity and extension of motion in the expanse of time. Since that which is gradual does not occur without a correspondence to time, motion is not abstracted from instantaneous things and fixed existence, which are outside the realm of time, and it is not attributed to them. 3. Infinite divisibility. Just as every extension is infinitely divisible, so is motion. Each potential part of motion is the changing predecessor mutator in relation to the potential part which follows it, and the part which follows, with respect to the part which precedes it, is its changed successor mutator on ille. The features of motion, in addition to the three things mentioned above, which are grasped through meditation on the essence of motion, and which are necessary for all motions, there are other things which may be called the features of motion. Noting the differences among them, specific kinds of motion may be considered, the most important of which are the following. 1. The channel of motion. It is possible for an existent to have numerous aspects of capacity for change. For example, it is possible for an apple to fall from a tree with a spatial or translative motion, and likewise it is possible for it to rotate or to gradually change color. However, each of these motions has its own specific channel bastar which distinguishes it from other motions. For example, the channel for the motion of the apple toward the ground is space, and this motion is spatial or one of displacement, or motion in the category of whirring. The channel for the gradual change in its hue is color, and this is considered to be a change in the category of quality. The channel for its rotation is position, and it is taken to be a change in the category of position. 3. The course of motion. It is possible for something to move in various ways through a single channel. For example, the spatial movement or displacement of a star is possible in either a circular or an elliptical shape, or the motion of a ball from one point to another may be in a straight or a curved line. In this way, another concept may be obtained which is more specific than the previous one, and this may be called the course madar, literally, orbit, here used in the sense of the course of motion. However, it must be noted that the expression madar has a broader meaning here than its literal meaning, the place of circling, just as the expression curve has a broader meaning in mathematics than in ordinary usage, and it is possible for the curve which shows the course of a given change to be a straight line. 3. The direction of motion. It is also possible for motion in a single course to take place in various ways. For example, the motion of a top rotating on its axis may be from left to right or from right to left. Therefore, another feature must be considered for motion, and this is called the direction of motion. 4. The speed of motion. Speed is a concept which is obtained from the relation between the time and displacement of motion. For example, it is possible for a body to travel a certain distance in 1 minute or in 2 minutes. The distinguishing aspect between these two motions is speed. Acceleration. It is possible for the speed of motion to gradually increase or decrease, as it is possible for the speed to remain constant. In the first case, the motion is becoming faster or possesses a positive acceleration. In the second case, it is becoming slower or possesses a negative acceleration, while in the third case, it is said to be constant or without acceleration, or as possessing zero acceleration. The agent of motion. Among the things which differentiate types of motion is difference in the type of agent of motion. For example, there is a difference in kind between motions which have voluntary agents and those with natural agents, although there may be no difference externally. Likewise, multiple individual agents cause multiple individual motions, just as the multiple forces which successively come about by the two engines of an airplane causes the multiplicity of its motions, even if the two above-mentioned motions are contiguous and without any temporal gap, and from a superficial point of view there seems to be but a single motion. The requirements of motion. Philosophers have considered 6 things to be requirements of motion: origin, Misbah, and muntaha, time, distance, subject mutaharak and agent mutaharak. 1 and 2. Origin and end. Some of the definitions of motion suffice to warrant the requirement of an origin and end for every motion. For example, the gradual emergence of actuality from potentiality implies that at the beginning a potentiality should exist and at the end of the motion an actuality. Hence, potentiality and actuality may be considered the origin and end of motion. It appears that motion does not essentially require a relation to an origin or end, and hence, the assumption of infinite motion without beginning or end is not an irrational one. Accordingly, some ancient philosophers considered the motions of the celestial spheres to be without beginning or end in time, and so they had to take quite some pains to associate some origin and end with them. It may be said that origin or end are specific to limited motions, and that origin or end are implied by their limits, not implied by the motion itself, as every limited extension has an origin or end. Perhaps the source of the plausibility of considering motion to have an origin or end is that a means is thereby sought to determine the direction of motion. Anyway, origin or end cannot be considered requirements of all motions. It is necessary to mention that those who consider motion to require an origin or end do not take them to be within the motion itself, because every part of motion is extended, and no matter how small a part is imagined, it will be divisible, and again it will have to have a beginning part. If a part of motion is called the origin or end of motion, this will be a relative attribution to the motion itself. Taking potentiality and actuality as the origin and end of motion involves a certain laxity, for the terms origin and end are abstracted from the limits of motion, like point for line and moment for time, and they are considered to have an aspect of non-being. This is contrary to potentiality and actuality, especially the latter, which cannot be considered cases in which there are aspects of non-being. Furthermore, the requirement of potentiality and actuality has not been established for motion, and it may be said that in order to abstract the concept of motion, it is not necessary to take into account anything more than the gradual existence of a substance or accident. Therefore, another distinctive aspect of the first definition of motion, gradual change, is established. 3. It was previously indicated that it is impossible for a thing to be gradual without a correspondence to time. For this reason, the corresponding extension in time was considered to be one of the fundamentals of motion. Since time and motion are analytic accidents of fluid existence, they may be considered to be two sides of the same coin. 4. Distance. By the distance of motion, philosophers mean a category to which the motion is related, such as the relation of rotation to the category of position and the relation of translative motion to the category of space. Distance is like a canal through which a moving thing flows. If it is assumed that the extension of motion is cut and it comes to rest, then it may be said that the mentioned body is in the canal. Therefore, distance corresponds to the channel of motion. However, a subtle distinction may be drawn between distance and the channel of motion, namely, that the channel of motion is also applied to the specific whatness, such that every supposed part of motion can be considered to be an individual of that species. However, distance is commonly used as a term for the highest genus or category, and it is like an extended canal which embraces partial canals. To explain further, motion as we know it is obtained from the extension of the existence of a substance or accident through the expanse of time, and it is possible that the existent, which is the source of the abstraction of motion, is perfected through the process of motion, such that from a part of it a specific whatness is abstracted, and from another part, another whatness. For example, if it is assumed that the color of an apple gradually changes from green to red, from a part of this motion the accidental whatness of green will be abstracted, while from another part the accidental whatness of red is abstracted, both of which are considered kinds of color. Color, in turn, is considered a sensory quality, and sensory quality belongs to the category of quality. The distance of this motion is the very category of quality, but the channel of the motion is also applied in the case of the transformation of an individual of one specific quality to another individual. For example, the motion of a body from one place to another does not require the occurrence of kinds within the category of place. Rather, one individual is constantly transformed into another individual, regardless of the laxity in the use of individual for the potential parts of motion, and likewise the laxity in the use of category for the abstracted concept of place. In any case, observing that changes from one kind to another in the process of motion are not permissible, philosophers considered categories to be channels of a general sort for motion, for motion never violates the limits of the categories, and they call the channels distance. It should not be left unsaid that some philosophers considered specific difference between potential parts of motion to be not only permissible but necessary. However, it seems that specific difference can only be taken to obtain at the beginning or end of motion, because the abstraction of several whatnesses from the potential parts of motion implies the ability to consider a definite boundary for each of them. This indicates that the given motion is really a composite of several motions, however much it may seem superficially to be a single motion. For example, although the transformation of the color of an apple from green to yellow and from yellow to red seems to be a single process, if these colors and perhaps other colors which are intermediaries between them were different in kind, certain cut-off points in the motion would be abstracted, and the assumption of numerous cut-off points is like the assumption of the appearance of points in a line and implies numerous cuts even if no temporal separation between the cut-off points is assumed. 5. Subject. Another thing that philosophers have considered to be necessary for motion is the subject of motion or the object moved mutaharik. However, it must be noted that the expression subject modu is employed in the intellectual sciences in various senses, the most well-known of which are indicated by the logical term, which is usually contrasted with predicate, and the philosophical term, which is used in the case of substance insofar as it is the locus of accidents. The first term is a secondary logical intelligible and is applied to the first part of every predicative proposition, and even the concept of contradiction in the proposition contradictions are impossible is the subject of the proposition. It is clear that subject in this sense is not relevant to the present discussion. The second term is specific to the subjects of accidents, and if motion is also an objective accident, as was imagined by Sheikh Ishraq, it will be in need of a subject. However, we have come to know that motion is not a kind of objective accident, but a kind of analytic accident of flowing existence. Hence, the establishment of a subject for all motions will only be correct in a third sense, which includes the source of the abstraction of analytical accidents. According to a famous expression in philosophy, a subject is only needed in the case of accidental motion in the respect in which it is an accident and not in the respect in which it possesses motion. The agent or mover. The sixth thing which philosophers have considered to be necessary for motion is a mover or agent of motion. However, it must be borne in mind that the agent, meaning the generative cause, ilati hasty baksh, literally, existence-granting cause, is not specific to motion. Every existent which is in effect needs a generative cause. Basically, motion has no antified specific referent beyond the existence of the substance or accident abstracted from it, and it is the existence of the substance or accident which requires a generative cause. The concept of motion is abstracted from the manner of its existence, and composite-making jaltalafi does not apply to it. In other words, the creation of a flowing substance or accident is the very creation of substantial or accidental motion. However, a natural agent, who is not a producer or creator and is considered in another sense to be a preparatory cause, is specific to material phenomena, all of which possess a kind of change, alteration, or motion. But such an agent can only be assumed in the case of accidental motions, and in the appropriate place it will be explained that substantial motion does not need this sort of agent. Lesson 57. Divisions of motion. Introduction. We have learned that the constituents of motion exist in all motions that are invariable, and there is no difference on the basis of which different types of motion may be conceived. However, the characteristics and implications of motion are more or less different, and on the basis of these various kinds of motion can be differentiated. For example, differences in the course of transfer are completely sensible, and the different forms for it which may be imagined cause differences in the related motions. But, on the one hand, the the differences in courses are not limited to a certain number of types, and on the other hand, no specific philosophical conclusions are to be obtained on the basis of such differences. Hence, a categorization of motions on the basis of differences in their courses will not be of much benefit. Likewise, the directions of motion, even if they are generally divided into 6 main well-known directions, will not provide for a useful categorization. First, this division is conventional. Second, the division of motion on the basis of these differences yields no philosophical fruit. Also, the speeds of motion are innumerable, but these differences are inconsequential for philosophical analysis. The division of motion on the basis of differences among its agents is really subordinate to the types of agents which have been indicated in Lesson 38. In general, motions may be divided into 2 kinds, natural and voluntary. For every intentional agent fail bil cast, providential agent fail bil inaya, agent by agreement fail bil rida, and agent by self-disclosure fail bil tajali is a voluntary agent. Compelled agents fail bil jabr and subordinate agents fail bil taskir are also considered to be particular states of voluntary agents, just as the constrained agent fail kasri is considered to be a specific state of the natural agent. Among all the properties of motion, the most important thing about which the philosophical discussions of the categories of motion turn are the channel and the distance of motion. However, prior to the presentation of these discussions, it would be worthwhile to have a short discussion of a division of motion on the basis of differences in acceleration and at the same time to review the problem of the evolutionary nature of motion and its relation to acceleration. Divisions of motion on the basis of acceleration. Consider an automobile, the needle of whose speedometer gradually increases from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour. It goes up, then stays there for a while, and then gradually returns to 0. This automobile is transferred during the period of its motion from point A to point B, and this motion is translative and occurs in the channel of space. However, in this process, 2 other gradual changes are observed. One is the change of the speed from 0 to 100 kph, and the other is the change from 100 to 0. From a philosophical point of view, this change is also to be included in the definition of motion. It may be considered a kind of motion in quality, since acceleration and deceleration are 2 qualities specific to motion which are also accidents of the quantities of the speeds. The same can be said for other types of changes or motions, so that one motion in quality may be attributed to another motion in quality from a different point of view. For example, suppose that a colorless body gradually becomes black and retains that state of blackness for a while. Then its color gradually fades and it becomes colorless again. Undoubtedly, a change in the color of a body is a motion in the category of quality. It is possible that the degree of blackening or fading is not uniform through all parts of time. For example, the speed of blackening might gradually increase and then decrease in the same manner. This change in speed is different from the change itself in color, and for this reason it may be considered a motion which rides upon the other motion. Likewise, one may consider a constant motion to lack this sort of change, and its speed will be fixed. Therefore, from the perspective of constancy or change in speed, motion can be divided into 3 kinds. 1. Constant motion without acceleration and a fixed speed. 2. Motion with increasing speed or positive acceleration. 3. Motion with decreasing speed or negative acceleration. The existence of motion with increasing speed and of motion with decreasing speed and likewise of motion with constant speed are observed by the senses and are undeniable. One can even find instances of them by means of presentational knowledge, such as changes in subjective qualities and states which gradually increase and decrease in speed or are constant. Without a doubt, one may consider the decrease in the speed of a motion as a kind of decline, gradual weakness and imperfection in the motion. In this way, a kind of weakening and declining motion is established. It is at this point that we confront the question of whether the existence of slowing motion conflicts with some of the definitions of motion, such as the gradual emergence of a thing from potentiality to actuality or the first perfection of a potential existent insofar as it is potential. In order to answer this question, 2 aspects of the discussion must be distinguished. One is the perfection of the motion and the other is the perfection of the moving existence. It is possible that the moving object obtains new perfections through the course of its motion, while there are differences in the speed of these attainments. That is, in some times the speed of perfection may increase while at other times it decreases, and at yet a third time the speed may be constant. The constancy or even the decrease in the speed of attaining perfection in no way detracts from the fact that the moving object is becoming perfected. For example, a body whose rate of blackening decreases will still be ever blacker from one moment to the next, although the change in color will occur more slowly. Hence, there is no contradiction between the assumption that motion leads to the greater perfection of the moving existence and the assumption of a negative acceleration for the speed of perfection. If someone were to claim that every motion becomes more perfect insofar as it is motion, this claim will not be compatible with the acceptance of constant motion and motion without acceleration. And it is clear that such a claim will be contrary to introspection and self-evidence. Recourse to some definitions of motion will not enable one to prove such a claim. Furthermore, the mentioned definitions do not prove such a claim because at most what can be concluded from them is the fact that the moving existence under the influence of motion obtains new perfection and actuality, and as was indicated, the perfection of a moving thing does not conflict with the decrease of the speed of its motion. The next question we shall take up is that of whether every motion leads to the perfection of the moving thing or not. The evolution of the moved due to motion. We have learned that the perfecting of motion, in the sense of acceleration and increasing intensity, is not universal. None of the definitions of motion indicate this. However, in the sense of the perfection of the moved under the influence of motion, it is possible to infer from the two mentioned definitions that since the moved achieves a new actuality and perfection by means of motion, it is necessary that every motion will be an intensification and lead to the perfection of the moved. One who reasons in this way must confront a great problem. Many things gradually weaken, wilt, and perish. Their gradual change and motion not only fail to increase their perfections but constantly decrease their perfections and bring them close to death and destruction. Plants and animals, after passing through the periods of growth and flourishing, enter the stage of old age and decrepitude, and their withering and declining motion begins. In order to escape this difficulty, they have sought to find an alternative in the claim that these kinds of declining and decaying motions are accompanied by the motions of other existence which are growing. For example, while an apple rots due to affliction by a worm, the worm grows in it, and the real motion is the perfecting motion of the worm, which brings about the decrease in perfection of the apple, and its wilting and rotting are its accidental motions. Not only is there no way to prove that in all cases the declining motion of a moving thing is accompanied by the intensifying motion of another moving thing, but also one cannot ignore the gradual declining change of an existent and dismiss it as accidental. Finally, this question remains: what is the philosophical significance of this gradual declining process in the wilting existent? Reliance on the mentioned definitions in order to deny non-perfecting motions cannot explain their undeniable existence. Assuming that the purport of the definitions is not compatible with declining motion, one must raise doubts about the correctness and universality of the definitions, instead of relying on the authority of the definitions to justify something which is unacceptable. At the same time, however, it is possible to interpret these definitions in such a way that they do not imply a denial of non-perfecting motions. As was explained in Lesson 52, actual and potential are two concepts which are abstracted by comparing the priority of one existent to another and the inclusion in the second existent of the whole or part of the first existent. This by no means implies that the second whole is more perfect than the first. Likewise, considering the motion to be a preparatory perfection for the attainment of a major perfection does not imply the perseverance of all of the previous perfections in the present existent, for it is possible that a requirement for motion and the attainment of a perfection whose conclusion is being considered is that the moving object must lose some of its other perfections. The perfection which is obtained as a result of motion may be equivalent to or even less than the lost perfection. Therefore, the correspondence of Aristotle's definition to various types of motions does not imply that the perfection which is obtained through motion is ontologically superior to the perfection lost by the moving object. It cannot be be concluded that the moving existent necessarily becomes more perfect, comparing its present station with its previous condition. It is not basically necessary to depend on the concepts of actuality and potentiality and the concept of perfection in the definition of motion, for these concepts, which themselves are in need of explanation and interpretation, cannot remove any ambiguity from the concept of motion. Is it really acceptable to say that everything which moves from one place to another thereby becomes more perfect and attains new perfections superior to those it had possessed? Can it really be proved that the wilting and declining processes of every vegetable and animal are the results of the perfection of another existence? Perhaps it will be asked, if motion does not bring about the perfection of the moved, then why does the moved undertake the motion? What motivation could it have? The answer is that, first, not every motion arises from the consciousness and motivation of the moved, as was mentioned regarding natural and constrained motions. Second, it is possible for a conscious existent to perform a motion in order to attain a real or imaginary pleasure, but out of negligence for the natural consequences or due to the intensity of the desire for the mentioned pleasure, this motion leads to the loss of more valuable perfections. Anyway, the irrationality and imprudence of such a motion does not imply that it is impossible. It is possible to say that if the resultant of the motions of the world is not positive and that the result of the collection of all their motions is not the obtaining of more perfection for existence in this world, then the creation of such a world would be vain and useless. The answer is that on the basis of divine wisdom we can prove that the creation of the world is not vain and useless and its results are wise. However, the positive character of the resultant of the motions does not imply that every motion necessarily is perfecting and causes more perfection for the moved itself. It may be concluded that there is no reason to hold that every moving thing under the influence of motion achieves a perfection superior to its previous perfection regarding its ontological level. Innumerable experiences show that not only is there constant motion, but also declining and weakening motion exist, in the sense that the moved gradually loses its present perfections or possesses perfections which are not superior to those it has lost. If some definitions of motion are not compatible with such motions, they must be considered to lack universality. The perfecting character of every motion can be accepted only in the sense that the existence of the moving thing attains to something existing, which it previously lacked, although it previously may have possessed something similar or more perfect, as was mentioned regarding the relation between the potential and the actual. Lesson 58. Motion in Accidents. Introduction. The motion which is familiar to ordinary people is motion in space and position, such as the motions of the Earth's revolution about the Sun and its rotation about its axis. However, philosophers have expanded the concept of motion to include any kind of gradual change, and they have established two other kinds of motion. One is qualitative motion, such as the gradual change of states and qualities of the soul, and the changes in color and shape of bodies. The other is quantitative motion, such as the gradual growth of a tree and the increase in its height. As a result, motion has been divided into 4 groups in accordance with the related category. All of these are related to accidental categories: motion in space, motion in position, qualitative motion, and quantitative motion. The ancient philosophers did not allow motion in substance. There are only a few ancient Greek philosophers from whom some claims have been reported which are comparable to substantial motion. Among the Islamic philosophers, Sadr al-Mutalihin developed and gave numerous reasons in support of the existence of substantial motion. From this time, the problem of substantial motion became famous among Islamic philosophers. Here, we shall first review the 4 types of accidental motion, and then we will discuss substantial motion independently. Spatial motion. As was indicated, the most sensible type of motion is spatial motion, whose channel is the space of bodies. Philosophers have introduced the category of where ein is pertaining to its distance. However, as was previously mentioned, the category of where, like the other relative categories, is not a whatness of species or genus. Instead, it is a relational and relative concept, which is abstracted from the relation between a thing and its location. Space is also an analytic accident of bodies which does not have an identified object. In reality, the location of everything is a part of the volume of the whole material universe, which is considered separately. though it does not possess a separate existence. Anyway, motion in space is either intentional, as when a man transfers himself from one place to another of his own will, or non-intentional, like the spatial movements of non-living bodies. Non-intentional motion, in turn, is divided into natural and unnatural motion, for it is either required by the nature of the thing, or it is under the influence of a constraining force. Intentional motion, which is based on the soul of the willing agent, is really a subordinative Taqi action which would not occur without the intermediary of the soul. The souls of animals and men use a natural agent to move their bodies or other objects, so the direct and proximate agent of intentional motion is nature. On the other hand, constrained motion, whether it derives from that which constrains Kasir, as asserted by us, or from that which is constrained Maksir, as most philosophers have held, is ultimately produced by the nature of the body. Hence, every motion derives from nature, and for this reason, nature is introduced as the agent source metaphysics of the motion of bodies. In other words, every motion has a source of its tendency metaphysics, which is either a property of the body's nature or appears by means of the influence of the nature of another thing. The ancient philosophers presented views about the source of motion in moving bodies, some of which were discussed in Lesson 38. However, their explanations were based on the assumptions of the then current natural sciences and do not correspond to contemporary scientific theories. But, in general, it can be said that corporeal motion does not lie beyond these two alternatives. Either it is required by the nature of the moving existent, and in this case the motion continues until it confronts an obstacle, or the essence of the moving existent does not require motion, but it occurs under the influence of a foreign factor. If this foreign factor itself does not require motion, essentially, another factor will have to exist until it culminates in a material factor that essentially requires motion. This factor corresponds to the thing which in modern physics is called energy. It is the transference of energy to bodies which causes their motion. But it must be noted that the validity of this correspondence depends on the validity of the related scientific theory. However, the existence of a natural factor that essentially requires motion is a philosophical theory to which the correctness or incorrectness of scientific theories makes no difference. Motion in position. Just about everything that has been said about spatial motion applies to motion in position as well. Basically, motion in position may be reduced to spatial motion because although in motion in position the place of the entire body does not change, the parts of the moving thing gradually change location, so that, for example, the part which was to the right moves to the left, or the part which was above moves below. The discussion of whether position is really a category is similar to that about the category of wherein. The division of motion in position into intentional and non-intentional is similar to the corresponding division in spatial motion. A notable point is that philosophers do not consider circular motion to be required by nature, and in this regard modern physics says that motion which is not in a straight line must be the resultant of several forces. The final judgment about this kind of problem is the responsibility of the empirical sciences. Motion in quality. The third category in which motion occurs is the category of quality. It may be further subdivided by attending to its kinds, such as motion in mental quality, motion in sensible quality, motion in qualities specific to quantity, and motion in dispositional qualities kaifistidati. The most indubitable among the types of motion in quality is motion in mental quality, for it is perceived by infallible presentational knowledge. For example, everyone finds within themselves an affection or love for someone or something, and gradually this attraction becomes intense. Or one feels a dislike towards someone or something which gradually changes into an intense loathing, or the opposite. A state of intense anger appears and gradually is mollified, or a state of intense joy appears and gradually vanishes. From a philosophical point of view, these gradual changes are considered motion. Motions such as these may be considered to be like sensible qualities, such as color, but we know that the reality of color and the qualities of their intensity and weakness are still subjects of discussion among physicists. Therefore, the existence of this type of motion in quality is not as certain as the previous type. The third type of motion in quality is motion in shape. If two ends of a string which are extended to form a straighter line gradually brought together in such a way that a curve is formed, then the plane surface and its straight line, if the line it possesses is actual, gradually becomes curved. However, if this transformation is really gradual, it will be subordinate to motion in the position of the string itself or to the spatial motion of its parts. Another example of this kind of motion in quality may be found in the speeding up or slowing down of any motion, because it is a quality specific to the quantity of its speed, as was explained in the previous lesson. The fourth kind of motion in quality is motion in dispositional qualities and their gradual intensification and weakening. However, in lesson 48 it became clear that the concept of disposition is a kind of concept which is abstracted from the decrease and increase in the conditions for the occurrence of a phenomenon. Therefore, if the occurrence of the conditions is really gradual, the motion in the disposition of quality can be considered a concept abstracted from several motions. If it is assumed that the occurrence of a phenomenon depends on only one condition, and that this condition really comes about gradually, then in this case motion in dispositional quality can be considered a concept abstracted from the motion of the mentioned condition. Motion in quantity. Motion in the category of quantity for a moving body is assumed either in disjoint quantity and number, or in continuous quantities and amount. But in addition to the fact that number does not have real existence, it makes no sense to speak of numbers changing gradually, for change in number is obtained only by means of increase or decrease in units, and these increases and decreases occur instantaneously, although it may be based on gradually fulfilled prerequisites or spatial motion. If motion in continuous quantity is supposed in a line, its changes depend on the changes in the surface on which the line exists, and the changes in a surface in turn depend on the changes in volume, and until the volume of something increases or decreases, the amount of its surface or lines will not increase or decrease. An increase in volume will be obtained either as an effect of the attachment of another body or as an effect of the expansion and extension of its own parts. Likewise, a decrease in the volume of a body will occur either as an effect of the removal of a section from it, or as an effect of pressure on its existing parts. Change which is obtained as a result of composition and decomposition, attachment and detachment, is usually instantaneous, although the prerequisites for it might be fulfilled gradually. However, a case of gradual composition and decomposition may be imagined. For example, such that two liquids, each of which is assumed to possess a true individual unity, are gradually poured into one another so that they are mixed, and a third liquid with its own individual unity results. Regarding the fact that every compound liquid is composed of uncountable molecules, the proof of individual unity for each of the two assumed liquids and for the mixture of the two is exceedingly difficult. In reality, this kind of analysis and synthesis are sets of instantaneous connections and disconnections which appear following the spatial motion of the parts. Decrease or increase in the volume of a body as a result of the expansion or compression of its parts is in fact another way of describing motion in space and position of its molecules and atoms. For example, when water boils and turns into steam, its volume increases. But this increase in volume, according to that established by physicists, is nothing but the increase in the distance of the molecules of water. Likewise, the transformation of steam into water and gas into liquid is nothing but the decrease in the distance of these molecules and atoms. Therefore, the growth of plants and animals has been considered a clear instance of motion in quantity, and although it is obtained by addition of other bodies such as water and nutrients, it is assumed that each of them possesses a single specific form whose amount gradually increases. It seems that the establishment of true motion in quantity is also difficult in these cases because undoubtedly vegetable growth is under the influence of the addition of foreign materials which are transferred into them by spatial motion, and the connections and disconnections of their parts take place instantaneously. Likewise, when two bodies move toward each other, or one of them moves toward the other, Although they gradually approach each other, their attachment takes place at a single instant and without any duration. After their new parts are put in their places, although their chemical and physiological actions and reactions take place gradually, there is no reason that the specific form of a tree or an animal also develop gradually to include the new part. It is possible that the change of the prior quantity to the new quantity occurs instantaneously, and is a kind of generation or corruption, not something gradual and a kind of motion in quantity. It is to be concluded that demonstrating that there is motion in quantity is more difficult than demonstrating the other kinds of motion. It is possible that what is called motion in quantity is really a set of spatial motions, instantaneous connections and disconnections, or instantaneous generation and corruption. Lesson 59. Motion in substance. Introduction. As was indicated, philosophers of the past, including Aristotelians and Illuminationists, considered motion to be specific to accidents. Not only did they fail to establish substantial motion, but they imagined it to be impossible. Also, among the ancient Greek philosophers, none are to be found who explicitly discuss substantial motion or establish it. The only position which is comparable to substantial motion is that reported to have been held by Heraclitus 540–470 BC. Other than those Islamic and non-Islamic philosophers and theologians who believed in constant renewing creation, none are found to whom a tendency toward substantial motion can be ascribed. However, contrary to the famous philosophers of the world, the one who explicitly established substantial motion and boldly insisted on it was the great Islamic philosopher, Sadr al-Mutalihin Shirazi. Here, we shall first present the objections raised by those who deny substantial motion and answer them. Then we shall explain the theory of Sadr al-Mutalihin and the arguments he has put forth to prove it. Objections to substantial motion. The discussions of those who imagine substantial motion to be impossible turn on the notion that one of the prerequisites, or rather one of the constituents, of every motion is the existence of the moved, or in technical terms, the subject of motion. When we say that the earth rotates on its axis and revolves around the sun, or that an apple turns from green to yellow and then to red, or that a sapling or a baby animal or human grows and develops, in each of these cases we have a fixed essence whose attributes and states gradually change. However, if it is said that the essence itself is not fixed, and just as its attributes and accidents change, its substance also is transformed, then to what are we to relate this change? In other words, substantial motion will be a motion without a thing moved and an attribute without a thing to which attribution is made. This is not rational. Answers to the objections. The origin of this objection is a defect in the analysis of motion. As a result, some philosophers, such as al-Sheikh al-Ishraq, have consciously considered motion to belong to the category of extraneous accidents, while others have unconsciously considered it so. Hence, they considered it necessary for there to be an identified independent subject of motion and attribution which remains fixed through the process of motion, and to which motion and change are related as accidents and attributes. However, as was previously made clear, motion is that very flowing of the existence of substances and accidents, not an accident alongside other accidents. In other words, the concept of motion is not a whattish concept. Rather, it is a secondary philosophical intelligible. To put it still differently, motion is an analytic accident of existence, not an extraneous accident of existence. These sorts of concepts do not need a subject in the sense which has been established for accidents. The only thing that can be considered as the source of abstraction of motion is the flowing substantial or accidental existence itself, in the sense of a subject related to analytic accidents, that is, a subject whose objective existence is identical with an accident, and any distinction between them is impossible except in the realm of mental analysis. Therefore, when we say a substance has changed, it is as if we were to say the color of the apple and not the apple itself has changed. It is clear that in the process of a transformation in color, there is no fixed color to which the transformation is attributed. Even an independent subject is related to accidental motions only because of its being an accident, not because it is motion. Therefore, even if the accident pertaining to the motion were to remain unchanged, it would still need a subject, as the apple itself is needed whether its color is fixed or changing. It is to be concluded that motion and immutability are two analytic attributions for flowing and immutable existence, and such attributions do not require identified subjects of attribution independent of the attribution itself. In the same way as mutability is not an accident of an existent and external reality in such a way that it would lack immutability without that accident, likewise, the attribute of motion is not an extraneous accident of a particular existence so that without it, it should be characterized with immutability and lack of motion. In technical terms, analytic accidents do not require independent subjects. Rather, their existence is identical with the existence of their subjects. It is worth noting the subtle point that according to the fundamentality of existence, motion must be related to existence as an analytic accident, and the relating of it to the whatness of a substance or accident is an accidental relation. Arguments for the existence of substantial motion. Sadr al-Mutalahin offered 3 lines of argument to establish substantial motion. But the first argument for substantial motion has 2 premises. One is that accidental changes in a thing are the effects of the substantial nature of that thing. The second premise is that the natural cause of motion must be a moving thing. From this it is concluded that a substance, which is the cause of motion in accidents, must be a moving thing. As for the first premise, this is the famous principle indicated in the previous lesson. That is, the proximate and immediate agent of all motions is nature, and no motion can be directly related to an immaterial agent. As for the second premise, it may be further explained that if the proximate and immediate cause of an effect were a stationary object, its result would also be a stationary. In order to make this easier to understand, the following example may be used. If a lamp were in a fixed place, the light which radiates from it would illuminate all within a specific radius. But if the lamp were in motion, the extent of its illumination would gradually advance. Hence, the process of moving accidents which advance in the realm of time shows that their cause also is in process along with them. Perhaps it will be asked, if the nature of a substance is essentially in motion, then why are its effects, which are accidents, sometimes without motion? And why cannot the immobility of accidents be reason for the immobility of the nature of a substance? These questions can be answered as follows. The nature of a substance is not a complete cause of motion. Rather, its effectiveness depends on specific conditions whose satisfaction brings about motions in accidents, and motion is an action which requires a natural agent, even if the agent is not the complete cause of its occurrence. Immobility, to the contrary, is a negative thing, the absence of motion, and cannot be considered to be an action in need of an agent. On the other hand, it may be asked whether the proponents of substantial motion are not forced to relate substantial motion to immaterial agents, which are fixed, unchangeable, and devoid of motion. Why did they not accept accidental motion for fixed substances as valid? The answer is that substantial motion is the very existence of the substance and is merely in need of a divine generative agent, and the granting of existence to the substance is the same as the granting of existence to the substantial motion. However, the granting of existence to the substance is not the same as the granting of existence to accidents and to motion in accidents. For this reason, the motion in accidents is related to substantial nature and is considered an action for it. Such an action is in need of a natural agent whose transformation shows a transformation in its agent. Another very precise objection can also be raised against this argument, the answer to which is not as easy as the answer to the previous 2 objections. According to Sadr al-Mutalahin's own explanation, motion is not an entified object independent of its source of abstraction, the flowing existence of a substance or accident. Hence, whether it is assumed to be in a substance or in an accident, motion will be the same as the existence of that substance or accident, and its cause will be the cause of the existence of that substance or accident. Therefore, what prevents us from relating the flowing existence of an accident directly to a divine or metaphysical agent and to consider the role of substance in its occurrence as the role of matter for the occurrence of form rather than as the efficient causalat family? If this assumption is correct, there will be no way to infer substantial motion from the agency of substance for its accidents and their motions. In fact, this objection arises from doubts about the first premise. But in any case, this argument at most will be of benefit to those who consider the agency of substantial nature for their accidents and motions to be debatable. Third, the second argument also has two premises. One is that accidents do not have existence independent of their subjects, but rather they are really aspects of the existence of substance. The second premise is that every kind of change that occurs in an aspect of an existent is a change in the existent itself, and indicates its own internal and essential change. It is concluded that motions in accidents indicate changes in the existence of a substance. In explaining this argument, Sadr al-Mutalahin says that every corporeal existent has a single existence which is in itself determinate and individual, as was explained in Lesson 25. The accidents of every substance are appearances or rays of its existence, which may be considered signs of individuation alamat tathakkuk for it and not as causes of its individuation. Therefore, a change in these signs indicates a change in that which bears the sign. Hence, motion in accidents indicates motion in the existence of a substance. This argument does not depend on the assumption that motion in accidents is an effect of substantial nature, but rather accidents are introduced as appearances and aspects of the existence of a substance. This position is acceptable in the case of continuous quantities because the dimensions and extensions of corporeal existence are nothing but their visages, as was explained in Lesson 47. It can also be applied in the case of qualities specific to quantity, such as geometrical shapes. However, relative categories, as was mentioned repeatedly, are abstract concepts, and only the source of abstraction of some of them, such as time and space, can be considered to be aspects of the existence of substance, which reduce to continuous quantities. The existence of psychic nafsani qualities, which in a precise sense are objective accidents, although in a sense they may be considered to be appearances and aspects of the psyche, is not the same as the existence of the psyche. Rather, there is a sort of union, not unity, between these qualities and the psyche, and for this reason, the application of this argument for such accidents is difficult. The third argument given by Sadr al-Mutalahin for substantial motion is obtained from knowledge of the reality of time as a flowing and passing dimension of material existence, and the logical form of this argument is as follows. All material existents are in time and have a temporal dimension. Every existent which has a temporal dimension has gradual existence. In conclusion, the existence of a material substance will be gradual, that is, possessing motion. The first premise was made clear in 43. From which it may be concluded that time is the passing extension of corporeal existence, not an independent vessel in which they are contained. If material phenomena did not have such a passing extension, they could not be measured with temporal scales, such as clocks, days, months, and years. Likewise, if they did not have spatial extensions and geometrical dimensions, they could not be measured by length, area, and volume. Basically, the measurement of everything by a specific scale shows the homogeneity between them. Therefore, the weight of something can never be measured by the scale of length, or vice versa. It is for this reason that completely immaterial things do not have a temporal duration, and they cannot be considered temporally prior to or posterior to an event, for their immutable existences are not homogeneous with the passing and renewing extension of time. The second premise can be explained as follows. Time is passing so that its potential parts are brought about successively. One part of it does not occur until another part passes, while the entirety of its supposed parts has a single existence. If we understand the nature hakikat of time, we will readily discover that every existent which possesses this sort of extension in its essence will have a gradual existence and will have parts spread out in the channel of time. Its temporal extension is divisible into successive potential parts, no two of which can be brought together. Until one of them passes and is annihilated, another part will not be brought into existence. Given these two premises, it can be concluded that the existence of a corporeal substance is gradual, passing, and constantly renewed, and this is the meaning of substantial motion. In explaining this argument, Sadr al-Mutalahin says that just as a material substance has geometrical and spatial dimensions, it also has another continuous quantity called time which constitutes its fourth dimension, and just as its instantaneous extension is an essential attribute of its existence, and has no existence separate from that of the material substance, likewise its gradual extension is an inseparable and essential attribute for it. And just as the individual ipsity of a corporeal substance is never brought about without geometrical dimensions, likewise it cannot occur without the temporal dimension. No corporeal substance can be imagined to be fixed and detached from time, and therefore as related equally to all times. So time is a constituent of the existence of every corporeal substance. This implies that the existence of every corporeal substance is gradual and that its supposed parts are brought into existence successively and by constant renewal. This argument is the firmest of the arguments for substantial motion, and there appear to be no problems with it. Lesson 60. Further discussion of substantial motion. A reminder of some points. An important problem regarding substantial motion has been raised which will be reviewed at the end of this section, but prior to this, there are several points which should be borne in mind. 1. Substantial motion is really the instant-to-instant renewal of the existence of a substance and bears no relation to the motion of the stars, galaxies, and nebula, or to the motions of atoms and molecules or the motion of particles around the nuclei of atoms. Even if motion within the nucleus is assumed, this will have no relation to substantial motion, because these motions are spatial and accidental, while substantial motion is basically a philosophical and intellectual notion and not a scientific or empirical one. Accidents which appear to be stationary and motionless have constant imperceptible motion, for their existences are also extended in the channel of time, and until one of their temporal parts is annihilated, another part will not appear. Therefore, the entire material world is continuously being annihilated and renewed. No stationary and immobile existent is to be found. In other words, the existence of immobility is relative and absolute immobility does not exist. 3. It is possible for a material existent to possess numerous motions at a single time, as the planet Earth, like all material substances, has substantial motion, and on that basis, its existence is constantly being renewed, and likewise all its attributes and accidents are continuously being renewed in existence. Furthermore, it rotates on its axis while it revolves around the sun, and it also has other motions which have been established by astrophysicists. Likewise, it is possible for a body subordinate to another moving body to possess one or more subordinate motions. For example, as the existents on the earth are subordinate to it, they possess motion subordinate to it, even if they do not move independently, just as the earth itself has a motion subordinate to that of the solar system and the galaxy. It also has a motion in space subordinate to that of the galaxy. Therefore, the unity of a moving thing is no reason for the unity of motion, although the individual unity of motion would be meaningless without the unity of the moving object. Though sometimes numerous motions are directly attributed to a moving object, but sometimes motion occurs in a moving object by means of another motion, without which it could not occur, as in the serpentine motion of the earth, which is obtained by means of its revolutions, which is in fact an attribute of this motion, or the motion of an automobile, which is attributed to the gradual increase or decrease of its speed acceleration, or the substantial motion of bodies, which are attributed with intensity and perfection. These sorts of motions are called motions superimposed on motions. 5. As was previously said, the concept of speed is attained through the relation between time and distance. Hence, speed is not attributed to time itself, and naturally, acceleration or the increase and decrease in speed will also have no meaning for time. Therefore, when it is said that time has passed quickly or slowly, this is called psychological time and is a loose way of speaking, and it depends on the quality of the perception of the passage of time. Such ideas may also be applied to physical time. Types of substantial motion. Substantial motion, like other kinds of motion, does not by itself necessitate perfection and intensity, and the arguments for its existence do not prove anything more than gradual change and renewal of the existence of a substance. Therefore, as in the case of accidental motion, 3 states may be posited for it. or it may be divided into three types. 1. Constant motion, in which all the potential parts of the substance are equal with respect to perfection and level of existence. 2. Intensifying motion, in which every assumed part is more perfect than the previous part. 3. Weakening or declining motion, in which every part is weaker and more defective than its predecessor. Intensifying and weakening motions can be considered to be composed of two motions. One which occurs to the moving thing by means of another. 2. Motion without an intermediary, which represents the persistence of a substance, whereas the mediated motion represents its perfection or decline. It is like accelerating motion, whose increase or decrease in speed is considered an ascending or declining motion over spatial or another kind of motion. A motion that begins with positive acceleration and then has negative acceleration can be represented in the form of a straight line over which from the beginning a curve rises and then falls back to meet the straight line at its end point. The ascending curve represents positive acceleration, and the descending curve represents negative acceleration. This picture has a clear instance in the case of substances which possess two compound forms, in such a way that the underlying form possesses a constant substantial motion, whose level of existence does not become more perfect nor decline, while the higher form possesses rising and declining motion. For example, the component elements of a plant remain in the same condition in which they began, while the vegetable form gradually becomes more perfect and then enters the state of withering and decaying, and at last it rots and is destroyed. This is the point at which the descending curve joins the straight line. Those who rely on some other definitions of motion have inferred the necessity of its becoming perfect, and so, in the case of substantial motion, they have also held that its intensification and becoming more perfect are necessary, even if our senses are not able to perceive this intensification. In the same way, they have considered declining or weakening motions to be accidental. In Lesson 57, this inference was criticized and its weakness was made clear. There is no reason to repeat it again. The relation between substantial motion and actuality and potentiality, as was previously explained. The potential and the actual are two abstract concepts abstracted from the relation between two successive existents and from the persistence of the previous existent or a part of it in the following existent. Now, regarding the fact that all material existents are constantly in a state of renewal and coming about and passing away, the question will be raised as to how the existence of the previous existent can be imagined, and how the definition of potential and actual can apply to the beginning and end of the motion. Sometimes the answer is given that although the previous existent does not itself remain, the perfection of its existence is preserved in the following existent. It is concluded that every motion is a becoming perfect and intensification. However, not only does this conclusion fail to agree with identified reality, but the answer itself does not solve the basic problem. For given the annihilation of the previous existent, the preservation of its perfections can mean only that the succeeding existent is more perfect than the previous one, and this reduces to the fact that the preservation of something from a potential existent in an actual existent is not necessary. This meaning is compatible with the assumption of the succession of numerous existents, each of which is more perfect than the other, and with the interpretation of motion as a succession of actualities which is governed by the principle of a succession of rests. It might be said that according to the position of the constancy of motion, the earlier and later parts are not numerically different in actuality, but all of them are existent with a single existence. This is contrary to the position of a succession of rests, according to which each of the temporal parts will have a specific actual existence. According to the former position, a single flowing existence is infinitely analyzable, contrary to the latter position, which is based on finite, unanalyzable parts. However, the discussion is not about the potential parts of motion, but about the potential and actual as the beginnings and ends of motion which are outside the scope of the motion itself. This may be explained further by pointing out that motion has been defined as the gradual process of the emergence of the actual from the potential, such that the potential is the beginning of the motion and the actual is its end. However, to call the earlier part of motion potential in relation to a later part is to use a specialized expression, according to which the perseverance of something from the earlier part is not considered necessary, and in this way there no longer remains room for a gradual process from potentiality to actuality and a temporal gap between them. It seems that the application of the above definition to substantial motion is extremely difficult. It is only in the case of the compound forms whose underlying form is a previous existent that it can be considered potential in relation to the occurrence of the higher form, which is the substantial motion itself, although this higher form is the very motion, for the perseverance of a part of its motion is sufficient during the occurrence of the higher form. However, in the case of simple and constant substantial motion, the potential and actual cannot be proven to be two existents outside the scope of motion as its beginning and end. If we assume that there is nothing but a simple body in the world, and throughout time it remains with the same constant level of existence, and that its potential parts continuously come into existence and are annihilated, is it necessary for there to exist an existent prior to or after it as its beginning or end? Therefore, it becomes clear why it is preferable to define motion generally as gradual change rather than in the other ways proposed. The continuity of substantial motion. In Lesson 29, the unity of the world was discussed, and different meanings which have been assumed for it were reviewed. However, the establishment of unity in none of the mentioned senses depended on the establishment of substantial motion. Sometimes, substantial motion is used as a justification to establish the unity of the material world, and the unity of the world is even considered to be one of the conclusions of the doctrine of substantial motion. It is said that with the establishment of substantial motion, the entire material world will be a single substantial motion, from each of whose slices a specific whatness is abstracted, and the multiplicity of material existence depends upon the numerical differences among these essences. This subject may be interpreted to mean that the accidents and motions of a material existent are aspects and representations of the existence of a substance. In fact, their existences are derived from the existence of the substance. The material substances themselves are in fact continuous substantial motions which can be considered a single existent given their attachment to each other. On this basis, it may be claimed that the entire material cosmos is a single continuous existent. The continuity of substantial motions may be interpreted in two ways. One is the continuity of motions which are brought about successively during time, which may be called vertical continuity, and the other is the continuity of simultaneous motions which occur along with each other, which may be called horizontal continuity. Therefore, each of the two forms will be discussed separately. Vertical continuity. Regarding the vertical continuity of material existence and their substantial motions, it can be said that every particular material existence which may be considered is a particular substantial motion which appears in matter. For example, the existence of a planet is a substantial motion which occurs in its component elements, but its prior matter also has a substantial motion in its own turn. Likewise, however far we go back, we always reach another substantial motion, and among them there is never any gap brought about by rest. Therefore, it can be said that successive phenomena are a single substantial motion possessing numerous slices, from each of which specific whatnesses are abstracted. This explanation is debatable in two respects. First, it is not the case that each of the particular slices possesses a single existence and a single substantial motion. Rather, it is possible that a compound existent may be compound in several ways and possess several substantial motions, as was established in Lesson 54. Second, the continuity of two successive substantial motions will have unity in a real sense when there is no distinctive boundary between them, while the transformation of one material existent to another is not like this. The reason for this is that there are various effects for each of them. For example, vegetative effects, that is, growth and reproduction, are new effects which appear in matter, and there is no precedent for this in lifeless matter, and it begins when the vegetable form occurs in matter. Even if the vegetable form is the same as the vegetable substantial motion, it possesses a determinate boundary which separates it from the substantial motion of the previous matter. In other words, in the extension of the substantial motion of matter there are points which are boundaries between mineral and vegetable, and from these points new substantial motions appear, which can be shown by a curved line which meets the underlying straight line at 2 points. Therefore, successive substantial motions are continuous linear fragments which are distinguished from one another by specific points, each of which linear fragments possesses its own characteristics. Since these points are drawn by means of the higher lines, the underlying straight line which continues through time can be considered a single line which shows the continuous unity of the prime matter of the cosmos through time. And it's only in this sense that the unity of the material cosmos can be established. Horizontal continuity. Regarding the horizontal continuity of material existence and their substantial motion, it may be said that since nothingness has not made any gaps between the parts of matter, and there is no pure vacuum between them, all of them possess a unity of continuity, and this unified thing possesses a single substantial motion. Aside from the fact that in the above explanation continuity of substantial motion is inferred from the unity of matter, not that the unity of the cosmos is established through the unity of substantial motion, there is another problem with this issue, that is, the unity of continuity for the matter of the cosmos is no reason for the unity of its forms and the unity of their substantial motions. For it is obvious that each of the forms possesses a distinctive boundary and particular effects which have no relation to the effects of the common matter. Therefore, the correctness of the doctrine of the horizontal continuity of material existence and their substantial motion is merely due to the unity and continuity of their matter. This sort of unity and continuity is not incompatible with the multiplicity of forms and their generation and corruption. Part 7. Theology. Lesson 61. The Way to Know God. Lesson 62. Demonstrations of the Necessary Existent. Lesson 63. Taqi. Lesson 64. The Unity of Divine Actions. Lesson 65. The Divine Attributes. Lesson 66. Attributes of Essence. Lesson 67. Attributes of Action. Lesson 68. The Purpose of Creation. Lesson 69. Divine Decree and Destiny. Lesson 70. Good and Evil in the Cosmos. Lesson 61. The Way to Know God. Introduction. The concept which common people have about Almighty God and the meaning which is understood upon hearing the word God or its synonyms in various languages is that of an existent which has created the cosmos. In other words, God is known as the Creator. Probably other concepts, such as the Lord and the one who is worthy of worship, are also borne in mind. In fact, God is known as the agent of the work of creation and its consequences. With regard to the fact that these sorts of concepts are abstracted from divine action and sometimes from the deeds of creatures, such as worship, philosophers have attempted to use a concept which refers to the sacred divine essence, without need to consider God's deeds or creatures. In this way, they have selected the concept of the necessary existent wajib al-wujud, that is, one whose being is necessary and indestructible. This concept is universal and essentially is a common term which can be applied to numerous instances. Therefore, Allah, which is a proper name Alan-e-Shaksi, must be considered the best name or word for God. Perhaps this noble name was first propounded by the prophets and religious leaders. In order to understand the meaning of a proper name, it is necessary to know the named person. Such knowledge is obtained through sensory perception in the case of sensory objects, and in the case of non-sensory objects it can only be obtained through knowledge by presence. When an existent is imperceptible, the way to know the person is limited to knowledge by presence. Although the establishment of such knowledge is related to philosophy, the knowledge itself is not obtained through philosophical discussions. That which is obtained through intellectual efforts and philosophical demonstrations will be naturally limited to intellectual universal concepts. At his point, the reason for the selection by the divine sages of the expression the necessary existent becomes clear. In the chapters of this part, we shall discuss to what extent and by what means Allah basically can be known. However, the subject of these discussions will be God, that is, the necessary existent, in accordance with philosophical and theological tradition. The science of theology and its subject. The science of theology is the noblest and most valuable of philosophical sciences. Without knowledge of Allah, the true perfection of man is not possible, because, as was proven in its own place, the true perfection of man occurs only in the shadow of divine proximity. It is obvious that proximity to Almighty God without knowledge of Him will be impossible. Although the establishment of the subject of a science is not considered a topic within that science itself, and if a scientific subject needs to be established according to certain principles, this must be done in another science which is prior to it in rank. Sometimes the existence of the subject of a science is discussed in its introduction as one of its principles. Among them, discussions of the existence of Almighty God are traditionally found in theology itself. Therefore, although we have provided a satisfactory discussion of this in the chapters on cause and effect, especially in Lesson 37, in accordance with the tradition of the theologians, this topic will be discussed independently at the beginning of this part. Before presenting the reasoning involved, 2 points should be observed. One is that a number of outstanding figures have claimed that knowledge of Almighty God is something innate and without need of philosophical reasoning. The other point is that some philosophers have expressed the view that the demonstrations for the existence of God are invalid. 1. Therefore, it is necessary first to review these two issues. The innateness of knowledge of God. The expression innate fitri is used for entities which depend on innate disposition fitrat, that is, the way in which an entity has been created. Therefore, innate things have two characteristics. First, that they need not be taught or learned, and second, that they cannot be changed or transformed. To these, a third may be added, that the innate things for every kind of existence may be found among all the individuals of that kind to a greater or lesser degree. Those things that are called innate in the case of man may be divided into two general classes. First, a knowledge that is implied in human existence, and second, desires and inclinations that result from the creation of human beings. But sometimes the term innate is used specifically for humans, in contrast to instinctive, which is also used for animals. With regard to Almighty God, it is sometimes said that knowledge of God is innate and is among the first class of innate things. Sometimes it is also said that the quest for God and worship of God are due to human nature and counted among the second class of innate things. But here, the topic is knowledge of God. What is meant by innate knowledge of God is either knowledge by presence, some degree of which exists in all humans, and perhaps there's an allusion to this in the noble ayah, "Am I not your Lord?" They said, yes. 7:176. It was mentioned in Lesson 49 that an effect which possesses a degree of immateriality will have a degree of presentational knowledge of its creative cause, even though it may be unconscious or semi-conscious and, due to its weakness, improperly interpreted by the mind. 2. This knowledge becomes stronger due to the perfection of the soul and the concentration of the attention of the heart on the sacred divine presence and by means of good deeds and worship. And among the friends Awliya of God it reaches such a degree of clarity that they see God more clearly than anything else, as is found in the supplication of Arafah. Has anything other than you a manifestation that you lack, so that it may manifest you? Sometimes what is meant by innate knowledge of God is acquired knowledge. Innate acquired knowledge is either of a primary self-evident proposition, which is related to the nature of the intellect, or it is of secondary self-evident propositions, which are what logicians call innate things. Sometimes the term is also used in a general way for theoretical propositions nazariyat which come close to being self-evident, because anyone can understand them with his God-given intellect, and there is no need for complicated technical demonstrations. Likewise, people who are illiterate and unlearned also can discover the existence of Almighty God with simple reasoning. It may be concluded that innate knowledge of God in the sense of presentational knowledge of Almighty God has degrees, the lowest of which exists in all people, even if they are not completely aware of it, and the highest degrees are restricted to perfect believers and friends of God. No degree of this knowledge is obtained by means of intellectual or philosophical demonstration. However, in the sense of acquired knowledge close to being self-evident, this is obtained by means of the intellect and reasoning. Its closeness to self-evidence and simplicity of reasoning does not mean that it is not in need of demonstration. The possibility of demonstrating the existence of God. Another topic which must be discussed here is whether a rational logical demonstration for the existence of Almighty God can be formulated or not. If so, how can one justify the claim of some of the great metaphysicians, such as Ibn Sina, who hold that it is incorrect to formulate demonstrations for the existence of God Almighty? If not, then how can the existence of Almighty God be established? The answer is that without any doubt, acquired knowledge of Almighty God by means of rational philosophical demonstration is possible, and all the philosophers and theologians, including Ibn Sina himself, have formulated numerous demonstrations for this matter. But sometimes philosophers and logicians restrict the use of the term demonstration bahan to demonstrations from cause to effect bahan limi. Therefore, it is possible that what is meant by those who deny that a demonstration can be formulated for the existence of God is that there is no demonstration from cause to effect for this, for such a demonstration is formulated to prove something whose cause is known, and by way of knowledge of the cause, the existence of the effect is established. However, the existence of Almighty God is not the effect of any cause so as to be established by knowledge of its cause. Evidence in favor of this reading is to be found in the Shifa, in which it is said, "There is no demonstration for it because there is no cause for it." It is also possible that what is meant by the denial of there being any demonstration for the existence of Almighty God is that no demonstration can lead us to the identified individual existence of God. The utmost that can be obtained by demonstration are universal terms such as the necessary existent and the cause of all causes and the like. As was mentioned in the introduction to this lesson, knowledge of the individual immaterial thing is impossible except through knowledge by presence. Another sense can also be mentioned, that what is meant by demonstrations for the existence of God is that creatures have a creator, or existence which are effects have a cause of causes, or that contingent existence are in need of the necessary existence. So, these demonstrations basically demonstrate predicates to be true of creatures, not directly the existence of the creator or the necessary existence. This reading is more compatible with those who claim there is no demonstration of the necessary existent by essence but only by accidents. Demonstrations from cause to effect and from effect to cause. Given the first reading, the question arises that if there is no demonstration from cause to effect for the existence of God, then why is this term used for some of the demonstrations regarding this problem? Doesn't the fact that a demonstration is not from cause to effect harm its validity? A sufficiently detailed answer to this question requires research into the kinds of demonstrations which would divert us from our goal. That which we can briefly say here is that if we define demonstration from cause to effect as is done below, then not only in other areas of philosophy, but also in the case of God Almighty, we can formulate a demonstration from cause to effect. A demonstration from cause to effect is a demonstration whose middle term is the cause for the application of the predicate to the subject of the conclusion, whether or not it is also the cause of the predicate itself, and whether the cause is objective and real or analytic and intellectual. According to this definition, if the middle term of the demonstration is a concept of a contingent and one ontologically impoverished fact wujudi, and the like, it can be considered a demonstration from cause to effect, for according to philosophers, the cause of the need of an effect for a cause is essential contingency or ontological property. 3. Hence, the establishment of the necessary existence for contingent entities may be accomplished by means of something which, according to intellectual analysis, is the cause of their need for the necessary existent. It may be concluded that although the essence of the necessary existent is not the effect of any cause, dependence on the necessary existent can be attributed to contingent entities because of their essential contingency or ontological poverty, and as has been indicated, this is the purport of the demonstrations regarding this problem. However, if one requires that in a demonstration from cause to effect the middle term must be an objective or real cause, then not only in the case of the necessary existent, but regarding most philosophical problems, this sort of demonstration will not be found. In any case, philosophical demonstrations based on the rational implications between the terms of the demonstration, whether they are called linear from cause to effect or ini from effect to cause, are of sufficient logical worth. To call a demonstration inane does not detract from its validity and worth. Rather, it may be said that every demonstration from cause to effect involves a demonstration from effect to cause that has as its major premise the impossibility of the detachment of an effect from its complete cause. Take note. What? Death. Ilahiyat Shifa, Makala 8, Fasil 4, and Talikat, p. 72. Death. Lesson 13. 3. Death. Lesson 32. Lesson 62. Demonstrations of the necessary existent. Introduction. The arguments given to establish the existence of Almighty God are copious and of various styles, and in general they can be divided into 3 groups. The first group proceeds from reasons which are established on the basis of observations of divine effects and science in the cosmos, such as the argument from design and providence, which on the basis of the discovery of the existence of a wise design, purpose and plan from the coherence, interdependence, and propriety of phenomena establishes that there is a wise designer and a knowing planner of the cosmos. While these arguments are clear and pleasing, they do not provide answers to all doubts and misgivings, and in reality, they mostly play the role of awakening that which is inherent and bringing about an awareness of innate knowledge marifa. The second group consists of arguments which establish the existence of a needless creator by way of the needs of the cosmos, such as the argument from temporal beginning bahani hudath, which proceeds from the posteriority of phenomena to non-existence and nothingness to prove their essential need, and then, with the help of the impossibility of a circle or regress, proves that there is a needless creator, or the argument from motion, which from the need of motion for a mover and the impossibility of an infinite regress of movers, proves the existence of God as the first originator of motion in the cosmos, or the arguments which prove the existence of a needless creative cause from the origin of the soul or substantial forms and the impossibility of their production from natural and material agents. These arguments also more or less are in need of sensory and empirical premises. The third group consists of purely philosophical arguments which are formed from utterly rational premises, such as the demonstration from contingency and the demonstration of the sincere Bahni Siddiqin. This group of demonstrations has some special features. First, that they do not require sensory or empirical premises. Second, the doubts and misgivings which surround the other arguments have no way here, and in other words, they have greater logical validity. And third, the premises of these demonstrations are also more or less needed in other arguments. For example, when the first designer and planner or originator or mover is established, their essential needlessness and necessity of existence must be proven on the basis of premises which are also used in the third group of arguments. Nevertheless, the other arguments have advantages which the third group lacks. That is, the arguments of the third group merely establish that there is an existent which is the necessary existent, and other demonstrations are needed to establish that he has knowledge, power, wisdom, and even that he is not a body and is distinct from the material world. Here it shall suffice to mention some of the arguments of the third group, and first to prove the necessary existent and then to explain his attributes. First demonstration, the argument from contingency. One of the famous philosophical demonstrations to establish the necessary existent is a demonstration called the demonstration from contingency bahani imkan, or the demonstration from contingency and necessity, and it is formed from 4 premises. What? No contingent existent essentially has necessary existence, that is, when the intellect considers its whatness, it sees it as equal in relation to existence and non-existence, and disregarding the existence of the cause, the necessity for its existence will not be seen. This premise is self-evident badihi and without need of demonstration, for its predicate is obtained through the analysis of the concept of its subject, and the assumption of being contingent is the same as the assumption of lacking necessity of existence. No existent becomes real without the attribution of necessity. That is, until all the ways of non-existence to it are blocked, it will not come into existence. As the philosophers say, that which is not made necessary is not brought into existence al-shay malam yajbalam yujad. In other words, an existent will be either essentially a necessary existent, having necessary existence by itself, or it will be a contingent existent, and such existence only come about when necessitated by a cause, and their existence reaches the level of necessity, that is, it comes to shed the possibility of non-existence. This premise is both certain and indubitable. 3. When the attribution of necessity is not required of the essence of an existent, there is no other alternative but that it is brought about by another existent. That is, a complete cause makes the existence of the effect necessary by another Dari bil Ghair. This premise is also self-evident and indubitable, for every attribution must be in one of two states, by itself bil dihat or by another bil Ghair. If it is not by itself, it must be by another. Hence, if the attribution of necessity required of any existence is not essential, it must derive from another existent called the cause. Thor, circles and regresses of causes are impossible. This premise is also certain and was explained in Lesson 37. Given these premises, the argument from contingency may be formulated as follows. The existence of the cosmos are all brought about with the attribution of necessity by another, because, on the one hand, they are contingent existence, and do not have the attribution of necessity, essentially the first premise. On the other hand, no existent occurs without the attribution of necessity, the second premise. Hence, they must be necessary by another, and the existence of each of them is required by a cause, the third premise. Now, if we assume that their existences are required by each other, this implies a circle of causes, and if we assume that the chain of causes extends infinitely, this implies an infinite regress of causes. Both of these are invalid and impossible, the fourth premise. Hence, there is no alternative but to accept that at the head of the chain of causes there is an existent which by itself necessitates existence, that is, which is the necessary existent. This demonstration may also be formulated in another version which does not require the fourth premise, the invalidity of the circle and regress, as follows. For the set of contingents, no matter how imagined, necessity will not be realized in any of them without the existence of the essentially necessary existent. In conclusion, none of them comes into existence, for none of them by itself possesses necessity so that the others could derive necessity from it. In other words, the necessity of existence in every contingent existent is a barred necessity, and as long as there is no essential necessity, there will be no room for barred necessities. This can also be formulated in a more concise version. An existent is either essentially a necessary existent or is a necessary existent by another, and every necessary existent by another unavoidably will ultimately lead to an essentially necessary existent. Everything which is by another ultimately leads to that which is essential. Hence, the essentially necessary existent is established. The second demonstration Ibn Sina's demonstration. The second demonstration is originally close to the first demonstration, and it is formulated with three premises. 1. The existence of this cosmos are contingent existence, and they do not essentially require existence, for if one of them were the necessary existent, the argument would be finished. This premise is like the first premise of the previous demonstration, with one subtle difference. In the previous demonstration, the stress was on the necessity of existence and the denial of it for contingents, while here the stress is on existence itself. 2. To become existent, every contingent existent is in need of a cause that brings it about. This premise is another way of putting the point that every effect is in need of an efficient cause, which was proven in the discussions of cause and effect, and it is like the third premise in the previous demonstration, with the same difference as was indicated. 3. It is impossible for there to be a circle or regress of causes. This is the very same as premise 4 in the previous demonstration. Given these premises, the demonstration may be formulated as follows. Every existent in this world, which is assumed to be a contingent existent, needs an efficient cause. It is impossible for the chain of causes to proceed infinitely, or for there to be a circular relation among them. Hence, the chain of causes unavoidably leads to an ultimate cause at the beginning, which itself are without need of a cause, which is the necessary existent. This demonstration was formulated by Ibn Sina Sheikh al-Rais in his Isharat as follows. An existent is either the necessary existent, or a contingent existent. If it is the necessary existent, the point is proven, and if it is a contingent existent, it must ultimately lead to the necessary existent in order to avoid a circle or regress. He considered this to be the firmest demonstration and called it the demonstration of the sincere Bahani Siddiqin. What is outstanding about this version is that not only does it not require recourse to the attributes of creatures and a demonstration that they have a temporal origin or motion or some other attribute, it does not require a demonstration of the existence of creatures at all, for the first premise is propounded in the form of an assumption. In other words, the procedure of this demonstration turns upon nothing more than the acceptance of the principle of entified existence, which is self-evident and indubitable. Only those who would deny the most self-evident and most intuitive things, including the presentational knowledge of themselves, who would absolutely never accept the existence of any existent, not even their own existences, thoughts and words, would deny this principle. However, to those who accept the principle of entified existence, it will be said, entified existence is either necessary existence or contingent existence, and there is no third alternative. In the first case, the necessary existent is proven, and in the second case, unavoidably one must accept the existence of the necessary existent because contingent existence need a cause, and in order to avoid a circle or regress, the chain of causes must end with the necessary existent. In these two demonstrations, as was noted, there is recourse to the contingency of existence, which is an intellectual attribute for their witnesses, and by means of this attribute their need for the necessary existence is established. Hence, in a sense, each may be considered to be a Baha'ilmi demonstration from cause to effect, as was explained in the previous lesson. However, reliance of the discussion upon whatnesses and whatish contingency is not entirely in keeping with the position of the fundamentality of existence. For this reason, Sadr al-Mutalihin has formulated another demonstration which has its own particular advantages, and this he calls the demonstration of the sincere, and he considered the demonstration of Ibn Sina to possess a mere resemblance to the demonstration of the sincere. The third demonstration, Mullah Adras demonstration. This demonstration was formulated by Sadr al-Mutalihin on the basis of the principles of transcendent theosophy, Hikmati Mutaliya, which he himself had propounded, and he considered it to be the firmest demonstration and most deserving of the name the demonstration of the sincere. This demonstration has been formulated in a number of different versions, but it seems that the strongest of them is the one he himself formulated, whose presentation is composed of three premises. What? The fundamentality of existence and the respectiveness of whatness, which was proved in Lesson 27. The possession of levels for existence and its particular gradation tashkik ikos between cause and effect, such that the existence of the effect does not have independence from the existence of its existence granting cause. 1. 3. The criterion of the need of the effect for the cause is the being relative independence of its existence on the cause. In other words, it is the weakness of the level of its existence, and as long as there is the least amount of weakness in an existent, it will necessarily be in effect and in need of a higher existent, and it will have no sort of independence from it. 2. Given these premises, the demonstration of the sincere can be formulated in accordance with the taste of Sadr al-Mutalihin as follows. The levels of existence except for its highest level, which possesses infinite perfection and absolute needlessness and independence, are the very relation and dependence itself. And if the highest level did not occur, neither would the other levels, because what is implied by the assumption of the occurrence of the other levels without the occurrence of the highest level of existence is that the mentioned levels would be independent and without need of it, while their existential aspect is the relation itself and poverty and need. In addition to the fact that it possesses the advantages of the demonstration of Ibn Sina, this demonstration also has several other excellences. One is that this demonstration relies upon the concept of existence, and neither whatnesses nor whatish contingencies are mentioned. It is clear that such a demonstration is more suitable to the doctrine of the fundamentality of existence. The second is that it does not require a rejection of the circle or infinite regress, but rather it itself is a demonstration for the incorrectness of the assumption of an infinite regress of efficient causes. 3. The third is that with the help of this same demonstration, not only unity, but also some of the other attributes of perfection of Almighty God may be established, as will be indicated in the appropriate place. 1. Death. Lesson 30. 2. Death. Lesson 33. 3. Death. Lesson 37. Lesson 63. Tawhid. The meaning of Tawhid. Tawhid and the oneness of God Almighty have various senses in philosophy, kalam, scholastic theology, and Irfan gnosis or mysticism. The most important of the philosophical meanings are as follows. 1. Tawhid in the necessity of existence, that is, no existent other than the sacred divine essence is essentially the necessary existent. 2. Tawhid in the sense of simplicity and lack of composition, which has 3 subsidiary meanings. Absence of composition of actual parts. Absence of composition of potential parts. Absence of composition of whatness and existence. 3. Tawhid in the sense of the negation of any difference between attributes and essence, that is, the attributes which are related to God Almighty are not like the attributes of material things, which are accidental, and do not occur in his essence, in technical terms, as additions to essence, but rather their instances are the same as the sacred divine essence, and they are all identical to one another and to the essence. 4. Tawhid in being the Creator and Lord, that is, God the Almighty does not have partners in the creation and management of the universe. Tawhid in true actuality, that is, every effect which emerges from an agent or cause, ultimately can be traced back to God, the Supreme, and no agent is independently influential. There is no influence in existence, but al-lama thirfi al-wujud Allah. Tawhid in the necessity of existence, in order to prove the unity and oneness of the essence of the necessary existent. The metaphysicians have formulated some arguments, the most certain of which is formed with the employment of the demonstration of the sincere in the version of Sadr al-Mutalahin, which may be presented as follows. Existence has a level than which it is not possible for there to be any more perfect one. That is, it possesses a limitless perfection, and such an entity cannot be numerous. In technical terms, it possesses wadat hakakakiylit, a true real unity. The conclusion is that the existence of God, the Supreme, cannot be multiple. The first premise of this demonstration is really the conclusion of the demonstration of the sincere, for from the above demonstration it was concluded that the chain of levels of existence must terminate in a level which is the highest and most perfect, in which there is no weakness or imperfection. That is, it possesses infinite perfection. With a bit of attention, this second premise becomes clear. For if it is assumed that such an existent is numerous, this would imply that each of them lacks sanctified perfections of the other, that is, the perfections of each of them would be limited and finite, while according to the first premise, the perfections of the necessary existent are infinite. It might be imagined that the infinity of the perfections of the necessary existent implies that no other existent occurs at all, for the occurrence of any other existent would mean the possession of a part of the perfections of existence. The answer to this objection is that the perfections of other levels, all of which are created by the necessary existence, are the rays of his perfections, and their existences do not interfere with the infinite perfections of the necessary existent. However, if another necessary existent is assumed, the perfections of their existences would interfere with one another, because each of them possesses a perfection which is original and independent, and neither of them would be a radiance of or subordinate to the other. In other words, two objective perfections will interfere with one another when it is assumed that they are of the same level, but if one is vertically above another, it will not interfere with it. Therefore, the existence of creatures does not contradict the infinity of the perfections of the Creator. It is not the case that when perfection is added to a creature, it is given up by the Creator and the Creator himself comes to lack it. But the assumption of the existence of two necessary existents, or the infinity of their perfections, are contradictory. This point also can be made as follows. The assumption of two independent objective perfections is incompatible with the assumption that each of them is infinite. However, if one of them is the very dependency and relation to the other, or is considered to be the radiance and manifestation of the other, there will be no contradiction with the infinity of the other that possesses independence and absolute needlessness. The negation of actual parts, if it is assumed that the sacred essence of God is composed of actually existing parts, God forbid, then all of the assumed parts will be either necessary existence or at least some of them will be contingent existence. If all of them are necessary existence, and none of them is in need of any of the others, this assumption leads to a multiplicity of necessary existence, which was refuted in the previous section. If it is assumed that they are in need of one another, this would be incompatible with the assumption that they are necessary existence. If it is assumed that one of them is without need of the others, the necessary existent will be that needless one, and the assumed composition will not have any reality as a composition of true parts, for every true composition is in need of its parts. If it is assumed that some of its parts are contingent existence, the assumed part, which is a contingent existent, unavoidably will be an effect. If it is now assumed that it is the effect of another part, it becomes clear that the other one is in fact the necessary existent possessing independent existence, and that the assumption of a true composition among them is incorrect. If it is assumed that the part, which is the contingent existent, is the effect of another necessary existent, this would imply a multiplicity of necessary existence, whose invalidity was established. Hence, the assumption of the composition of the essence of the necessary existence from actual parts will never be correct. The negation of potential parts, time and space in God. What is meant by the existence of the potential parts of an existence is that it actually has a single integrated existence, and none of its parts possesses actuality and individuality and determinate boundaries, but intellectually it is possible to analyze them and separate them from one another, and whenever such an analysis is carried out, the single existent will change into several existents, each of which will possess individuality and determinate boundaries. If the potential parts can be collected, this means that their compound existent possesses spatial extension, length, width, and depth. If they cannot be collected and each of them is brought about by the destruction of another, this means that it possesses temporal extension. Both types of extensions are specific to bodies, as was previously explained. 1. Hence, the denial of potential parts in God is in fact the denial of his corporeality, and it implies that he has neither time nor place. However, the argument for the rejection of potential parts for the essence of the necessary existent is that, as was indicated, an existent which possesses potential parts may be divided intellectually into several other existents, and in conclusion, it will be possible for it to be annihilated, while the existence of the necessary existent is necessary and indestructible. Another argument is that the potential parts of every existent are homogeneous with that same existent, just as the parts of a line or a plane or volume are of the same kinds respectively. Now, if it is assumed that the necessary existent possesses potential parts which are contingent existents, this would imply that the parts are not homogeneous with their whole. If it is assumed that the supposed parts are also necessary existents, this would imply the possibility of a multiplicity of necessary existents. On the other hand, it would imply that necessary existents which are brought into existence through analysis and division, for the time being, are not existents, that is, that their existences are not necessary, while the existence of the necessary existent is necessary and has no possibility for non-being at any time. The refutation of analytic parts. The ancient metaphysicians commenced discussions under the heading of the negation of a whatness for the necessary existent, and proved it by several arguments, and they took advantage of this for various theological problems. The simplest argument is that the aspect of having a whatness is one of being indifferent to existence and nothingness, and there is no place for such an aspect in the sacred essence of God. In other words, whatness and contingency are twins, and just as contingency has absolutely no place in the divine essence, whatness also has no place in God's sacred being. However, on the basis of the principles of transcendent theosophy, this issue may be explained in another way which will lead to more important and more brilliant conclusions. It is that whatness is basically abstracted from the limits of finite existence, and as was earlier mentioned, it is a conceptual frame that corresponds to finite existence, and since the existence of God Almighty is free from any sort of limitation, no sort of whatness can be abstracted from him. In other words, the intellect can only analyze limited existence into two aspects, whatness and existence. All contingents are composed of whatness and existence. However, the existence of God Almighty is pure existence and the intellect cannot relate any whatness to it. In this way, simplicity is proven for Almighty God in a more exact sense, which implies the denial of any kind of composition in the holy presence of God, even composition from intellected analytic parts. Among the conclusions that follow from the simplicity of the existence of God, the supreme, in the sense of pureness and infinity, is that no perfection can be denied of God. In other words, all of the attributes of perfection are established for the essence of the necessary existence without being considered additions to the essence, and in conclusion, the unity tawhid of the attributes is established. What? Thef. Lesson 41 to 43. Lesson 64. The unity of divine actions. Introduction. In the previous lesson, we explained unity tawhid in the sense of the denial of partners and the necessity of existence, and also in the sense of the denial of multiplicity within the essence of God. Meanwhile, we indicated the denial of difference between the attributes and the essence of God, which will be explained in the discussion of the attributes of God. However, a polytheism shirk, which was and is common among different groups of polytheists, is polytheism regarding creation, and especially regarding the management of the cosmos. The previous discussions are not sufficient to refute this, for it is possible that in accepting unity in the previous sense one believes that the unique necessary existent created only one or several creatures and has no other role in the creation of other creatures and the management of their affairs, which is performed by those who are not themselves necessary existents, and that they are independent and needless of God for the creation and management of other phenomena. Therefore, it is necessary to discuss unity in creation and lordship separately. Unity in creation and lordship. In order to prove unity in creation and to deny partners with God in the creation and management of the cosmos, the ancient philosophers reasoned that creation is not restricted to direct and immediate creation, and God, who creates the first creature directly and immediately, also creates its actions and creations by the mediation of it. Even if there are hundreds of intermediaries, all of them are also created by God through mediation. In philosophical terms, the cause of the cause is also the cause, and the effect of the effect is also the effect. In reality, by adding this premise to the demonstrations for the necessary existent, they established that the entire cosmos is his effect. However, on the basis of the principles of transcendent theosophy, and especially regarding the principle of the dependence of the existence of the effect and lack of independence in relation to the creative cause, this issue becomes clearer and stronger. It is concluded that although every cause possesses a kind of relative independence in relation to its effect, all causes and effects in relation to Almighty God are property itself, dependence and need, and do not possess any sort of independence. Therefore, true and independent creativity is restricted to God Almighty, and all existents are in need of Him in all their own aspects and in all states and times. It is impossible for an existent to be needless of Him in any of its existential aspects or to be able to do anything independently. This is one of the most brilliant and valuable outcomes of Islamic philosophy, which was presented to the world of philosophy in the blessed and radiant thought of Sadr al-Mutalihin. Likewise, philosophers have constructed other demonstrations for unity in creation and lordship which are based on numerous theoretical premises, and in order to prevent prolongation of the discussion, they will be ignored. A demonstration from the noble Quran will suffice. If there had been in them any gods except Allah, they, i.e. the heavens and the earth, would both have certainly been in a state of disorder. 21-22. This demonstration has been presented in several versions, and among the clearest and closest to the purport of the ayah is the one presented below. This argument is composed of two premises. 1. The existence of every effect is dependent on its own cause. In other words, every effect obtains its existence with all its aspects and associations from its own creative cause. If it needs conditions or preparation, their existence must also depend on its creative cause. Therefore, if two or several creative causes are assumed to be on the same level, the effects of each of them will be dependent on its own cause, and will not possess any sort of dependence on other causes or on their effects. In this way, there will be no relation or dependence among their effects. 2. The design of the observable world, the heavens and the earth and their phenomena, is a single design in which all phenomena, whether they are simultaneous or not, are related and dependent on each other. The relations among simultaneous phenomena are various mutual causal influences which cause changes and alterations in them, and these are absolutely undeniable. The relations among the phenomena of the past, present, and future are such that the past phenomena prepare the ground for the appearance of the present phenomena, and the present phenomena, in turn, prepare the ground for the appearance of future phenomena. If the causal and preparatory relations among the phenomena of the cosmos were removed, no cosmos would remain at all, and no other phenomena could take place. Just as if the relation between the existence of man with the air, light, water, and nourishment were cut off, man would no longer survive. He would no longer be able to prepare the ground for the appearance of other men or other phenomena. From the combination of these two premises, it may be concluded that the design of this cosmos, which includes a collection of uncountable phenomena of the past, present, and future, is the creation of a single creator and under the wise control of a single Lord. For if there were one or more other creators, there would be no relation among them, and no single design would be decreed by them. Rather, every creature would be brought about by its own creator, and would grow up with the help of other creatures of that same creator. In conclusion, numerous and independent designs would be brought about, and no relations would hold among them, while the present design of the cosmos is a single and interconnected design, the connections among whose phenomena are observed. Finally, the point must be noted that creation and lordship are inseparable, and the nurture and control of a single existent is not separate from its creation and the creation of the things it needs. For example, providing for man is not something separate from creating his digestive system, the creation of nourishment, and a livable environment. In other words, these kinds of concepts are abstracted from the relations between creatures and have no instances other than their creation. Therefore, by proving unity in the act of creation, unity in controlling affairs and other aspects of lordship are established. Unity in the emanation of existence. Likewise, another meaning of unity is the restriction of independent influence and the emanation of existence to the sacred divine essence, for which there is much evidence in the verses of the Quran and narrations from the Prophet and Imamza, and this is established by attending to the demonstration which is formulated on the basis of the principles of transcendent theosophy for the unity of creation and lordship. However, some misunderstandings exist in this area which must be attended to in order to keep from going to extremes. On the one hand, a group of theologians, Ash'arites, deny that intermediate causes have any efficacy at all on the basis of the literal meaning of a group of verses of the Quran and narrations from the Prophet. They basically deny the causality and effectiveness of these causes, and they consider God to be the direct agent of all phenomena. They hold that divine habits bring determinate phenomena into existence in certain circumstances. Otherwise, other things and conditions have no effect on their coming about. On the other hand, another group of theologians, Mu'tazilites, hold that there is a kind of independence in the effectiveness of intermediate causes, especially for those agents which are considered to be voluntary. They consider it to be incorrect to relate the voluntary actions of man to God. This is one of the most basic differences between these two schools of thought. Although philosophers considered it correct to relate phenomena through intermediaries, even the voluntary actions of man to God, they justified it only on the basis of the fact that the necessary existent is the cause of all causes, until Sadr al-Mutalihin provided the correct explanation of causal relations and proved that since intermediary causes themselves are the effects of God, they possess no independence, and basically, the emanation of existence, in the precise meaning of the word, is specific to God Almighty. Other causes are like the channels of the emanation of existence. Possessing different levels, they play the role of intermediaries between the main source of existence and other creatures. Therefore, the meaning of the famous expression, "There is no influence in existence but Allah," will be that independent influence and emanation of existence is specific to God Almighty. It is this fact which is explained in the language of the verses of the Quran and narrations from the Prophets and Imams as the dependence of all things, even the voluntary actions of man, on the divine will, permission, decree, and ordinance. In fact, these cases show the different stages which are considered by the intellect in order to trace phenomena to the sacred divine essence. In a sense, these explanations can be considered stages of teaching, for the understanding of the precise meaning of unity in actions by those who are not sufficiently trained in intellectual problems is no easy matter, and the best method of teaching it is one which includes several stages. The refutation of compulsion and delegation. One of the problems which have caused the Mu'tazilites to deny that the voluntary actions of man can be traced to God is that they had supposed that otherwise man would have to be necessarily compelled in absolutely all his actions. In addition to the fact that it is counterintuitive and contrary to what is self-evident, this assumption leaves no room for duty and guidance nor reward and punishment. All of these would be empty notions. In this way, the problem of compulsion and delegation has been presented in Islamic theology kalam. The two sides of the issue have been the subject of numerous discussions, a review of all of which would require an independent book. Here we shall review only that which is relevant to our discussion. The mentioned problem can be presented in the following version. Every voluntary action has an agent which performs it by its own will and volition. It is impossible for a single action to be performed by two agents and to be dependent on the wills of each of them. Now, if the actions of man are dependent on his own will and volition, there will remain no room for them to depend on Almighty God, unless in the sense that God is the creator of man, and if he had not created him and had not given him the power of will and volition, man's voluntary actions would not occur. But if we consider them to be dependent on the divine will, we must deny their dependence on man's will. Man will be considered as merely an involuntary subject for the occurrence of divine actions. This is compulsion, which is invalid and unacceptable. The answer is that taking a single action to depend on the will of two agents is impossible only in case both of the agents are assumed to influence its performance on the same level as each other. In technical terms, they would be parallel agents. But if both agents are vertically related to each other, the dependence of an action on both of them is unproblematic. The dependence of an action on two agents which are vertically related does not merely mean that the principle of the existence of the immediate agent depends on a mediating agent, but in addition to this, that every aspect of the existence of the immediate agent depends on the creative agent, and that even in the performance of voluntary actions they are not without need of him. At every moment they obtain their existences and all the aspects of their existences from him. This is the correct meaning of the saying, no compulsion and no delegation, but something in between these two things, la jabr wa la tafwi, bal amr bain al amrain. As was earlier mentioned, the correct understanding of this saying is possible in the shadow of the correct understanding of the causal relation and the dependence of the existence of the effect, whose originality is one of the merits of the explanation given by Sadr al-Mutalihin. Lesson 65. The Divine Attributes. Introduction. Regarding the limits of human abilities to know God and the attributes which can be attributed to the divine essence, there are various tendencies, some of which go to one extreme and some to another. For example, relying on some ambiguous verses of the Quran and narrations attributed to the Prophet S, some relate attributes and actions of material existence, such as sadness, happiness, going and coming, and sitting and rising, to God the Supreme. They are called in technical terms mujassim, those who believe in corporeal attributes, and mushabbih, those who believe in the similarity between God and creatures. Others have absolutely denied the power of man to know the essence and attributes of Almighty God. They rely on another set of narrations and verses of the Quran, and they take the attributes and actions related to God Almighty to be negative. For example, they have interpreted knowledge as the negation of ignorance and power as the negation of weakness. Some have even expressed the view that attribution of existence to God the Supreme, does not mean anything but the denial of nothingness. In the midst of this, there exists a third tendency which chooses a way between the extremes of similarity and abstraction. This tendency is agreeable to reason and is confirmed by the Immaculate Imams, peace be upon them. We shall explain something about this tendency. The limits to knowing God. It was previously said that knowledge of God, the Supreme, may be divided into two types: presentational intuitive knowledge and acquired intellectual knowledge. Presentational knowledge has different levels, the lowest of which exists in every human being, and with the perfection of the soul and focusing the attention of the heart, it becomes strengthened until it reaches the level of the knowledge possessed by the friends of God Aulia, who see Him with the eye of the heart more clearly than anything and prior to everything. But in any case, the presentational knowledge of any Arif Gnostic mystic is measured by his existential relation and the relation of his heart to God, the Supreme. No one is ever able to completely comprehend the divine essence and know Him as he himself knows himself. The reason for this is clear, because every existent other than the sacred divine essence is limited in its ontological level, even if it is infinite with respect to time or in some other ontological aspects. The comprehension of the infinite by the finite is impossible. Acquired intellectual knowledge is obtained by mental concepts, and its level is subordinate to the power of the mind to precisely analyze and understand subtle intellectual concepts. It is this kind of knowledge that can be perfected by learning the rational sciences. At the same time, the clarity of the soul, purification of the heart, refinement of morals, and elimination of materialistic and animalistic pollutions play an important role in elevating this knowledge. Anyway, all intellectual and spiritual perfections are due to the grace of God. The role of reason in knowing God. Undoubtedly, the tools for the work of the intellect are mental concepts, and basically, the intellect is that power which understands universal concepts. As was explained in the section on epistemology, intellectual concepts are divided into two general groups. One group is the whattish concepts or primary intelligibles, which are automatically abstracted from particular individual objects of perception, and which denote their ontological limits. Another group is that of concepts which are obtained through the activities of the intellect itself, and although they may originate in some kind of individual and presentational perceptions, these concepts are not limited to the framework given by the perceptions, and they can be extended or limited. All intellectual knowledge about existence and its levels and about everything which is not of whatness and which is about metaphysics is obtained with the help of these concepts, just as the concepts of nothingness and negation are of this sort. With this point it becomes clear that whattish concepts, which are representations of the limitations of contingent existence, are not applicable to God, but other intellectual concepts can be considered means for knowing the divine attributes and actions on a condition that they possess sufficient breadth and universality and are free from the taint of imperfection and contingency, as are the concepts of the necessary existent, the Creator, the Lord, and the other most beautiful divine names. It must be observed that these kinds of concepts are graded and possess multiple instances, and there is an incomparable and immeasurable difference between the instances of such concepts in the case of God and in the case of their other instances, for it is a difference between the finite and the infinite. It is for this reason that when they taught about the attributes of God, the Supreme, the Immaculate Imams, peace be upon them, use these concepts with the proviso of transcendence and denial of similarity to the attributes of created entities. For example, they said, He is the knower, but not as we know, the powerful, but not as we are powerful, and this is the meaning of the words of Almighty God. There is nothing like Him. 42:11. Positive and negative attributes. Concepts can be divided generally into the positive and the negative. Positive concepts sometimes denote limited existence or their aspects of limitation and deficiency, so that if their aspects of limitation and deficiency were neglected, they would change into other concepts, such as all whattish concepts and a set of non-essential concepts which indicate the weakness of the level of existence and its deficiency and limitedness, such as the concepts of potentiality and disposition. It is self-evident that such concepts cannot be posited of God, the Supreme, but their negations can be considered as negative attributes, such as the negation of partners with God, composition, corporeality, and time and space. Another set of positive concepts denote the perfection of existence and do not include any aspect of deficiency or limitation, although it is possible for them to be applied to limited instances as well, like the concepts of knowledge, power, and life. These kinds of concepts can be related to God, the Supreme, as positive attributes on the condition that the instance is considered devoid of limitation. Their negations would be incorrect because this would imply the negation of perfection of a perfect infinite existence. Therefore, all of the concepts which denote ontological perfections and do not include a sense of deficiency or limitation can be established as positive attributes for God, the Supreme. Likewise, the negation of all concepts which include a kind of deficiency and limitation can be considered as negative attributes of the necessary existent. If the absence of the application of false names to God, the Supreme, is emphasized, this is for the sake of preventing the application of concepts which include a sense of deficiency or limitation. Those who interpret the positive attributes of God, the Supreme, in a negative sense, have imagined that in this way they can achieve an absolute transcendence and prevent the relation to God of concepts which are applied to contingent existence, while, firstly, the negation of one of two contradictories is the affirmation of the other, and if they are not willing to commit themselves to the affirmation of one of these imperfections, they will have to allow that neither of two contradictories is true, and secondly, 1. For example, knowledge is interpreted as the denial of ignorance. In fact, the sense of non-being in ignorance is negated from the divine arena, and the assumption of the sense of non-being is impossible without the assumption of its opposite, knowledge. Hence, they must have posited knowledge at a prior level. Attributes of essence and attributes of action. Attributes related to God, the Supreme, are either concepts which are abstracted from the divine essence by focusing on a kind of ontological perfection, such as knowledge, power, and life, or they are concepts which are abstracted by the intellect through a comparison between the divine essence and his creatures, focusing on a kind of ontological relation, such as being the creator or Lord. The first group of concepts is called attributes of essence, while the second group of concepts is called attributes of action. Sometimes the attributes of essence are defined as those attributes which are abstracted from the station of the essence, and the attributes of action are defined as attributes abstracted from the station of action. Relating the attributes of essence to God, the Supreme, does not mean that there exists something other than the divine essence, within it or outside it, so that the essence could be considered separate from and in lack of these attributes, contrary to the case of material entities, for example, which can be imagined to lack some specific color, odor, or shape. In other words, the divine attributes are not additional to nor other than the essence, but rather, when the intellect considers one of the ontological perfections, such as knowledge or power, it posits the highest level of this perfection for the divine essence, since his existence, in its very simplicity and unity, possesses all of the infinite perfections, and no perfection can be negated of him. In a third sense, the attributes of essence of the necessary existent are intellectual concepts abstracted from a single instance without indicating any kind of multiplicity or plurality for the divine essence. This fact is sometimes expressed in these words: the perfection of Tawhid is the denial of attributes for him, Kamal al-Tawhid Nafi al-Sifat, and who, as is narrated from the commander of the faithful, Ali, peace be with him. In this field there are two extremist tendencies. On one hand, there are the Ash'arites who imagine that the divine attributes are entities outside the essence, and at the same time uncreated, so they held that there are 8 preternal things Qudama Thamaniya. On the other hand, the Mu'tazilites held that attributes are to be negated, and that their attribution to God is figurative. However, the first position implies that, God forbid, either they accept partnership in the necessity of existence, or they believe in the existence of existence which are neither necessary nor contingent existence. The second position implies that the divine essence lacks ontological perfections, unless their statements are interpreted as arising from inadequacy of expression and they are taken to have meant the negation of attributes being additional to the essence. Likewise, ascribing attributes of action to God does not mean that aside from the existence of God and that of his creatures, there are other identified things called attributes of action and that they are attributed to God, the Supreme. Rather, all of these attributes are additional concepts which are abstracted by the intellect by a special comparison between the existence of God, the Supreme, and the existence of his creatures. For example, when the dependence of the existence of creatures on God is considered, the concepts of the Creator, the Originator, and the Initiator are abstracted from a certain perspective. Therefore, the characteristic of the attributes of action is that in order to abstract them, the existence of creatures must be taken into consideration from a certain perspective. In other words, these attributes rest on a relation and the consideration of the connection between God and creatures. This relation rests on both its terms, and with the negation of one of them it would not occur. Therefore, sometimes these attributes are called relational attributes sifat idafiyya. It may be concluded that the attributes of action cannot be considered the same as the divine essence, just as they cannot be considered specific identified entities. A noteworthy point is that material phenomena possess temporal and spatial limits and conditions, and these limits and conditions influence the relations which are taken to hold between them and God, and as a result, the actions which are dependent on them are in one sense conditioned by time and space. For example, it is said that God, the Supreme, created the existent X at time t and location L, but these conditions and limits in fact refer to creatures and are considered to be the receptacle for the occurrence of the creature and its aspects. They do not imply the ascription of time and space to God. In other words, divine actions, which are dependent on time and space, possess two aspects. One is the aspect relating to creatures, due to which time and space are attributed to them. The other aspect is related to God, the Supreme, with respect to which the actions of God are free of time and space. This point is worthy of much attention and is the key to the solution of many problems. Another point is that if the attributes of action are considered in terms of their source, and, for example, by the Creator is meant one who has the power to create Khan al-Wajib Hayth Yakuk Ida Shah, but not one who has performed the act of creation, in that case, they will be reduced to attributes of essence. Lesson 66. Attributes of essence. Introduction. As indicated in the previous lesson, the concepts which refer to ontological perfections and do not denote any kind of deficiency or limitation are applicable to the sacred divine essence. All of them can be considered to be attributes of the divine essence, such as lightner, magnificence Baha, beauty Gamal, perfection Camel, love Hub, bliss Baja, and other names and attributes which are presented in the noble verses of the Quran, the sacred narrations, and the supplications of the infallible ones, which do not refer to the station of action. However, what are usually mentioned as attributes of essence are life hayat, knowledge ilm, and power qudra, and most mutakalimin have added other attributes, such as hearing sami, seeing basir, willing murid, and speaking mutakalam. There are discussions about whether these concepts are attributes of essence or attributes of action, which would require a very lengthy review. Here we shall present a discussion of the threefold attributes of essence, followed by a discussion of some of the other well-known attributes. Life, existence, which are familiar to man, may be divided into two general groups: the living and the non-living. The attribute called life hayat is attributed to living existence, which are conscious and possess voluntary movement, and in the Arabic language the word hayawan animate is appropriately applied to living existence. However, if we are precise, it becomes clear that the application of the attribute life to material existence is a kind of wasp by hal-mutalak description of something in terms of another thing on which it is dependent, and actually, life is an essential description of their souls, and is accidentally related to their bodies. After learning that animal souls have a degree of immateriality tajarat, although this is an imaginal immateriality, we come to the conclusion that life implies immateriality, and furthermore that life is more expressive than immateriality, because immateriality, as was previously indicated, is a negative concept. In other words, just as extension is an essential characteristic of material existence, life is an essential characteristic of immaterial existence. Likewise, knowledge and will, which are also implied by life, are immaterial. Therefore, the concept of life denotes an ontological perfection which can be extended to existence which are not attached to matter. Hence, all immaterial things possess the essential attribute of life, the highest level of which is specific to the sacred divine essence. Hence, given that the divine essence is immaterial, there is no need for further demonstration to establish that life is one of the essential attributes of God, the Supreme. Here, several points should be mentioned. One is that sometimes life and living are used in another sense, which includes plants, but this sense includes an aspect of imperfection, for it implies growth and reproduction which are characteristics of material things, and in this discussion such a sense is not intended. Another point is that although life in the intended sense implies knowledge, will and power, this implication does not entail conceptual identity. The best evidence for this is that life is a self-contained concept without any sort of relation, as opposed to the other concepts mentioned for which there is a relation to their own objects, the known, the willed, that over which one has power, which are considered concepts involving relation. Therefore, if life is defined as knowledge, power, and will, this will be a definition in terms of its implications. The third point is that it is possible that the life of God, the Supreme, may be established in this way. Life is one of the ontological perfections of creatures, and it is impossible for the creative cause to lack perfection which emanates to its own creatures, but rather, the creative cause should necessarily possess that perfection in a more perfect form. Furthermore, after knowledge and power are established for God, the Supreme, life, which is implied by them, will also be established. Knowledge. The discussion of the knowledge of God is one of the most difficult in metaphysics, and it is for this reason that philosophers and mutakallamin have many differences of opinion in this area, which are presented, discussed, and criticized in the detailed works of kalam and philosophy. For example, some philosophers consider both knowledge of his essence and knowledge of his creatures to be the same as the divine essence. Others consider knowledge of the essence to be the same as the essence, but knowledge of creatures to be forms dependent on but external to the essence. Yet others have considered knowledge of creatures to be the same as their existences. Various and sometimes strange views have been narrated from the mutakallamin, some even denying God's knowledge of his own sacred essence. The fact is that the divine essence in its very unity and simplicity is both the same as his knowledge of his own essence and knowledge of all creatures, including the immaterial and material ones. Knowledge of essence. One who is aware of the incorporeality and immateriality of the divine essence can easily understand that his sacred essence is the same as his knowledge of himself, just as is true for every independent, immaterial, non-accidental existent. If one has any doubt about the necessity of knowledge of one's essence for all immaterial existence in the case of God, the Supreme, the following argument can be employed. Knowledge of essence is an ontological perfection which can be found in some existence, such as man, and God, the Supreme, possesses all ontological perfections infinitely, so he also possesses this one in its highest level. Anyway, the demonstration of God's knowledge of his sacred essence on the basis of the principles of transcendent theosophy hikmat mutalia is an easy task. Knowledge of creatures. The demonstration of knowledge of creatures, especially prior to their appearance, and its philosophical explanation is not so easy. In this regard there are various positions and views, the most important of which are the following. 1. The position of the Peripatetics is based on the idea that knowledge of creatures is by means of intellectual forms, which are concomitant syllogism of the divine essence. This position has some notable problems, for if these forms are assumed to be the same as the divine essence, this implies the existence of multiplicity in the simple divine essence. If they are external to the essence as is understood from the expression syllogism al-dihat concomitance of essence, then they will be unavoidably the effects and creatures of God, the Supreme. This implies that, aside from these intellectual forms, the divine existence at the station of his essence does not possess knowledge of his creatures, and he has created these forms without any knowledge. Moreover, the knowledge obtained through intellectual forms will be acquired knowledge. The establishment of such knowledge for God, the Supreme, would imply the establishment of a mind in the divine essence, while mind and acquired knowledge are specific to souls attached to matter. The position of the Illuminationists Ishraqian is based on the idea that divine knowledge of creatures is the same as their existence, and the relation of creatures to the divine essence is like the relation of mental forms to the soul, whose existence is the same as the knowledge of them. Although this position does not imply relating acquired knowledge to God, the Supreme, with a previous position, it shares the difficulty of the denial of detailed divine knowledge at the station of essence. 3. The position of Sadr al-Mutalhin is based on the idea that knowledge of the essence is identical to presentational knowledge of creatures. The most important principle for the explanation of this position is the principle of the specific gradation of existence, according to which the existence of an effect is considered to be the radiance and unveiling of the existence of the cause, and the existence-granting cause in its own essence possesses the perfection of its effects. Therefore, the presence of the essence to itself will be identical to their presence. However, he believes that there can be no direct knowledge of material existence, and just as immateriality is the condition for being a knower, it is also a condition for being known in essence malam bildi hat. But as was indicated in Lesson 49, the hiddenness of spatial and temporal parts of material entities from one another does not contradict the presence of all of them for their existence-granting cause. 1. Therefore, God, the Supreme, possesses presentational knowledge of all creatures, including the immaterial and material ones, a knowledge which is the same as his sacred essence. A point which should be mentioned here is that there is no way for time and space to enter into the arena of divine holiness. The sacred divine existence encompasses all times and spaces, and in relation to him, past, present, and future are the same. Therefore, just as the priority of his existence to creatures cannot be considered as a kind of temporal priority, the priority of his knowledge to the existence of creatures cannot be considered to be a temporal priority. Rather, what is meant by the priority of his knowledge is an eternal priority to Kadam Sarmadi, just as the existence and knowledge of other immaterial things in relation to the material world have a perpetual priority to Kadam Daridatu. However, an existence which lacks certain perfection cannot give it to another. In other words, the production of an action by an agent which does not have ontological homogeneity synchrony with it is impossible. But the production of an action by an agent which possesses its perfection will be possible, and in the case of such an agent it is said that it possesses the power and ability for performing the action, i.e. the power of agency qua fili. When this concept is restricted to a living agent possessing consciousness and will, and these are limited to voluntary agents, intentional agents, providential agents, agents by agreement, and agents by self-disclosure, the concept of power is obtained. Therefore, power means a living voluntary agent being the origin mabiyat of its actions. If such an agent possesses infinite perfections, it will possess infinite power. Given this analysis, there is no need for another demonstration to establish the infinite power of the sacred divine essence. According to this explanation, power is a graded concept whose instances possess different levels. This concept includes the power of animals, men, completely immaterial entities, and the power of God, and the same goes for the concepts of existence, life, and knowledge, etc., which were previously mentioned. It was previously indicated that the application of these kinds of concepts to God, the Supreme, does not mean that the concomitant syllogism of their imperfect instances are also established for the sacred divine essence. Rather, the concepts should be abstracted in such a way that these concomitants are omitted. For example, the power of animals and men to perform their voluntary actions, i.e. agency mabdiyat fli, is conditioned by idea tasawwur, assertion tastic, and the appearance of psychological motivation for the performance of the act. However, these sorts of cases are inseparable attributes of souls attached to matter, and none of these things acquired knowledge, idea, assertion, and motive are found in addition to essence at the station of completely immaterial entities, especially the divine being. However, that which is valid in all cases of power is the existence of knowledge and love in their general senses, the highest instances of which are the knowledge and love which are identical to the sacred divine essence. A point that must be mentioned here is that the establishment of power for God, the Supreme, requires the affirmation of volition, for power, as was indicated, implies knowledge and volition, and is restricted to living voluntary agents. It was explained in Lesson 38 that the highest level of volition is specific to the sacred divine essence, which is not influenced by any internal or external factor. Another point is that the power of God is infinite and includes all contingent beings. But being within the power of God does not imply occurrence, and the only things which occur are those whose creation is willed. In other words, the meaning of the omnipotent Qadir is not that he performs everything he is able to do. Rather, it means that he performs everything he wants to do. Therefore, essentially impossible things are outside the ambit of things his power can bring about. The question of whether the power of God covers these things is incorrect. On the other hand, not all the things within his power will be subjects of the divine will to be brought into existence. Hence, the domain of the objects of his will and of existence will be smaller than that of the objects of his power. However, the reason why the divine will does not cover some contingents will be clarified in future chapters. What? Death! Lesson 49. Death! Lesson 43. Lesson 67. Attributes of action. Introduction. As was made clear in Lesson 65, the criterion according to which an attribute is counted as an attribute of essence or an attribute of action is that if the concept of refers to an existence outside the essence, it will be an attribute of action, and otherwise it will be an attribute of essence. Therefore, if we consider the concept of knowledge in such a way that it implies the existence of an external object of knowledge, it will be an attribute of action, as in verses of the following sort. And verily we will try you until we know which of you are mujahidin, those who struggle and patient. 47:31. This verse refers to the occurrence of knowledge at a specific time, and so the concept of knowledge contained in it bears the meaning of reference to something external to the essence, and its temporal qualification is due to the temporality of the object of knowledge. On the other hand, if we consider the concept of an attribute of action in such a way that it does not imply an external existence, it becomes an attribute of essence, as is the case with the concept creator, which refers to the power to create. Given this standard, we shall review several well-known attributes. Hearing and seeing. These two attributes are usually considered to be attributes of essence, while it seems that according to the above-mentioned standard, they should be considered to be attributes of action. For the concepts of audition and vision still refer to an awareness of audible and visible existence, even after one divests them of material requirements such as having ears, eyes, and knowledge acquired through the senses. Their application to cases in which the objects of hearing and seeing do not have actual existence is contrary to ordinary language, although they can be so applied if they are interpreted as knowledge of audible and visible things or the ability for hearing and seeing. And the other attributes of action can be similarly interpreted. Speaking. Speech kalam in ordinary usage is a word which on the basis of convention refers to a determinate meaning, and a speaker mutakalam uses it in order to convey his intentions to others. This requires the possession of a larynx, vocal cords, a mouth, and the exhalation of air through the vocal tract, as well as the previous existence of conventions. No matter how we develop this concept and delete the characteristics of its instances, we cannot ignore the properties of conveying a meaning to a person addressed. For example, gesticulation can also be considered a kind of speech, while it possesses none of the mentioned characteristics, and even creating a meaning in the mind of the person addressed can be considered a kind of speaking. But if these properties are not considered, it will not agree with common parlance Irf. Even though philosophical and intellectual truths are not subordinate to language and common understanding, here the discussion is about the employment of concepts for divine attributes, which are defined by means of language. It may be concluded that the concept of speaking includes the existence of the person addressed and the speech which is communicated to him, and hence it should be considered an attribute of action. However, one may interpret it as the power for speech, or as something else, so that it will also become an attribute of essence. Another of the most difficult problems of philosophical theology is that of God's will, which has raised many differences of opinion among philosophers and sectarian differences among theologians and has brought about abundant debate and discussion, a complete review of which requires an independent book. On the one hand, one group considers the divine will to be an attribute of essence additional to the essence, while on the other hand, another group considers it to be the same as the essence itself, reducing it to knowledge of the best. Some have imagined it to be an accident of essence, like human will, which appears in the soul of man. Others have considered it to be the first creature of God, by means of which other creatures are brought into existence. Finally, some have considered it to be an attribute of action abstracted from the plane of action. There are other minor differences about such things as whether the divine will is one or many, created or pre-eternal, etc. In order to solve this problem, first, the meaning of will should be explained precisely, and then its proper place among the attributes of essence and action should be determined and its principles and implications should be discovered. The concept of will, as was explained in Lesson 38, the expression will errata is employed in at least two senses. One is wishing or desiring, and the other is deciding to perform an action. The objects of a person's desire and affection may be objective things, but may even be beyond the range of one's power and ability, such as man's affection for the beautiful and enjoyable things of the world. You desire the frail goods of this world, 867. Or they may be one's own voluntary actions, such as loving the good and worthy deeds which one performs, called generative will irradiate Taqi. Or they may be the voluntary actions of other people, such as desiring that another voluntary agent perform some deed by his own will, in which case they would be called cases of legislative will irradiate tashri. However, the will to order and to establish rules and regulations are in fact cases of the will to legislate rather than legislative will, and should be considered a kind of generative will. Take note, the reality of will in the sense of wanting and loving, are psychic qualities of animals and men, but in the sense abstracted from this, it denotes aspects of the existence of immaterial things which may also be related to completely immaterial entities and to God, the Supreme. As was previously indicated, love can be considered one of the essential attributes of God, which is basically directed toward the essence itself and subordinate to this, to the effects of the essence in that they are good and perfect. Therefore, in this sense, will can be considered an attribute of essence, the reality of which is nothing but divine love, which is identical to his essence. Will in the sense of making decisions is a passive quality in souls attached to matter, or one of the actions of the soul. And in either case, it is a created thing in the soul, originating in idea and assertion and desire. Such a thing cannot be attributed to completely immaterial things, especially not to God, the Supreme, for the sacred divine being is free of the occurrence of accidents and psychic qualities. However, it can be considered to apply to God, the Supreme, as a relational attribute of action such as creation, providence, and ordering, etc., which is abstracted by comparing the actions of creatures to the divine essence in that he possesses love of good and perfection. Since one of the terms of the relation possesses temporal and spatial qualifications, these qualifications can be considered to apply to the divine will as well, from the viewpoint of the objects of the will. As was explained in Lesson 66, expressions such as, his command when he wills a thing is only to say to it, be, so it is 3682. Bear the same sort of meaning as was given for knowledge of created things. It is to be concluded that divine generative will can be taken in two senses. One in the sense of love directed toward his own voluntary actions, which is a single pre-eternal essential attribute identical to the essence, whose relation to actions and objective entities is like essential knowledge, which basically is of the sacred divine essence and subordinately of his effects and manifestations. Likewise, divine love basically is directed toward his own sacred essence and subordinately toward the effects of his existence in that they overflow from the divine goodness and perfection, and this is why it is called will. The second sense of generative will is a relational attribute which is abstracted by comparison between divine actions and his attributes of essence, and because it is subordinate to the newness, quoteth, and multiplicity of actions, temporality and multiplicity are attributed to it. Likewise, the divine legislative will, which is directed to the production of good deeds by voluntary agents, will be an attribute of essence in the sense of liking these actions because of their goodness, which is a manifestation of the goodness of the divine essence. It will be an attribute of action and be temporal in the sense of relation of legislation, which occurs in the temporal realm by essential love. Wisdom and the best order. Another of the divine attributes of action is the attribute of wisdom, whose essential origin is love of goodness and perfection and knowledge of them. That is, since God, the Supreme, loves goodness and perfection, and also is aware of the aspects of goodness and perfection of existence, he creates creatures in such a way that they may possess as much goodness and perfection as possible. Of course, divine love is fundamentally directed to his own sacred essence and subordinately to his creatures. The same fundamental and subordinate relations exist among creatures as well. That is, a creature without any imperfection other than that of being contingent and created and possessing all contingent perfections, characterized by unity and simplicity, will be in the first rank of being loved and favored, and other creatures will be in the succeeding ranks according to their ontological ranks and perfections, until the level of material things is reached, where there is conflict among their ontological perfections. On the one hand, the continuation of existence that exists at a specific time slice conflicts with the appearance of the succeeding existence, and on the other hand, the perfection of some of them depends on the transformation and obliteration of others, as the growth and development of an animal or man is obtained by means of nourishment by vegetables and some other animals. The more perfect an existent is, the more favored it will be. It is here that divine wisdom requires an order that causes the occurrence of more and higher ontological perfections, that is, the chain of material causes and effects is created in such a way that to the extent possible the maximum number of creatures partake of the best perfections. This is what is called the best ordered nizam-i-asan in the language of philosophy, and the attribute which necessitates this is called providence inaya. The divine sages have proved that the order of creation is the best in two ways. One is from cause to effect limi. Divine love for perfection and goodness requires that the order of creation possess maximum perfection and goodness, and that the imperfections and corruptions which are necessary for a material world and the interferences among corporeal existence be reduced to a minimum. In other words, it can be said that if God, the Supreme, had not created the world with the best order, this would be due to the fact that he lacked knowledge of the best order, or because he did not like it, or because he lacked the power to create it, or because he was stingy. In the case of God, the wise and gracious, none of these assumptions is correct. So, it is proven that the world possesses the best order. The second way is from effect to cause in I, through the study of creation and inquiry into the secrets and wisdom and exigencies which are observed in their qualities and quantities. To the extent the human knowledge increases, awareness of the wisdom of creation also increases. In view of divine wisdom, it becomes clear why the divine will is directed to specific cases, and in conclusion, the realm of things that are willed is more limited than the realm of things within divine power. This was the question which was raised at the end of the previous lesson. The answer is that only the cases within the perimeter of the best order are objects of divine will. This topic will become clearer in subsequent lessons. The position of those who have claimed that the divine will is only directed to those things which possess exigency, and that it is exigency which limits the divine will, should be interpreted in this way. Otherwise, exigency is not an objective and identified thing to have an effect on the divine will, and the effects of an action cannot have an influence on its cause. Also, those who say that divine power, mercy, and will are conditioned by his wisdom should be interpreted in this way. Otherwise, in the sacred divine essence, it does not make sense to say that there is a plurality of faculties or an interference among the attributes. 1. Lesson 39. In which there is an explanation of goodness and perfection. Lesson 68. The purpose of creation. Introduction. One of the important problems of metaphysics and theology kalam is the problem of the purpose of creation. which has been the subject of discussions and different views. On the one hand, some experts have denied that divine deeds have a purpose or final cause. On the other hand, there are those who consider the divine purpose to be to profit creatures, and there is a third group which believes in the unity of the efficient and final cause of immaterial entities. In general, in this area there have been many views, the citation and critique of which would become overlong. Therefore, first we will explain the concept of purpose and other similar philosophical expressions. Then we will mention some useful introductory points in order to explain the problem and remove doubts about it. And finally, we will explain the correct meaning of divine purposefulness. Purpose and final cause. The literal meaning of the word hadaf, purpose, is target. In common conversation, it means the result of a voluntary action, which is the aim of a voluntary agent from the beginning and for the sake of which the action is performed, so that if the result of the action had not been taken into account, the action would not have been performed. The result of an action is called the end gaia insofar as it is the terminus of the action. It is called the purpose hadaf or garat insofar as it is taken into consideration and intended by the agent from the beginning. And it is called the final cause elati gaia insofar as the result of the action is desired, and this desire is the cause for the will of the agent to be directed toward the performance of the action. However, that which really influences the performance of the action is knowledge and the love of the result, not its objective existence. Rather, the objective result is the effect of the action, not its cause. The term gaia end is usually used in the sense of the terminus of a motion, and the relation between its instances and those of hadaf, purpose, is that of partial overlapping numum wacusis min waj. For, on the one hand, in natural motion no purpose can be considered for a natural agent, while the application of the concept of gaia to its terminus is correct. On the other hand, in creative acts in which there is no motion, the concept of final cause and effect can be correctly applied, although there is no place here for gaia to have the sense of a terminus of motion. However, sometimes it is used in the sense of the final cause, and here one must take care not to confuse these two senses, and not to relate the characteristics of one to the other. The relation between agent, action, and result has been the topic of numerous philosophical discussions, some of which are presented in Lesson 39. Now we shall begin to explain some issues pertaining to the present discussion and which are useful for explaining the correct meaning of the divine purpose of creation. Some points. Usually, the voluntary actions of human beings are performed in this way. First, there appears the idea of the action and its result, an assent of the priority of the act for obtaining the result and the benefit accruing therefrom, followed by a yearning in the soul for the good, perfection, and benefit resulting from that act. When requisite conditions attained and obstacles are removed, one decides to perform the action, and, in fact, the main factor and stimulus for the performance of an action is the yearning for its benefits. Therefore, the final cause must be considered to be this yearning. That to which the yearning is directed is figuratively and accidentally called the final cause. It must not be imagined that this process is necessary in all voluntary actions, nor that if an agent lacks acquired knowledge and a yearning of the soul, his action will not be voluntary or lack a final cause. Rather, what is necessary in any voluntary action is knowledge and yearning in general, regardless of whether the knowledge is by presence or acquired, and whether the yearning is added to the essence or is the essence itself. Therefore, the final cause of complete immaterial things is the same as the love of their own essences, which is subordinately directed to their effects as well, a love which is identical to the essence of its agent. Therefore, for such cases, the efficient cause and the final cause is the essence of the agent. As was indicated, an action is desired subordinate to the desire of the goodness and perfection that results from it. Therefore, the desirability of the purpose is prior to the desirability of the act, and the desirability of the act is subordinate and respectival. However, the purpose taken into consideration in performing an action may itself be a preliminary for the achievement of a higher purpose, and its desirability may take shape in the radiance of the desirability of another thing. But ultimately, every agent will have a final and fundamental purpose, and the intermediary and proximate purposes, and the preliminaries and means, all obtain their desirability in its radiance. Anyway, the desirability of an action is subordinate and respectival, while the priority of purpose depends on the view, intention, and motivation of the agent such that it is possible for a determined purpose to be intermediary for one agent and to be the final and fundamental purpose of another agent. 3. The fundamental desirability of a purpose and the respectival desirability of an action and means appear in the form of a yearning in the soul, and the object of this yearning is an absent perfection realizable as an effect of the action. However, for completely immaterial entities, all of whose possible perfections actually exist, no lack of goodness or perfection can be imagined which might be attained by means of an action. In reality, it is the love of the existent perfections which is directed subordinately to its effects which causes the emanation of these effects. That is, it causes the performance of a creative action. Hence, the desirability of action of immaterial existence is respectival and subordinate, but subordinate to an existent perfection, not to the desirability of an absent perfection. 4. The deeds one performs may have numerous effects, not all of which one is conscious of or motivated to acquire. Therefore, one usually performs an action in order to acquire one of its effects or results, although it is also possible that a deed may be performed for several parallel purposes. However, in the case of completely immaterial entities, every good effect which results from an action is considered and desired, although the desirability of each of them may be subordinate to the desirability of an existent perfection in it. But it is possible that among the subordinate desirabilities there is a relation of relative priority and subordination. For example, although the existence of the cosmos and the existence of man, insofar as they are radiances from divine perfection, are subordinately desired by God, the Supreme, since man possesses more and higher perfections and the appearance of the cosmos is a preparation for man's appearance, therefore, the desirability of man can be considered fundamental in relation to the desirability of the cosmos. The purposefulness of God, the Supreme. Given the points already made, it becomes clear that the existence of a final cause for every voluntary action is necessary, whether it is creative or preparatory, whether it is instantaneous or gradual, and whether the agency is intentional, by agreement, providential, or manifesting. In reality, the final cause is something in the essence of the agent, not an external result of the deed, and the application of the concept of final cause to an external result is figurative and accidental, because the love, satisfaction, or yearning of the agent is directed toward the obtaining of it, and the finality of the external result of preparatory gradual deed, in the sense of being determinus of motion, has no relation to a final cause. The essential end of motion is not the same as the essential final cause. Take note, therefore, divine deeds, insofar as they are voluntary, possess final causes, and the fact that the divine being is free of acquired knowledge and yearnings of the soul does not imply that the divine essence is without final causes. Likewise, this does not imply any lack of knowledge or love in the divine essence. In other words, the denial of a motive and final cause additional to the essence for completely immaterial entities and for agents by providence, by agreement, and by manifestation does not mean the absolute denial of purpose for them, nor that purpose is to be restricted to intentional agents. Just as the intellect obtains concepts from the attributes of the perfections of creatures, and after divesting them of their limitations and their material and contingent implications relates them to God, the Supreme, as positive attributes, the intellect also abstracts love of the good and perfection after divesting them of imperfection and contingency and establishes them for the divine essence and considers them final causes for his actions. Since all the divine attributes of essence are the same as his sacred essence, this attribute of love, which is considered to be the final cause for creation and the source of his actual will, is the same as his essence, and, in conclusion, the efficient cause and the final cause for divine actions are the very same as his sacred essence. Just as divine knowledge applies fundamentally to his sacred essence and subordinately to his creatures, which are aspects of his existence with differences in level and grade, divine love also applies fundamentally to his sacred essence and subordinately to the good and perfection of his creatures, and among them there is also a relative priority and subordination in being loved and desired. That is, the divine divine love for creatures applies in the first degree to the most perfect of them, which is the first creature, and then to other creatures, the most perfect love for the most perfect creature, al-akmal fal-akmal. Even among material and corporeal entities among which there is no specific gradation, one may consider the more perfect to be the purpose for the creation of the less perfect, and conversely, one may consider material things to be preparatory to the appearance of man. It is he who created for you all that is in the earth. 229. Finally, one can consider the love for the perfect man to be the final cause for the creation of the material cosmos. In this sense, it may be said that God, the Supreme, has created the material world for the perfection of corporeal existence and for the attainment of their actual good and perfection. For every existent which possesses different levels of perfection and imperfection, the most perfect level has a relative priority in being loved and desired. However, this does not imply those imperfect existents or the levels that are less perfect than the existence of some existent has no level of desirability at all. In this way, one may consider there to be vertical purposes for the creation of man. That is, the final purpose is the attainment of the ultimate level of perfection, nearness to God, benefiting from the highest and most lasting emanation, eternal mercy and God's pleasure. The intermediary purpose is the realization of worship of and obedience to God, the Supreme, which are means to the attainment of the higher stations and final purpose. The proximate purpose is the preparation of the material and social conditions and realization of the necessary knowledge for free choice of the right way of life and the spread of the worship of God in society. For this reason, after emphasis that the creation of man and the world are not vain and absurd, and possess wisdom of purpose, one finds in the Quran that, on the one hand, the purpose of the creation of the cosmos is to prepare the grounds for the free choice and trial of man too, and on the other hand, the purpose of the creation of man is declared to be the worship of God, the Supreme. 3. Finally, the ultimate purpose is considered to be proximity to the divine mercy and to benefit from eternal triumph, welfare and felicity. 4. Considering that which has been said, a common approach among the three mentioned positions may be formulated. That is, what is meant by those who consider the final cause to be only the sacred divine essence is that the essential and fundamental object of desire for God, the Supreme, is nothing but his sacred essence, which is absolute goodness and possesses infinite perfections. And what is meant by those who deny that divine actions have final causes is that the motive for them is not something additional to the essence, and his agency is not a kind of intentional agency. And what is meant by those who declare that the final cause and the purpose of creation is the welfare of creatures or their perfection is that they wanted to explain the respectival and subordinate purposes. It may be concluded that one who holds any of these positions may interpret the other two in a way that is acceptable. A point which must be indicated at the end of this lesson is that in discussions of will, wisdom, and the purpose of creation, we have relied upon the aspects of goodness and perfection of creatures. For this reason, the question arises as to how to justify their evils and imperfections. The answer to this question will be found in the last lesson of this section. C3:191, 3827, 2116-17, 4438-39, 4522, 1419, 1585, 16:3, 2944, 30:8, 23:115, C11:7, 67:2, 18:7, C5156, 3661, Thor, C11:108, 119, 4522, 315, 972. Lesson 69, Divine Decree and Destiny. Introduction. One of the problems raised in heavenly religions, especially in the sacred religion of Islam, in the field of theology, which has been explained intellectually and philosophically by theologians mutakalim and metaphysicians, is the problem of decree and destiny kadawa kadar, which is one of the most complicated problems in theology and at the core of whose complexity is its relation to man's free will and his voluntary actions, that is, How can one believe in divine decree and destiny while accepting the free will of man and man's role in determining his own destiny? Here, some have accepted the inclusiveness of the divine decree and destiny with respect to the voluntary actions of man, but have denied true human freedom. Others have restricted the scope of decree and destiny to involuntary matters, and they consider the voluntary actions of man to be outside the limits of destiny and decree. A third group has tried to combine the inclusion of the voluntary actions of man in destiny and decree with a demonstration of man's freedom and volition in choosing his own destiny. They have presented different views, the review of which would require an independent book. For this reason, here we shall first present a short explanation of the concept of decree and destiny, and then provide a philosophical analysis and explanation of the relation between destiny and man's voluntary actions. Finally, we will explain the benefits of this discussion and the reasons for its emphasis in divine religions. The concepts of destiny and decree. The term kata decree means passing, bringing to an end, finishing, and also means judgment, which, figuratively, is a kind of finishing. The terms kadar and takdir mean measurement and measuring and building something to a determinate size. Sometimes kata and kadar are used as synonyms in the sense of the Persian sarnavesht, destiny. It seems that the reason why the term nevesht written is used in the translation of the Arabic terms is that, according to religious teachings, the destinies kadawa kadar of existence are written in a book or tablet. Regarding the difference between the literal meanings of kata and kadar, one can consider the stage of kadar to be prior to kata, because until the measure of something is determined it does not come to completion. And this is the point which is indicated in many noble ahadith. A philosophical explanation of destiny and decree. Some of the great scholars have identified destiny and decree with the causal relation among existence and have considered kadar to be the contingent relation between a thing and its incomplete causes, and kata to be the necessary relation between an effect and its complete cause. That is, when an effect is compared with each of the parts of its complete cause or with all of them, except for the last part, the relation will be one of contingency by analogy in kan bilqiyas, and when it is compared to the entire complete cause, the relation will be one of necessity by analogy dara bilqiyas, the former being called kedar and the latter kat. Although in itself this identification is acceptable, that which requires more attention here is the relation of causes and effects to God, the Supreme. For kata and kata are basically divine attributes of action, and must be discussed as such. In order to clarify the place of these attributes among the divine attributes, some points must be made about the levels which the intellect considers for the realization of an action. Levels of action. Whenever the intellect considers an whatness which does not have to exist or not exist, in other words, whose relations to existence and nothingness are equal, it judges that in order to escape this indifference another existence is needed, which is called its cause. This is the issue about which the philosophers have said, the criterion of the need for a cause by an effect is whatish contingency in kaninahui. It was previously said that according to the fundamentality of existence, contingency of whatness must be replaced by ontological poverty fakir wujudi. If a cause is compounded of several things, all of its parts must be obtained in order for the effect to occur. For the assumption of the occurrence of an effect without one of the parts of its complete cause would mean the lack of efficiency of the absent part, and this would be contrary to the assumption that it is a part of the complete cause. Hence, when all the parts of a complete cause obtain, the existence of the effect due to its cause becomes necessary by another wujud bil ghair, and it is here that the cause creates its effect and the effect comes into existence. These stages, all of which are obtained by means of rational analysis, are explained in the language of the philosophers as follows. Whatness is contingent, then in need, then is made necessary, then becomes necessary, then is made to exist. Then comes to exist al-mahiyadu amkanat, fastajat, fayujabat, fawajabat, fayujadat, fawujadat. The succession of stages of each of these concepts is distinguished by the then fa of succession. On the other hand, we know that in intentional agents, the will of the agent is the last part of the complete cause. That is, although all the preparations for an action may be provided, the deed will not be performed until the agent wills to perform it. The occurrence of will depends on ideas and assertions and the acquisition of a fundamental yearning for the conclusion of the deed and a secondary yearning for the deed itself. Therefore, here a succession may be posited of idea, assertion, yearning for the conclusion, yearning for the deed, and finally the decision to perform the action, in which the idea and assertion include considering the characteristics, limits, and preparations for the deed. Although this succession in the origination of the will is specific to intentional agents, by divesting it of the aspects of imperfection, it can be considered to be a rational succession including knowledge, fundamental love for the result, and secondary love for the action in any voluntary agent. It can be concluded that every voluntary agent has knowledge of his own action and its characteristics, and likes its consequence, and because of them performs the action. Now, if we consider a deed which must be performed gradually and by bringing about causes and means and making preparations, it is necessary to consider the relation between the action and its preparations and temporal and spatial conditions. The preparations must be arranged in such a way that the action is performed with specific limits and characteristics so the desired result is obtained. This review, evaluation, and estimation and the determination of limits and characteristics may be called the determination of the action takdiri kar, which in the realm of knowledge is called epistemic determination takdiri ilmi, and in the realm of the external world is called objective determination takdiri aini. Likewise, the final stage may be called decree kadao, which in the realm of knowledge is called epistemic decree, and in the realm of the external world it is called objective decree. Given these introductory remarks, we should heed the following noble verse. When he decrees an affair, he only says to it, be, and then it is 2:117. In this noble verse, the existence of every creature, which is denoted by the sentence then it is, succeeds the command be of the Supreme Creator, which is similar to the succession of existence wujud after being made existent ijad in the words of the divine sages. Likewise, making existent ijad succeeds the divine decree, which naturally will result in being the object of decree. And these two concepts, decreeing and becoming the object of the decree, may be compared to the terms being made necessary and becoming necessary. Since making necessary depends on the completion of the cause, and the last part of the cause of a voluntary action is the will of the agent, the level of will must be considered to be prior to the level of decree. His command, when he wills anything, is only to say to it, be, then it is 3682. The point to be noticed here is that, as was explained in previous chapters, action and the attributes of action, insofar as they are related to God, the Supreme, are free from temporal and spatial restrictions, but these restrictions are attributed to actions and attributes of actions insofar as they are related to temporal, gradual, material creatures. Therefore, there is no contradiction in saying that divine bringing into existence is instantaneous and without duration, but the existence of creatures is gradual and temporal. Note carefully. In this way, a series of attributes of action is obtained at the head of which is knowledge and then will, then decree, and finally making the existent ijad impa, execution. The position of permission ayn and divine will mashiat can be considered as being between knowledge and will, just as takdir destiny can be inserted between will and decree, and this accords with the noble narrations from the prophetess and imams. It should be added that determination of the term temporal limits of existence is also considered a part of destiny. Given that the real bringing into existence is specific to God, the Supreme, and the existence of every existent is ultimately traced back to Him, we may conclude that everything, even man's voluntary actions, is included in divine decree and destiny, and here the main problem displays itself. That is, how can one combine decree and destiny with human volition? The relation of destiny and decree to human volition. The problem of how to combine divine destiny and decree with human volition is the same problem which is raised with even greater intensity with regard to the unity of divine acts tawhid afali in the sense of unity in the emanation of existence, whose solution was dealt with in Lesson 64. The conclusion drawn from the answer to this problem was that tracing an action to approximate and direct agent and to God, the the Supreme, has two levels, and divine agency is placed in a vertical position above man's agency. It is not the case that the actions done by humans must either be traced to them or to God, the Supreme, but rather these actions, while they are traced to the will and volition of man at a higher level, are traced to God, the Supreme. If it were not for the divine will, there would be no humans, no knowledge or power, no will or volition, and no action or consequence of any action. The existence of all of them in relation to God, the Supreme, is their very relation and attachment and dependency on Him. None of them has any sorts of independence of their own. In other words, the voluntary actions of man, with the attribution of being voluntary, are objects of divine decree, and their being voluntary are part of characteristics and aspects of their being destined Taqi. Hence, if they occur deterministically, that would be a violation of the divine decree. The main source of the problem is that it is imagined that if a deed depends on divine decree and destiny, there will be no room for the agent's volition and choice, while a voluntary action, disregarding the agent's will not become necessary, and every effect depends upon divine decree and destiny only through its own causes. It may be concluded that destiny and decree in the realm of knowledge are two levels of actual knowledge, one of which epistemic destiny is abstracted from the discovery of the relation between the effect and its incomplete causes. The other epistemic decree is abstracted from the discovery of the relation between the effect and its complete cause, and according to what is inferred from the verse of the Quran and Ahadith, the level of epistemic destiny is related to the tablet of clearing and establishing law itbat, and the level of epistemic decree is related to the guarded tablet law mahfuz, and those who are able to become aware of these tablets will be aware of the knowledge related to them. Objective destiny Taqi is the regulation of creatures so that they will be subject to specific phenomena and effects, and naturally, this destiny will be different for phenomena according to their proximity and distance, just as it will be different in relation to genus, species, individuals, and the states of individuals. For example, the destiny of the human species is to live on the earth from a determined time of origin to a determinate termination. The destiny of every individual is such that he comes into existence from a determinate mother and father in a limited slice of time. Likewise, the destinies of his livelihood and the various aspects of his life and his voluntary actions amount to the availability of specific conditions for each of them. The objective decree Qadhi is the attainment of every effect to the limits of ontological necessity through the occurrence of its complete cause, including the attainment of voluntary actions to their limits of necessity, by means of the will of their proximate agents. Since no creature is independent in existence and its ontological effects, naturally the necessitation of all phenomena may be traced back to God, the Supreme, who possesses absolute self-sufficiency and independence. It must be noted that decree Qadha, in this sense, is unchangeable. Therefore, that which is stated in some noble narrations about the change in decree means that the word decree is used for destiny Taqi, whose decisiveness is relative. Meanwhile, it has become clear that the objective destiny, insofar as it is related to special relations among phenomena, is changeable. It is this sort of change in destinies which, in religious texts, is called Bada surprise. 1. It is related to the tablet of clearing and establishing. Allah clears away and establishes what He wills, and with Him is the mother of the book. 1339. Subordinate to objective destiny, epistemic destiny is also changeable. For epistemic destiny is knowledge of contingent relations and the conditional occurrence of phenomena, not knowledge of necessary relations and the absolute occurrence of phenomena. The benefit of this discussion, given the emphasis which is placed on decree and destiny in religious teachings, the question arises as to why so much emphasis is placed on it. The answer is that the belief in decree and destiny has two important benefits: theoretical and practical. Its theoretical benefit is an increase in the level of man's spiritual knowledge with respect to the divine plan of things, and a preparation to understand the unity of divine actions in the sense of unity in the emanation of existence, and attention to the divine presence in the ordering of all aspects of the cosmos and man. The effects of this understanding are profound in the perfection of the soul in its intellectual dimension. Basically, the deeper and firmer man's knowledge of divine attributes and actions is, the more perfect the soul is. From the practical aspect, there are two important benefits to this doctrine. One is that when man knows that all the events of the cosmos appear on the basis of decree and destiny, and the wise ordering of God, he will bear with difficulties and hardships more easily, and will not give up to calamity and crisis, but he will be well prepared to acquire virtuous characteristics such as patience, gratitude, reliance on God, contentedness, and submission. Secondly, he will not become inebriated and conceited with the pleasures and joys of life, and he will not be enamored or infatuated with worldly pleasures and negligence of God, so that you may not grieve for what has escaped you, nor be exultant at what he has given you. And Allah does not love any arrogant boaster. 57:23. Anyway, care must be taken so that the problem of decree and destiny is not incorrectly interpreted so as to provide an excuse for laziness, complacency, and a negation of one's responsibilities. For this sort of misinterpretation of religious knowledge is the ultimate desire of the Satans among men and gennies. It causes one to fall into the deepest and most dangerous valleys of wretchedness in the world and in the hereafter. Perhaps it is for this reason that, according to many narrations, entrance into this sort of problem for those who are incapable is forbidden. 1. C.W. Maitland, Bada in Encyclopedia Iranica 3:354-5, and Martin J. McDermott, The Theology of al-Sheikh al-Mufid Beirut, Dar el-Makrak, 1978, pp. 329-338. Lesson 70. Good and Evil in the Cosmos. Introduction. In Lessons 67 and 68, it was stated that due to their possession of perfections and goodness, the entities of the world are objects of divine love and will, and divine providence requires that the cosmos be brought into existence with the best order and utmost goodness and perfection. Given this, the question may be raised as to what is the source of the evils and imperfections in the world. Would it not be better if the cosmos were free of all evil and imperfection, both the evils which are the effects of the natural elements, such as earthquakes, floods, illnesses, and plagues, and the evils which are brought into existence by human malefactors, such as the various kinds of injustice and crime? It is here that some polytheistic religions hold that there are two sources of the cosmos, one the source of its goods, and the other the source of its evils. There is also a group of those who imagine that the existence of evil shows that there is no wise ordering of the cosmos, and they have tumbled into the valley of disbelief and atheism. It is for this reason that divine philosophers have paid particular heed to the problem of good and evil and have reduced evil to an aspect of nothingness. In order to solve this problem, it is necessary first to explain something about the ordinary concepts of good and evil, and then to provide a philosophical analysis of them. The concepts of good and evil. In order to discover the meaning of good and evil in ordinary language, it is profitable to be precise about the common features among their obvious instances. For example, health, knowledge, and security are obvious instances of good, while illness, ignorance, and insecurity are counted among the obvious instances of evil. Undoubtedly, this is because man considers something for himself to be good or evil according to its desirability or undesirability. That is, whatever is found to be in agreement with his own innate desires, man considers to be good, and whatever is opposed to his innate desires, he calls evil. In other words, in order to abstract the concepts of good and evil, first of all one compares one's own desires with things, and wherever a positive relation exists to that thing, it is considered good, and wherever the relation is negative, the thing is considered evil. Secondly, the characteristics of man are omitted from one side of the relation, and the relations among all conscious entities which possess desires and inclinations to other things are considered, and in this way, good will be equivalent to desirability for all conscious entities, and evil will be equivalent to undesirability for all conscious entities. Here the problem may be raised that sometimes something is desirable for one kind of conscious existent, and undesirable for another. Should we consider such a thing good or evil? The answer to this question is easy. The given thing is good for the first thing and evil for the second. This multiplicity of aspects is true in the case of two individuals of a kind, and even in the case of two faculties of an individual. For example, it is possible for a kind of food to be desirable for one individual and undesirable for another, or for it to be good for one faculty of a body and evil for another. Thirdly, the characteristic of consciousness is also omitted as a term of the relation or comparison, and, for example, greenness, freshness, and fruitfulness are considered to be good for a tree, and wilting, dryness, and unfruitfulness to be evil for it. Here, some people have imagined that such generalizations of the concepts of good and evil originate in a kind of anthropomorphism applied to nature, and others have imagined that its standard is human benefit or harm. For example, the fruitfulness of a tree is, in fact, good for man, not for the tree. But we think that there is another point to this generalization which will be indicated. The application of good and evil in ordinary language is not limited to essences and entities. Rather, it is applied in the case of actions as well. Some actions are considered to be good and others evil. In this way, the concepts of good and evil are presented in the fields of ethics and values. There has been some controversy among philosophers of ethics about how to explain value concepts and how to determine the standards of moral goodness and evil. In Lesson 31, we discussed this problem to the extent appropriate for this work, and more details must be sought in philosophical ethics. A philosophical analysis of good and evil. In order to provide a detailed analysis of good and evil from a philosophical point of view, several issues must be taken into consideration. From one perspective, the cases to which good and evil are attributed may be divided into two groups. One group is of those things whose goodness or evil is not causally dependent on anything else, such as the goodness of life and the evil of death, and the other group is of those things whose goodness or evil is causally dependent on other things, such as the goodness of those things on which the continuation of life depends, and the evil of that which causes death. In reality, the goodness of actions is also of this second type, because their desirability is subordinate to the desirability of their ends and results. If their ends are also means for the realization of higher purposes, the relation to the final purposes will be judged according to the relation between the action and its results. All innate inclinations and desires are subsidiary and respectival to the love of self, and since all conscious existence love themselves, their own survival, and their perfections, they have inclinations toward the things which affect their survival and perfection, in other words, toward the things which satisfy their physical and psychic needs. In fact, these inclinations and desires are the means which the Creator has placed in the nature of every conscious existence to lead it toward the things it needs. Therefore, the most fundamental object of desire is the self, and then come the survival and perfection of the self. The desirability of other things is due to their effects on providing these basic desirable things. Likewise, that which is fundamentally hateful is the destruction and imperfection of the existence of the self, and other things are hateful because of their effects on the fundamentally hateful things. In this manner, a clear way is obtained to generalize good and evil to perfection and imperfection, and then to existence and nothingness. That is, by replacing these terms with the instances of desirable and undesirable things, perfection and imperfection of existence in one side of the relation, and by omitting the characteristics of conscious entities and their inclinations from the other side of the relation, generalization to perfection and imperfection is achieved. Then, given that the desirability of the perfection of existence is subordinate to the desirability of existence itself, and that the perfection of everything is merely a level of its existence, it may be concluded that the most basic good for every existent is its existence, and the most basic evil for every existent is its non-existence. From a philosophical point of view, this generalization is not only correct, but necessary, even if it does not correspond to the general view of the matter. For in philosophy the truth of the case itself is at issue, regardless of whether or not it is desired or the object of anyone's inclination. 3. If the perfection of an existent is conditioned on an absence of an obstacle, This absence, in one sense, can be considered to be a part of the complete cause for obtaining the given perfection. In this respect, it will be considered good for such an existent, and conversely, whenever an imperfection of an existent is an effect of the interference of another existent, the interfering existent may be considered evil for the other existent. However, from a precise philosophical perspective, the attribution of non-being to good and likewise the attribution of existence to evil is accidental, because good is attributed to an absence insofar as the perfection of another existence somehow depends upon it, and likewise, evil is attributed to an existence insofar as the imperfection of another existent depends on it. So essential goodness is the same as existential perfection, and essential evil is the same as privative imperfection. For example, health is essentially good, and the non-being of disease causing microbes is accidentally good. Weakness and illness are essentially evil, while poisons and microbes are accidentally evil. Though in existence possessing different dimensions and aspects, or numerous parts and faculties, it is possible for there to be interference among their perfections or the means of acquiring perfections, although interference may be assumed only in the case of material things. In this case, the perfection of every part or faculty is good in relation to itself, and it is evil in respect of its interference with the perfection of another faculty. The resultant of the perfections and imperfections of the parts and faculties will be considered to be good or evil for the existent itself. This explanation may also be applied to the entire material universe, which includes interfering existence. That is, the goodness of the entire universe depends on whether it possesses the most and highest perfections on the whole, even if some existents do not attain their required perfections. Likewise, the evil of the entire universe depends on whether it is quantitatively or qualitatively dominated by the aspects of imperfection and privation. Given the above points, it may be concluded that, firstly, good and evil are secondary philosophical intelligibles, and just as there is no entified existent whose whatness is a cause or effect, no entified existent is found whose essence is good or evil. Second, just as causation and other philosophical concepts are not derived from entified objects, but are meanings abstracted from specific existences by the intellect from certain perspectives, good and evil are also only meanings whose source of abstraction should be sought in the external world, but not in any entified instances. Third, there is no existent whose existence is evil for itself, and, similarly, the survival and perfection of every existent is good for itself, and the being evil of an existent for another is accidental. Hence no existent is evil in respect of its whatness, nor can it be considered an essential source for abstraction of the concept of evil. Therefore, that which is considered to be the essential source of evil is an aspect of imperfection pertaining to an existent capable of possessing perfection contrasting with it. In other words, an essential evil is privation of a good, such as deafness, blindness, illness, ignorance, and weakness, which contrast with hearing, sight, health, knowledge, and ability. Therefore, the imperfection of any completely immaterial thing in relation to a higher immaterial entity, or the absence of perfection in immaterial things of the same level in relation to the perfections of other things, cannot be considered to be evil, because they are not capable of possessing that perfection. It may be concluded that there is no existent to whose existence evil is essentially attributed. Therefore, evil does not need any origin or creator, for creation and being brought into existence are restricted to existence. This is the answer to the first question presented in the introduction to this lesson, the secret of the evils of the cosmos. Another question is why the world was created in such a way that it contains so much evil and imperfection. This question may be raised even after it is accepted that the source of the abstraction of evil is nothingness. For it may be asked why the cosmos has not been created in such a way that existence replace nothingness. The answer to this question is obtained by focusing on the essential characteristics of the natural world. In explanation, it may be said that the reciprocal actions and reactions of material existence, change, alteration, conflict, and interference are essential characteristics of the material world. If these characteristics did not exist, there would be no material world. In other words, the specific causal system of material existence is an essential system required by the very nature of material existence. Therefore, the material world must either come into existence with the system or it would not come into existence at all. However, in addition to the fact that absolute divine grace necessitates its creation, it is contrary to wisdom to abandon its coming into existence. For its goodness is much more than its accidental evil, and even the ontological perfections of perfect men alone are sufficient to overweigh all the evil of the cosmos. On the one hand, the appearance of a new phenomenon depends on the destruction of an earlier phenomenon. Likewise, the survival of living existence is due to nourishment from vegetables or other animals. On the other hand, perfections of the souls of men are obtained only in the shadow of difficulties and misfortunes borne by them. The existence of calamities and disasters leads man to dispel his negligence, to discover the real essence of this world and to take lessons from events. Thinking about the scheme of human life will be enough to discover the wisdom of this system. Even thinking about a single aspect of this order, for example, human life and death, will suffice us. For if there were no death, not only could man attain no heavenly felicity, but also no man would take warning from the death of others, and basically, not even worldly comfort would be possible. For example, if all earlier people survived, today the earth could not provide sufficient dwellings for man, let alone food and other necessities of life. Therefore, such evils are necessary for goods of these kinds to occur. It may be concluded that, first, evils and imperfections of this cosmos are necessities which are inseparable from its causal system, and its evil aspects, which originate in aspects of nothingness, are not essentially objects of divine love and will. They can only be considered to be objects of divine will, creation, decree, and destiny accidentally. Second, the goodness of the cosmos overweighs these accidental evils, and it is contrary to wisdom and purposefulness to abandon excessive goodness for the sake of preventing the appearance of limited evils. Third, even these limited relational accidental evils have many advantages, some of which were indicated. The more human knowledge develops, the more does man discover the secrets of the cosmos and the wisdom that underlies them. Lord, increase our knowledge, faith, and love with respect to you and those beloved by you. And let us be true followers of the last of your chosen prophets in his pure household, and let us be included in the graces of your great friend, the present Imam. May his emergence be hastened, and grant that we may be successful in thanking you for your blessings and in performing the best deeds which are pleasing to you with perfect sincerity. And may your salutations be sent without end for Muhammad and the family of Muhammad, salutations whose blessings may overflow to include the rest of your creation. Topic: Tax, Islamic Philosophy 8, Philosophy 9. Author S. Muhammad Taqi, Misbah Yazdi 1. Translator S. Muhammad Legend Hassan 6. Azam Sarvad Alier 7. Publisher S. Islamic Propagation Organization 2. Source URL https://www.alislam.org. Philosophical Instructions. Muhammad Taqi, Misbah Yazdi.